station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H time. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah.
Third down at 7. Another handoff and another stop on the left side, and that's going to be it in this game. The Houston Texans will fall to Baltimore hard, 31-2. The Texans lose back-to-back to the Chiefs and Ravens and will wrap up the regular season a week from Sunday in Nashville against the Tennessee Titans. They're in the playoffs, but they have a lot of questions they need to answer before they get there. Ravens 31, Texans 2.
It wasn't our best outing, of course, all the way across the board. Offensively, defensively, special team wasn't our best outing. We didn't come out as I expected we would come out, and all that starts with me. Terrible on my behalf, probably one of the worst games of my whole career. Just came out flat, didn't have any energy, didn't lead the offense the way I should have. So, I always got to look at myself in the mirror and, be honest with myself, and it's not good enough today. So, is what it is. Can't hang my head down, but just got to keep going.
Yeah, there's two types of losses. Welcome in, everybody. Happy day after Christmas. Hope other than the 3 hours from 3:30 to 6:30 yesterday, your Christmas was outstanding. Seth, Merry Christmas to you.
Feliz Navidad and all the other languages as well. Yes.
We're a very, very inclusive show here. Yeah. There's two kinds of losses when you come in the day after. There's the kind where you go, okay, what was happening late in the second quarter? We're going to dig in on these two very specific decisions about this. This is where the game flipped right here.
Yeah.
And what was happening at the end, these decisions at the end. The Chiefs game was a little like that. That game was still a game in the fourth quarter. Little things here and there, whatever. This is the other kind of loss, and this is the worst of these are not the fun ones, man, because this is where you're questioning the overall direction of everything right now.
This is
the low point of the DeMeco Ryans era.
There wasn't necessarily a turning point in a game in which no points would be scored by the Texans offense. It was more of I was trying to figure out, when did I run out of pep talks for myself? I think it might have been when they didn't score down from the 4-yard line. And Greg Olsen, we'll play the audio later, because I went back and I watched the condensed TV this morning, because I'm going to go back and watch the whole broadcast because I like Greg Olsen a lot.
Well, and then the Netflix broadcast too, to see how they did.
Yeah. Boy, I'll relive all of this at least 3 times in the next 48 hours. So the thing that, and by the way, we've got John Harrison tomorrow filling in for you, and I'm excited to have John's perspective on a lot of this. I think when after the incompletion of Mechie on 3rd down from the 4-yard line, that Greg Olsen said, I'd like to see some crossers or some meshes here, something to help guys get open. Because in that situation on that play, they were running just a bunch of guys across the board who aren't especially great at creating separation and man coverage. All just lined up, trying to get separation in man coverage.
Trying to get separation in about a 5-yard area.
Yeah.
Like in the most condensed part of the field.
That was almost like the perfect summation of everything. Because part of it, too, not to excuse Bobby Slowick or anybody else, but part of it comes into because, well, you certainly don't have a team that can just mash it in. Your play action is rendered moot because nobody respects the Texans' run game whatsoever. But yes, there are some things you can do from a play calling standpoint. They just looked inept and unable to compete yesterday. That was where I realized, all right, my pep talks are gone. The defense, we're going to talk a lot about C.J. Stroud and the offense for the rest of the season and on into the offseason especially. But the defense come out the way they did, really unaware. I was really disappointed in the defensive tackles, and I brother-in-law the defensive line a little too much maybe because I've got a natural sympathy for them.
Sure.
Man, the Ravens, credit to them for a game plan that said, hey, these defensive linemen play a hyper-aggressive style of football, and we're just going to exploit that. And the defensive tackles obliged. They were running upfield unaware.
Big holes.
And it's just that, hey, I didn't know you could block me from that direction.
Right.
It was ugly, man. It was ugly all around.
It was bad. I guess technically I tapped out. I do take copious notes during the game. And I pride myself on taking notes all the way to the final gun. Just the 2 columns, 1 for each half, each possession, down and distance. The key plays, circle them. Got to 31-2 on that very easy Mark Andrews touchdown. Where literally I'm just typing touchdown coming ... and then Mark Andrews. Like you just know, like this Ravens team, you just know it's coming. And I just wrote about a third of the way down the second half column. Hope y'all enjoyed the Beyonce concert because unless something noteworthy happens, this is the end of the Pender notes for tonight. Thanks for ruining Thanksgiving and Christmas.
Thanksgiving and retroactively. They did ruin Thanksgiving. They ruined
Thanksgiving by losing to the Titans the Sunday before Thanksgiving.
Yeah.
So they at home.
That put you in a funk for 4 days.
At home, it kind of did actually. Yeah. They ruined Thanksgiving and Christmas this year, and that's unforgivable.
Another thing that bothers me the most.
Major eating holidays.
The thing that bothers me the most is that this is a team that the 2 opportunities they've had to play on just the 4 days of rest this year, the Thursday night game versus the Jets and now versus the Ravens, they were just complete no-shows. That they just flat out were not ready compared to another NFL team on short rest to come out and play a football game. Like I feel it's hard for me not to look at it and wonder, all right, what about the core DNA of this team is not on the same level or caliber of other NFL teams, like the Jets.
Yeah. Well, I think it's a great point. What was last season? Last season was noon Sunday, noon Sunday, noon Sunday, noon Sunday, and you get into a routine. And there are certain things about last season's Texans, exhilarating as it was, them going 10-7, making the playoffs, winning a playoff game. I'm not trying to diminish that at all. But there is something to be said for playing a schedule where maybe the third best quarterback you played was Baker Mayfield last year, and you played noon Sunday every game until Week 18, where they put you on in primetime against the Colts, and you won that game, to their credit. The step up in weight class this season, and they may wind up with the same record as they did last year, 10-7, but we know the truth with this team right now, and the truth is not in the 9-8 or 10-7 that they'll call 10-7 if they beat the Titans. The truth is not in that record. The truth is in the record over the last 8 games, which is 3-5, and the truth is big time in the record against good teams this year, which is 1-5.
Right,
winning teams.
Even though you've slugged it out with a couple of them.
But you look totally outclassed in some of these games.
No, the thing is, when I say slug it out, I mean some of those, it's that you let it go in the fourth quarter.
That's right.
You slugged it out for 3 quarters with some of the better teams.
That's right.
But ultimately, like what the good teams do is in the fourth quarter, the players, the coaches, everybody have kind of learned something from the previous 3 quarters, and they go out and execute in the fourth quarter.
Yes.
The Texans have been the exact opposite in that regard.
Yep.
And then, like in CJ, we probably I did this on my live stream last night. We're 8 minutes into it, and I mean, it's the elephant in the room. It's the most obvious thing in the room. CJ just flat out played awful last night.
Stunk.
There was just no excuses. You can take various plays and say, okay, well, there's a drop here, a drop there. Just way too many easy passes that CJ misfired on. Too many times where you could just tell that the rhythm and timing and everything else was just a little bit off. That throw to Dalton that he missed when Dalton was wide open in the flat. Sure, he was getting hit at the time, but he also could have made that decision a lot earlier.
Yeah.
Just knowing what the coverage was and knowing where the opportunity was,
Yep.
Schultz would have had 30 yards on that play.
Yeah.
There's so many. The misfire. Mechie missed one to Mixon. All these short, easy passes.
The first one was he missed Nico. Sailed it over his head on second down.
Yep.
And the Schultz play was the very next play on third down after that.
And obviously CJ took full accountability for it,
Yeah.
but that's, and he's the head of the snake. You chop off the head and the body fails. He can't have those moments in games like that.
You're 100% right. Like that's the most worrisome thing to come out of this game for me. They got blown out by the Ravens. I said 31-17. In my mind when I made that prediction, I'm like, probably could be a lot worse. I felt going into this game, A, they were running on fumes, and B, the Ravens I feel like the Ravens' best game is the best of any team's best game out there. Like, they're the team that Bills included, they're the team that has the most propensity, especially because they're getting it together on defense now, to embarrass you. And they embarrassed the Texans yesterday, but you're 100 right. The most worrisome thing to come out of this game yesterday is that there was nowhere else to point with the deficiencies in the passing game other than there are plenty of places to point, but this was the first time I felt like, boy, the criticism. I've always felt like the criticism CJ's been getting this season has been a little over the top. Not that he doesn't deserve some blame, but that it's been a little over the top based on all the stuff going on around him that I don't think is his fault. This was his fault yesterday.
And I would say in the last 2 weeks especially, there are mistakes he's making that are completely independent of whether it's poor blocking or not. And that's when he's in situations where he cannot take a sack. He's taking sacks. Or just there's a play where it's designed to get the ball out quickly. And all right, the play doesn't work out. So the pass protection will fail by design those plays, and he's taking a sack. Yeah. Like you got to get rid of the football.
And he didn't do that last year.
No,
that was one of the big praises of CJ Stroud last year. Remember last year, like halfway through the season, and he hadn't really hit his stride yet, but he was playing well.
Yeah.
Remember, we were sticking up for him, people pointing to his completion percentage outside of Houston, people not watching the Texans. Well, he was only completing 58% of his passes. That's because he's throwing at least 5 or 6 balls a game away.
Right, he was
to avoid sacks.
And that's what was so impressive by rookie standards. He was way more mature in some of that game management stuff.
Yeah.
And man, I hate this because it's so easy to say, and yet sometimes the thing that's easy to say is because it's that they spent the entire offseason getting pumped up by rat poison from everybody about how awesome they were going to be. And I'm glad that this happened versus the Ravens, because last year after the divisional round, I said, man, you know what? It's the best thing for this team could have been that they really understood that they were out of their weight class. Yeah. You know, they're not ready to play with the big boys yet. And then I think just because you acquire through free agency or trade weaponry, it almost feels like, oh, there we are. Oh, now we're over. That's what we needed. And a lot of these guys, and CJ Stroud especially, didn't truly understand how hard it is to win in the NFL. And the difficulty level just got amped up that much higher this year because teams knew that they were a respectable team. They were somebody that they were going to get the best effort of other teams. Not to the point of like a Kansas City Chiefs or anything, but they are not ready for prime time.
They're not. They're not. And they got one game left to figure a few things out, and it's against the Titans. And I don't know how much you figure out against the Titans, although they did beat you at home back in Week 12. So we got a lot to dig into still. We now know what's in store for the Texans from a playout. Know 100% what's in store from one standpoint. From another standpoint, we're 79% sure. How are we feeling about the Texans once this regular season is over and what their likely scenario is? We'll discuss that coming up
Kirk
next.
Holmes, a proven winner, the 2024 Southern Living Builder of the Year. They converted all and didn't punt from the
Payne and Pendergast is driven by West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land on the Southwest Freeway. Exit Kirkwood and take the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag.
No, I just kept missing, just wasn't making throws. And at the same time, I got to find a way to stand in there stronger and make those throws. Just some miscommunication with me and some of the receivers, but ultimately, it's up to me to, make the throw when guys are open. So, yeah.
That's what's so frustrating. I have C.J. Stroud taking accountability for missing a bunch of throws, and he did. And it was a stretch of football in the first half still. In the second, it was when it was still a game.
Yeah.
And he's missing Nico, and then he misses that Schultz play was the one that really hurt. The one you were talking about, third down. Schultz there's kind of a cluster of blockers in front of CJ, and Schultz kind of late leaks out a little bit in the left. And if CJ just does the thing that Mahomes does where he doesn't even use a normal throwing motion, he just flicks it out there, just lofts it to him out there, like a forward lateral almost. Schultz is probably 30 yards in that play.
Yeah. He was, even Schultz has taken every opportunity to not make plays this season, but even on that one nice catch out to the right, CJ was throwing it under duress, but it wasn't a good throw.
No.
It was,
Schultz
it could have been,
out.
with a better defensive back, could have been pick six
100%.
potentially, and Schultz did a good job on that play.
Yeah.
It was simply a bad night for CJ. Yes, all of these other things that have been going on around him have led to CJ not being the best version of himself, and it's hard sometimes to decipher how much is his fault and how much is everybody else's fault. Last night, there were just simply way too many plays that there was no excuse for the throws he was making. It was a really bad performance, and it's coming off of a game in which he played horrifically in the second half and made a bunch of bad decisions last week. Earlier this week.
4 days ago.
He made, even when things were going well, he was still capsizing against Kansas City with mistakes of his own volition that there were really no excuses for. It's been a bad stretch. It's been a bad 5 quarters for CJ.
Yeah, it's funny. Like, if you listen to his press conferences recently and you go back, if you were to listen to press conferences from his rookie season, it almost sounds like they should be flipped. Like, he's having the season this year that I think people expected him to have as a rookie last year. He can make a lot of mistakes. He's going to throw some interceptions. He's going to look a little timid or jittery at times. It's just that's the way it goes as a rookie. And that's what makes this so, I don't want to say strange. I mean, we've seen it happen in the NFL. But for sure, Texan fans who had very high expectations this year is that, anybody who's thinking there hasn't been a regression with CJ, like yesterday, if you're still on that tip that this is all everybody else's fault,
right, and
none of it to do with C.J. Stroud, if yesterday didn't push you over to the other side of that, then I don't know what's going on.
And I think the injuries simply aren't an excuse, because the injuries to the offense in general. I mean, the Ravens don't have a good offensive line, but they're coached well. And they've also got the benefit of having Lamar Jackson and Derrick Henry that make life a lot easier for that offensive line.
Yeah.
So there's just like having injuries or a couple of subpar offensive linemen isn't an excuse for everything else. The sum total of it all is that Bobby Slowick, C.J. Stroud, various other performers on the offense, it's flat out not working right now. And if there's whatever the change needs to be, and I'm not just saying, well, you got to fire the offense. I'm not there needs to be something systemic about the way they're operating.
Yeah.
If they do retain Bobby Slowick, it cannot be with the old, hey, you just got to keep sawing wood. And you're just, no, there needs to be full-blown, full-bore systemic change with a lot of stuff that we don't even have, we're not privy to.
Yeah.
But it's just flat out not working.
It's got to, man. So the Texans know now what's in store, by and large, for the playoffs. They will be the 4 seed. So there are no dreams of the 3 seed, no dreams of changing their lot in life again. And I believe the Texans have been the 4 seed every year they've made the postseason, if I'm not mistaken. Every year they made the postseason, it's been as a division winner. They've never been a wild card team before. So they've had a home game every time they've made the postseason. And I believe it's been as the 4 seed all of the time, if not a majority of the time. They've got a 79% chance of playing the Pittsburgh Steelers now after the Steelers losing to the Chiefs yesterday and the Texans doing what they did yesterday. So you play the Steelers at home in the wild card round. I feel good about I don't feel great about anybody, but let me just comparatively speaking, the Steelers feels like a much more winnable game, certainly, obviously, than the Ravens do. There's still like a 16% chance it could be the Chargers and a very minimal chance it could be the Denver Broncos, depending on how games break the next 10 days or so. The thing that makes me most nervous about playing the Steelers here, Seth, is that I think 50% of the crowd is going to be Steelers fans.
Oh, that's true. You're going to lose the home field, whatever it is. Plus, it's just emotionally depressing, especially given, I'm guessing, the way the fan base feels right now.
Yes.
That it doesn't feel like they're ready to just rally to the cause. I don't know how much any performance against Tennessee is going to change that. And there's, you're at the point now where it doesn't make a whole lot of sense to play your starters a whole bunch in that Titans game, and yet emotionally it feels like, man, they got to get off the schneid.
I'm glad you're bringing up the Titans part of this.
Yeah.
Clint and I discussed this on the post-game show yesterday, and I was excited to talk to you about this because you've been very staunch. Stretch of schedule where you could make arguments either way. You clinched the division. There was going into these Chiefs and Ravens games. There was the best chance of you. The 4 seed was the clear favorite for you. There was a slight chance you could get the 3 seed. You had been pretty adamant about A, wanting the 3 seed, and B, especially in the offensive side, this team needs work.
They need the work, right? They need to get some things right.
3 seeds out the window now.
Yeah.
But I think the latter still holds true that they need work. So how are you feeling about how they should handle this Tennessee game?
It's almost like triage. You got to figure out, all right, is it worth the sacrifice for something that might be a lost cause? I'm like, at this point, is rest and health just the only thing you really can do to be better offensively in the playoffs? And just accept that, man, we didn't fix all these things that we've been trying to fix all season long, and I throw in the towel on that part of it and just try to get the best and healthiest version that you can. The Titans have a good run defense. Do I trust that one game versus the Titans is all of a sudden going to figure out the Texans are going to figure out how to run the ball?
Right.
I do not feel that way right now.
No, I don't either. And yet I think the offense should play against the Titans.
Just out of punishment? Or just,
yeah, I do. Well, I think for a lot of the same reasons you thought they should play in these last 2 games. Like, it's not a good sitting an offense that stinks is not going to help you beat the Steelers.
It's like, I got an old car that doesn't work ever, so instead I'm not going to tinker with it. I'm just going to let it sit in the garage and hope for the best 3 weeks.
I also feel like at least on the offensive side of the ball, and this is not me absolving the defense of what happened yesterday. That was an embarrassment on both sides of the football. But the defense, I could see resting Danielle Hunter, Will Anderson, and Derek Stingley against the Titans.
Mm-hmm.
That is an explainable thing to me, and you deal with it.
Yeah.
Titans are not a good offensive team. You deal with it how you deal with it. The offense, it feels like another game is a necessary step just to feel like you can compete in the postseason. They need more reps.
A little taste of success or doing things properly or something.
Yeah. So that's kind of how I feel about it. Do you know there's a decent chance, Spillane pointed this out to me yesterday, there is a decent chance that we actually get a Monday Night Football game in the wild card round here. Because
there's a wild card Monday night game?
There is, yeah, because remember when they added the extra round of the playoffs, it's 2 on Saturday, 3 on Sunday, and then the Monday night game.
What's that? Is that going to be on like Hulu or Peacock?
No,
or
I think
something?
I think it's on
actual broadcast.
I think it's on ES. I think it's like a Joe Buck, Troy Aikman joint. I think it's like legit Monday Night Football. But that game last year was the first year they did it because that was the first year that they had 7 playoff teams in each conference. It has to be a 4 versus 5 game because that's the only matchup that at that stage of the weekend doesn't shuffle the deck on where everybody needs because they reseed, as you know, they reseed after the wild card round, and a 4 versus 5 game can't change where all these other teams have to travel. Yeah. So last year, it could have been the Texans, but instead they played at the slot where we have the Texans Invitational every year, Saturday at 3:30. Tampa Bay and Philadelphia was the 4-5 out of the NFC. I could see putting that one over there because you had Philly, defending NFC champ, playing in a wild card game. This year, as of right now, it would be Atlanta. It would be Minnesota at Atlanta. Sam Darnold versus Michael Penix Jr.
Ooh, it's intriguing.
I think there's a decent chance the Texans get a Monday Night Football game. Steelers involved in it?
So it's a primetime game.
It's a primetime game. I'm not wishing for it. I'm just pointing it out to people that that the wild card round game could be a Monday Night Football game. I don't think a lot of people know that.
last year at the end of the season, towards the end of the season, it was the fan base was quite depressed after they got shellacked by the Browns at home. The difference there was that C.J. Stroud wasn't playing.
Missed that game,
in that game.
Yeah.
And then they turned it around, and they got hot, obviously.
They turned it around big time, too. Like, they turned it around behind the offense. They came back. C.J. came back the next week.
Yeah.
They destroyed the Titans 26-3. He had a great game. Mm-hmm. They go to Indianapolis, play in prime time.
Yeah.
Win a must-win game. Nico went off, 9 catches, 192 yards. And then they destroyed the Browns in the playoff game. And at that point, the Baltimore Ravens playoff game, I was disappointed in how they played, obviously. CJ still has yet to score a touchdown on the Ravens, by the way. He's played them 3 times.
Well,
the only touchdown that they've scored in those 3 games was a Steven Sims punt return. Other than that, it's been Kaimi Fairbairn field goals and Kamari Lassiter tackling Derrick Henry in the end zone.
The Lamar Jackson's average margin of victory over the Texans now in the 5 games he's played is more than 20 points,
it's
right?
33-9.
On average, 33-9.
33-9 is the average score. Yeah. Yep. It was 30.
So 24-point margin on average.
Yeah, the closest game was the closest game was CJ's debut in week 1 last year. They lost 25-9.
Those were the glory days.
Yeah. I mean, they didn't score any touchdowns.
Lamar Jackson was still like getting into Todd Monken's scheme.
Yeah,
he didn't run hardly at all.
Yeah, it was 7-6 at the half. It took him a half to get into Todd Monken's scheme.
Yeah.
he was still kind of working out the kinks.
The first couple games last year, it did look like people weren't sure about this experiment. What? The Ravens started off 0-2 this year.
This year they did.
I don't know if it's this year for the Ravens.
Yeah.
I saw a lot of people gushing over how it's preordained that the Chiefs are going to win after their performance versus the Steelers yesterday, and I get, and you know what? That was depressing to me because it just shows you how little respect the most people around the country have for the Texans.
Yeah. People
are looking at that Ravens game versus the Texans like, would they really prove? Yeah. I don't know, man. I watched the Ravens versus the Steelers last week, and it was pretty damn impressive.
Yeah.
So that the Ravens. This is the same way I felt after the divisional round last year. I was like, the Ravens are winning it all.
Yeah.
So they still have to get over that Chiefs.
They got to go through Kansas City. You know, they got
to face Steve Spagnuolo.
Yep.
You know, they got to okay. So there's some tricks up a defensive coordinator's sleeve that Lamar Jackson still has to show that he can overcome.
Yep, no doubt. All right, Sean Pendergast, Seth Payne with you. Day after Christmas, we are sifting through the Christmas massacre yesterday that was the Ravens destroying the team. We'll hit it headlines, and at the top of the hour, we'll relive the part of this game that I thought captured this Texans season perfect. There was a stretch of football that, and almost like the football gods were saying, this is what you guys have been this year. It happened yesterday. We'll relive that at the top of the hour. That's coming up next.
Oh, you need some good old-fashioned comfort food in your life right now. Usually I'll tell you, hey, go get the new Daisy French onion dips and the new Daisy ranch sour cream dip and enjoy football on your couch this weekend. And I encourage you to do that. But today might just be a good day to sit down and watch a Christmas movie of some sort with some new Daisy French onion and Daisy ranch sour cream dip. Put it on your chips, with your wings, with your vegetables. Get it in a store near you. It's Daisy's French Onion Dip and Daisy's new Ranch Sour Cream Dip.
Celebrate the day after Christmas with us on another Thirsty Thursday. Join Clint and Ron this afternoon from 2 to 6. Live at Buffalo Wild Wings off 2. and Pendergast with today's headlines.
All right, embarrassment yesterday at NRG Stadium. 31-2, the final score. The Ravens destroy the Texans. I had half the score right. I had Ravens 31, Texans 17. I got the Ravens score right. I was a little off on the Texans score. I thought about it. I was this close to saying 31-2, but I went 31-17.
This is how bad it was. This is how bad the performance was. That as multiple people noted, CJ at the beginning of his press conference did not give any religious
thank his Lord and Savior.
I don't want to be sacrilegious as I'm talking about this, but I almost wonder in that moment if you are, like the athletes will, you'll say a lot of, you want to, spread the word and do all those things, and that a lot of athletes look at playing on that stage as like a way to glorify God's name. And I think CJ got up there and was like, well, that's not the wrong kind of advertising there. I don't feel like I don't want to bring God into this.
I didn't glorify anybody.
I'm not. I let him down, man.
Glorified Kyle Hamilton with that pick is what I did.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, hell of a pick too by Kyle Hamilton in that moment. So not a great day for C.J. Stroud yesterday. Not a great day for DeMeco Ryans either, and he summed it all up at the beginning of his press conference.
Again, always a blessing when we get the opportunity to play. Again, on the stage, we got to play it on today. Thankful for that opportunity. Of course, the game didn't go how to go. We didn't play our best ball, and all of that starts with me. It's just a lack of execution. All right. If we want to beat a good team like that, you have to execute. We didn't execute well. Credit to the Ravens, really good football team. They came out, they played really well today, and obviously we did not. We'll take the next couple of days here to, look at everything, starting with myself, and everything starts with me. But as a team, we just stay together, figure out a way to come out playing better football.
Okay. Okie dokie.
I remember in one season, it was our 2-14 season in 2005. It got to a point where, you realize we'd lost our first 6 games, something like that, and you realize, okay, we've run out of pep talks, and like that was basically the message. Honestly, was like, oh, listen, we've run out of pep talks. We just got to show up and go to work and be as fresh as possible on Wednesday, and we ended up winning that game, Sean. And then we lost a bunch more. But that's where they are. They've run out of pep talks. Like they've kind of, because they've been through this very scenario already, except the biggest difference is that this, as CJ himself said, this was CJ's worst game. And there aren't excuses for a lot of the simple things that he made mistakes on or misfires that he had. And there's plenty of blame to go around with Bobby Slowick and with other offensive players. And the defense, I was very, 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 very disappointed in the defense. To the point where I'm almost having to, I have to remind myself that CJ and the offense store, but man, I did not expect the defense to come out there and be that soft.
No.
I did not expect that. I thought that was a big disappointment to me.
Yeah. Yeah,
they just
got walkthrough on the first drive.
And I think that DeMeco had a pretty good game plan. It's tricky to execute, but versus that Ravens team, there's times where you just got to flat out tell the defensive ends, all right, no, you're not going to try to read the zone read. You're just going to hit the quarterback, or you're just going to go after the run, and then the linebackers fill in behind you based on what you're doing. And you kind of got to, just like blitzing, you got to mix it in, and sometimes you're lucky with it, sometimes you're not. But they didn't execute that strategy well enough. The linebackers behind the defensive line didn't. And that's part of just the option game that's tough. I was really disappointed in the defensive tackles just being completely and totally unaware of what the Ravens were doing in terms of the whams and traps, just using their aggression against them. They were completely unprepared for it, and that was a big, huge issue. So they came out, and all credit to the Ravens for being as good as they are, but the Texans' defense was not nearly as mentally ready for that as I thought. The goal line play, look, Will Anderson made some awesome plays in that game. Derrick Henry's touchdown on the goal line. Yeah. Will Anderson had a good play going, was supposed to bounce it outside, and he just spun out of it. Yeah. Like, I watched that play again, and I'm like, how did this not get stuffed? Mm-hmm. And it's because, Will Anderson just spun right out of where he was supposed to be. Yep. It just uncharacteristic mental errors and performances, even out of guys who otherwise had good games. They did some stuff really, really bad last night.
Yeah.
So it's offense, it's defense, it's coaching, it's everything.
It's everything, and I think there's the confidence level is as low on C.J. Stroud right now with people out there as we've seen it. It's low on D'Amico Ryans right now that he's going to be able to pull the nose up on this plane.
Yeah.
You know, that's and even little things like yesterday in the game that like decisions with D'Amico Ryans. Like, he hasn't been as crisp a game manager this year as he was as a first-year head coach. Like, it's weird. Like, he and CJ both are going through this weird reversal thing where, man, as a first-year head coach and as a rookie quarterback, they were dynamite.
Yeah.
And now this year, I think there's been a lot more things called into question with D'Amico. Certainly, I think the overall handling of the offense, not just at a Bobby Slowick level, but ultimately this is D'Amico Ryans' problem too.
Right.
There are a lot of questions there. But even little things like yesterday, goes forward on fourth down on the drive after the safety where Kamari Lassiter tackles Derrick Henry in the end zone. Dameon Pierce on the ensuing kickoff has another great kickoff return.
Yeah.
Sets you up, and D'Amico decides to go for it on fourth down. Gets a very questionable pass interference call on Robert Woods, I thought. Thought it was a very ticky-tack call, but we'll take it. Sets you up, goal to go. Joe Mixon runs it on first down, gets you down inside the 2 or 3 yard line there. And then you run a couple of plays. You go for it on fourth down. You throw it to Mixon. He doesn't get in. So you went for it on fourth down twice on that drive. The Ravens get the ball back. They score a touchdown after the big Andrews catch and run. So it's 17. Now you have the ball. It's towards the end of the half. You have 4th and 2 in Ravens territory, and you choose to punt.
Yeah.
And so that's what I hate.
It felt like the Chiefs' playoff game. It's like where Bill O'Brien had no rhyme or reason to when he was going to take chances and when he wasn't. It was kind of flip-flopped in that because he was O'Brien was conservative and then went for it. But it was like play calling in an overall attitude that just didn't seem to have any consistency. It felt like you were just throwing stuff at the wall.
Yeah, O'Brien settled for a field goal on 4th and short, and then 5 minutes later he's running fake punts with Justin Reed.
Yeah.
And so, like that's a bad look, man. Like, if you come into a game thinking, okay, we need to score points, and D'Amico explained, he was asked about it after the game.
Yeah, we went into the decision on fourth down. We needed to score. Right, we had some momentum going for us. We needed to score 7 to beat a team like this. Like, we're not going to beat them kicking field goals, so we needed to score 7. So that's why, I decided to go for it.
And I understand 4th and 2. 4th and goal at the 2 or 3 yard line is different than 4th and 2 at midfield, especially against this team.
Yeah.
With who they have at quarterback, and Justin Tucker, as bad as he's been this year, you still got to respect him as a kicker. You might be giving up 3 points, but to your original point, D'Amico, you're going to need to score points in this game.
Right,
it was 17-2 at the time.
Yeah, and there was no part of that performance where you thought, like, oh, yeah, it's just a matter of time until it clicks for him.
Right.
What a miserable football game that was.
It was miserable. That was the worst experience so far of the D'Amico Ryans.
I couldn't even. Hey, I said I did a live stream last night, and I said, hey, at least Beyonce put on a good show. I can't even enjoy that because I hit with the deluge of like, oh no, this is the downfall of humanity that she's up there. So I don't. Fine, whatever. Could you let me have one thing?
You were getting hit with tweets like that about the Beyonce show?
I couldn't even try to give credit to Beyonce. I don't particularly that's not my music, but I appreciated
showmanship.
The grandeur of the performance.
Dude,
I was really shocked by the lighting and how many people they had out there and everything.
The number of people.
Yeah.
There were it looked like a job fair. There were 7 different things going on at this. There were 7 different booths going on at the same time.
If it had been a better game, I would have been annoyed by it. Because I would have been like, come on, let's get back to the football game. God, if the Texans were somehow winning at that point, I would have been irate. I'd be like, no, what the hell? They got to be in there. But by that point in the game, I just thought, this is a nice diversion from my actual emotions.
When Lamar Jackson scored that touchdown in their first possession of the second half, I tweeted, can we bring Beyonce back out? I wanted more Beyonce at that point. It was better than what the hell was going on the field.
The nice thing about that halftime performance was that it gave me plenty of time to get back to the studio because I had to do some work here.
Yeah.
So I watched I watched the third quarter. I have not watched the fourth quarter in its entirety yet.
I didn't watch it either. I was typing and writing.
I do have to go back and watch Davis Mills, so I'll do that during one of our breaks.
Looking at my list of people I hadn't texted yet to wish a Merry Christmas to, I'm like, oh yeah.
Well, plus I had to get to. I went to a friend's house for a Christmas dinner last night because Brandy's not here, and I forgot I was going to bring something nice for him, and then I forgot. Oh yeah, every single grocery store is closed. So I got the finest Walgreens offerings that I could. I got their finest wine. I got their finest. You know what I did?
They appreciate the $19 you spent on that.
They did.
wine?
I was actually kind of looking for like a cheap novelty T-shirt or something that maybe I could give the kids. But the best thing you can get at Walgreens that feels kind of classy are those Lindor spherical chocolates. Those are good.
They look classy too.
I felt actually pretty smooth walking in with
That's what you got?
I got the giant bag too, Sean.
Of course you do.
Yeah.
You're a great friend. That's what you do. You bring the giant bag, man.
I almost thought about like, hey, whatever. I'm feeling kind of depressed. Based on what I've seen on social media, I could just walk right out with these things. I almost thought about shoplifting.
That's true.
But I didn't need some hero tackling me.
Right. That's not the way to go viral. How tempted were you to eat the chocolates on the way over to their house?
Not at all. Not at all.
Even with the outcome of that game?
I might not eat for 2 more days. I was so stuffed yesterday.
Really?
Oh, they had really good food before our pregame show. I was almost late to the pregame show because I was like, I'm not missing out on this Christmas time. The offerings. So I ate the meal like 3 hours before the game, and then I ate during the first half.
Yeah.
And then I went to my friend's house last night and gorged once again.
Shout out to the Texans with their Grinch theme for the press box food.
Boy, they really hit it out of the park last night,
They did.
Sean.
No, the press box was great.
If you're tuning in right now, you're going to hear about how
fans everywhere are happy we got our fair share of cookies.
You're going to hear how awesome they were last night. They were the fresh baked cookies and whatnot.
The catering was amazing. Catering was Super Bowl caliber last night.
No, I depression ate last night. I was look. I didn't expect the Texans to win that game, and I didn't expect the offense to play particularly well. I didn't expect CJ specifically to play the way he played, and I didn't expect the defense to be a no-show. Yeah, that was a surprise to me. I knew they were going to have their troubles versus Lamar Jackson. I didn't know they were going to make it so easy for him.
Yeah, well, buckle up. We're about to relive some of this at 7 o'clock here.
Okay, that's it. My fast is over.
Hey,
I'm going to eat.
By the way, good luck finding food.
I'm going to eat this damn toothbrush if I can't find anything.
Steelers lose to the Chiefs 29-10 on Christmas Day. Rockets in New Orleans tonight to face the Pelicans. And by the way, food-wise, shout out Enough Said Tailgaters. Loaded baked potatoes before the game at the pregame show. Thumbs up. Good job. Appreciate that. All right, when this thing was still a game, because it was in the first half. There was a ray of hope. There was an opening that the Ravens gave the Texans to make this a game. And what unfolded was a synopsis, a microcosm of this Texans season. We will relive it coming up next. Men's Tea Clinic, though. Today is not Friday. Today is Thursday, right? Yeah, today's Thursday. Tomorrow's my Men's Tea Clinic day. I go to Men's Tea Clinic every Friday. I get my testosterone boost, and it's one of the best things that I've done for myself over the last 5 years. I go every Friday, 5 years now, to the Men's Tea Clinic, and it's awesome. They basically started off by giving me the blueprint to get my quality of life back. They tested my blood, said, here's your numbers, here's our plan of attack to get your quality of life back. That's why you feel so very clean, very welcoming. But the level of knowledge and care that you're getting is incredible. And you're never going to feel more informed about what's going on with you physiologically than when you become a patient at the Men's Tea Clinic. Make your appointment today. Get your quality of life back just like I did. It's mensteaclinic.com.
Thursday Night Football is on Sports Radio 610. The Seahawks and Bears battle it out in the Windy City. Hear it tonight at 7 on your home for the NFL on Westwood One. Sports Radio 610.
From the Attorney Steve Lee Traffic Center, 713 call Lee. Good morning. Roads are wet. We've got some drizzle. We'll have rain off and on throughout the day, by the way. West Park Tollway, westbound at Westheimer Place. It is the 2 right lanes that are blocked now. Headed up to 71 this afternoon, 62 right now. And I'm Val, Sports Radio 610.
Your Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Zadig Jewelers.
I'm Rich Herrera with an Infinity Sports Minute. So who got the best present this year? With all due respect to Brock Purdy's gift of new trucks to his linemen, the best gift has to go to Lamar Jackson of the flock in Baltimore with the arrival of Derrick Henry. Our Christmas Day goes for 100 yards, but he really showed his impact. His linebackers couldn't figure out how to stop him and Lamar. This gift is just going to keep better as we go on in the season. I'm Rich Herrera.
A great day starts with a great night's sleep, y'all. The quickest way to make that happen is to make sure you're sleeping on the right mattress. Comfort to comfort, dollar to dollar, Verlo mattress wins every time. Check them out at Verlo.com. Here's what you'll find. A custom fit. Verlo will literally build you the mattress of your Your dreams are in the store. Lifetime comfort guarantee. As you age and your comfort needs change, Verlo will make adjustments for you, good for as long as you own your mattress. Truly, a better mattress at a better price. You will love your Verlo. That's Verlo.com.
Everybody knows the end of the year is the best time to buy a car. I'm Trice Ham. I'm the general manager at Bayway Chevrolet in Pearland. And guys, that has never been more true than it is this year. I have got tons of 2024s that I cannot take with me into 2025. They've got to go. So I'm taking $15,000 off Silverado. I'm taking $11,000 off Tahoe. And if there's not a 24 that suits your eye, how about a 25? I want those gone too. I've got a brand new Trax. You can get a payment under $300 a month on a brand new car. Folks, it's the holiday season. I know you're busy. I know you've got lots going on. You don't have time to shop. That's why you want to just come see me at Bayway Chevy. If you've heard me say it once, you've probably heard it 1,000 times. We're the home of the Bayway Guarantee. I'm going to beat any written offer on a new Chevrolet, or I'll give you $1,000 cash. So skip the rest of the places, skip all the games, come get the best deal right off the bat. These deals are too good to pass up. You don't want to miss the savings. We're 8 minutes from Beltway 8 and 288 right there in Pearland. BaywayChevrolet.com. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Do you find yourself stuck in a timeshare? Get the real facts about the timeshare industry and your options for cancellation. Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, has put together a free information guide that reveals the secrets the timeshare industry doesn't want you to know, including the 5 ways to get rid of your timeshare. Call now and get this timeshare cancellation guide absolutely free.
Call 800-242-1551. That's 800-242-1551. 800-242-1551.
Paid for by Wesley Financial Group.
Sometimes I struggle to get to sleep. My body stopped for the day, but my mind is still running. So I take ZQuil.
ZQuil, the world's #1 sleep aid brand, has a range of non-habit-forming products to fit you and your family's needs. Invest in a great night's sleep for the best you tomorrow.
I'm awake and ready to take on anything.
Better days start with ZQuil nights. Explore our products at ZQuil.com. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Join Clinton Ron for Football Friday, December 27th from 2 to 6 p.m. at Home Run Dugout in Katy. Hang with the guys, crush baseball, enjoy great food and drinks, and take your swing at some very cool prizes. You got to be there to win. It's Football Friday at Home Run Dugout in Katy. HomeRunDugout.com.
Top Dog Fireworks locations are now open. 25% off everything, including all BOGO items. Ends December 27th. Shop early and save. Spend $250 and receive a reward valued at $89.99. Top Dog Fireworks. Say it with a boom. Visit a Top Dog's Fireworks location or TopDogFireworks.com.
Are you going to roll into 2025 dealing with the same old chronic joint pain? Are you going to choose to continue struggling with your sleep, not able to do the simple things like take a walk, struggling to do what you love because of your knees or your hips? Don't do it. Take action right now to get the pain relief that you deserve for 2025. Call QC Kinetics right now and say goodbye to shoulder and back pain. QC Kinetics local medical professionals are waiting for you. Their advanced protocols in regenerative medicine have helped tens of thousands of people around America. I'm talking lasting relief, y'all. That can be you. Imagine a new year without those achy joints. No more pain pills, no more steroid shots, no more joint pain. QC Kinetics uses the healing properties of your own body to attack the root cause of your pain, revitalizing your joints again. It's beautiful. This is the future of medicine. Look, if you're being told surgery is your best and only option, you're crazy if you don't get a second opinion. Call QC Kinetics right now. They're accepting appointments on Saturday. The consultation is free. You can use your HSA and FSA dollars. Get back to living your best life in 2025 and get started now. 713-913-5285. That's QC Kinetics. 713-913-5285.
No doubt you're busy trying to get through the holidays. For just a moment, remember that this is a season of giving, and when you donate your vehicle to carsforkids.org, you're giving the gift of a better future to kids in our community. Your gift supports them in school and at home with things like food, clothing, and so much more. Best of all, 100% of your gift stays local. So donate your vehicle to carsforkids.org. That's carsforkids.org.
Carsforkids.org. Right off the car, not the kid.
Healthcare.gov has plans for health because you have plans for life. All plans cover doctor visits and emergency care to keep you and your family running strong. All plans cover hospital stays and prescriptions, so you can have peace of mind. Visit healthcare.gov to explore health plans from the brands you know. 4 out of 5 customers can find a health plan for $10 or less per month with financial help. Healthcare.gov is here for you. Final deadline to enroll is January 15th. Paid for by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Are you a victim of the timeshare trap and think there's no way out? I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, the original timeshare cancellation expert. And I'm here to tell you that there is a way out. All you need to do is give my office a call. I will send you a timeshare exit information kit at Leafy, explaining how the timeshare industry works and your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free info kit. 800-770-2727. 800-770-2727.
Paid for by Wesley Financial Group.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at tryethos.com. That's tryethos.com.
KILT FM.
Henry running to the left. He's going to be brought down for a safety. Lassiter off the edge. The Texans score. The deuce.
The deuce. All right. So there you go. So you get a big special teams play with Tommy Townsend. 70-yard punt. Very first play, Kamari Lassiter screaming off the edge.
Yeah.
Tackles the untackleable at that point, seemingly, Derrick Henry.
It was a really nice play by him. It reminded me of last year when Derek Stingley, who was a young player at that point, came and he wrapped up Derek Stingley a couple times in the second
Derrick
game.
Henry,
Or
yeah.
Derrick Henry, excuse me. The second time they played them, like in a veteran type of way. Like
Yes.
he kind of rectified some of the mistakes he had made in the first game versus the Ravens last year, or versus the Titans and Derrick Henry. And it felt like that. Like, all right, this is our dog.
It was, man. So that was cool. So defense comes up big.
What was the score at that point?
It was 10-2.
Okay.
10-2. So, but you're getting the ball back here, right? You're getting the ball back. They kick off. They kick off to Dameon Pierce, and we get this.
And here are two men back deep for the Houston Texans, Dameon Pierce and Dario Gunbowale. Tucker blasts it, and Stout rather, blasts it, and 2 yards deep. Little hesitation by Pierce, but he brings it out across the 20, 25, 30, still going, breaks the tackle, 35, 40, and finally brought down 40-yard line, Dameon Pierce. Nice return, great field position for Houston.
Okay, so special teams has now come up with two massive plays. In the last 3 plays, there has literally 3 straight plays in the game. You had a 70-yard punt from Tommy Townsend, special teams. You had a safety by Kamari Lassiter, defense. You had a kickoff return by Dameon Pierce, special teams. Offense gets the ball basically at midfield at their own 43-yard line. And they work the ball into Baltimore territory. They get to third and I say they work the ball in. Ball at the 37-yard line of Baltimore. Handoff to Mixon, -2 yards. Stroud incomplete, deep right to Mechie. That was one of his misses.
Yeah.
Stroud pass short left to Mechie for 9 yards, gets you to 4th and 3 at the Baltimore 30-yard line. The Texans go for it, which I approved of at the time. They're going to need to be aggressive. They need touchdowns. D'Amico said that. They get what I thought was a very marginal penalty, where the play's breaking down and CJ just throws it deep to Robert Woods, and they get a pass interference penalty. We'll take it.
Yeah.
We'll take it. Now it's 1st and goal at the Baltimore 10. Mixon runs up the middle, and man, he was one shoestring away from getting into the end zone on that play. Gets it down to the 3-yard line. 2nd and goal, they run Mixon up the middle for -1 yards.
Big shocker.
3rd and goal at the 4. Pass incomplete to Mechie. He's covered well. Just blanketed.
Right. Yeah, no, it was Greg Olson watching the TV copy this morning pointed out. He kind of summed it up completely. It's, all right, you got all the guys, and they're all in man coverage, and you're just expecting one of them to get open. Like, let's run some crossers. Let's run some meshes. Let's do some of these things that we've been wondering about all year long. There were no options on there.
He's calling plays like Tank Dell and Stephon Diggs are still on the team.
Right. Yeah, you've got guys that are not man beaters out there.
Nico, that's it.
Dalton Schultz ain't going to shake some bro out of his shoes out there.
No, and Mechie didn't on that play. So they go for it on 4th and goal at the 4-yard line. There you go.
Play coming in from Bobby Slowick. Play clock down to 20. Texans huddle up, 4th and goal from the 4. Down 10-2 with 5:39 to go in the second quarter. Big moment here in this game. Stroud in the gun. One back. Mechie in motion to the right. 4th and goal from the 4. CJ gets the snap. CJ looking, firing to the right. Got a man, Mixon going for the pylon. He's not going to get there. Not going to get there. Tre'Davious Wright, White rather, putting up the wall, and Mixon just had too much traffic on that side. Texans turn it over on downs.
Well, and it was Washington who came across, I forget his first name, I think number 29, who just came screaming across the field to stop Mixon at the 1-yard line. That was a big game over type feeling right there. Like, you ain't going to get down here very often. I liked going for it on 4th down there. I agreed with the philosophy.
But it was yet again another instance of special teams or the defense giving the offense the ball in good field position, and then the offense doing nothing with it. It was
a micro in a matter of just a few minutes where special teams, huge play. Like punt unit, huge play. Defense, huge play. Return unit, huge play. Like 3 straight plays, literally, were a 70-yard punt, a safety, and a 45-yard kickoff return by Dameon Pierce. And then the offense dinks and dunks its way, needs a marginal pass interference penalty to set up complete and utter failure in a goal-to-go situation. Yeah. That's the Texans season, especially the last 8 weeks, in a nutshell. That's who they've been.
I couldn't tell. Was it after that play that Mixon and CJ were exchanging words on the sideline?
I didn't see that. That's the first time hearing
a couple
about
people
this.
mentioned it to me, so I got to watch the TV copy in its entirety to catch up on some of the drama that all of you folks at home got to see.
Yeah, well, and then what we watched unfold after that was it almost like, it was a definite wind out of the sails moment. I agree with the sentiment Mark Vandermeer had in the play-by-play, which is this is a massive moment in this game. This isn't, we didn't convert down there and it's against some other team. Like this is the Ravens. They're going to score 21 more points on you at least, the way your defense is playing. So you better get 8 points down here. And I don't know if D'Amico would have gone for the 2 down there to create the optics of a tie and, you're feeling good going into the locker room at the half because you're tied with the Ravens. I could have seen he's gone for 2 earlier in games than that. Yeah. So I could have seen that, but it's irrelevant now because then all the warts in the Texans defense started to show up. Very next series, the big chunk 60-plus yard play plague happened.
Henry in the backfield. Guns in 10 Ravens from their 20-yard line. Jackson takes the snap. He's going to throw it, and he's going to be under pressure. Now Jackson escapes to the right side, unloads to Andrews across the 40, 45, stiff arm 50, the 40 of Houston. Down the right sideline, there's traffic, and he's pushed out inside the 15-yard line by Caleb Bullock. How did that happen? Jackson got free and found the tight end who took it into the red zone.
The Christian Harris was put in that bind where Lamar Jackson had extended the play so long, and he's rolling over towards the right. Is he going to keep it?
Tackle
Is he
him?
going to?
Yeah.
And Christian Harris he let Mark Andrews run past him. And then I thought too, so this isn't an excuse for the play happening, but remember there was a report that Christian Harris was walking gingerly off the field during warmups?
I did, yeah.
Watching Christian Harris try to chase down Mark Andrews there, he looked like he had a little hitch in his giddy
He got
up.
stiff-armed, but he did. You're right. And with these uniforms, you can't tell who it is right away because the numbers are so dark against the blue, especially from where we're sitting. And I'm like, who's that just got stiff-armed and isn't catching up to Mark Andrews? Because it was Caleb Bullock, who ultimately had to come from across the field to knock him out of bounds. And I'm like, that's Christian Harris.
Yeah, I mean, that's where it comes down to the discipline of staying in your zones and staying, especially when a quarterback scrambles, once he leaves to one side of the field, that's where everything really starts to fall apart. So Christian Harris ends up there basically being the only defender on that half of the field.
Yeah.
Because other guys have also overly committed to Lamar Jackson to the other side of the field. So I'm not involving Christian Harris. He was put in a bind there. And in a perfect world, I guess you say, look, well, if Lamar runs for 10 yards, he runs for 10 yards. Yeah. Don't let anybody run past you.
Yeah.
But that's how it snowballs when you're facing a quarterback like Lamar Jackson.
Well, and
multiple mistakes end up making one huge mistake.
Totally. Well, and this is where you realize, they've played some running quarterbacks this year. This is a different dude,
and it's different. It's a different Lamar.
It's a different dude than Lamar Jackson, whatever version was last year. But this year, if that were Anthony Richardson, he's not trying to finesse a ball to whoever the Colts tight end is. Right? He's probably tucking the ball and running.
He would have thrown it and
sailed
missed
it.
it.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Or he would have sailed it. Will Levis similarly, he probably would have put his head down and tried his hardest to get injured with you tackling him.
Last night, C.J. Stroud would have missed it.
Yes.
If he had a wide open tight end,
missed it.
Which he did. He did exactly that. He missed a wide open tight end.
He missed a lot of wide open guys.
No, but the Dalton Schultz one.
Oh, yeah.
He was wide open.
He was wide open, yes. Size 72 font wide open.
And I don't want to hear about how CJ was getting hit as he threw it. He didn't have to. He could have thrown it earlier.
Or you thrown it earlier, just flick it. He was putting sauce on it. You know what I mean? So that catch and run by Mark Andrews led to, Lamar Jackson is just a beast, man. Led to this.
Split backs here inside the 10, second down. Jackson fakes the give, and he's scrambling, squares up. How can they not get him? He throws to the end zone, caught, touchdown. Isaiah Jackson had all day to throw.
What a play.
As the Texans could not bring him down. And they get the touchdown pass, 9 yards. Lamar Jackson
That's good. He had all day to throw because he created all day. He took 24 hours and turned it into 48 hours is what he did on that play. And the throw, man, if you had cashed out on the game at that point, it was still only 10-2 at that point. But if you had kind of like, credit to you, faithful listener, if you kind of saw the way the wind was blowing with this game, like, yeah, I know it's 10-2, but I'll be back for Beyonce in a few minutes. If you didn't see that play, go back and find it. Go out of your way to find it. Lamar Jackson is not only the amount of time that would have been a play where I would have been like, wow, even if he threw incomplete over Likely's head, like, man, the amount of time he created with his legs.
Well,
he threw a missile falling backwards.
And it wasn't even he was like backpedaling.
Yeah.
Like it wasn't like he had a throwaway ehrlier that was impressive because he was backpedaling as he threw it.
Right.
And he threw it away, but it wasn't like it was not in harm's way or anything. That one, that's the classic, all right, quarterback extends it, tight end finds an open spot in the end zone. If it was just that play, it wouldn't have bothered me that much. It was the Mark Andrews touchdown in the second half where it's just flat out like, all right, what are you doing, guys? All right, he's a classic.
A little 1-yard flick pass.
I think it was a spider Y banana, basically.
It was getting some spider Y banana love on Twitter.
Yeah. So,
It's a John Gruden call for those who don't know.
For the kids.
Yeah, for the kids out there. We'll have a little John Gruden audio in a little bit. Kid John Gruden used to be a head coach in the NFL. Now he clowns other teams on social media. We'll get to that.
Like many boomers, he didn't quite understand how to use email properly.
Right.
He was done in by his emails.
He's making a good living at Barstool now, probably. So the Texans go into the half at 17-2. So the most optimistic of us are like, all right, they get the ball to start the second half.
Mm-hmm.
And they're at home. Seth, you know where they've played well this year? At home. So maybe they figure some things out. It's a long halftime.
Yeah.
Maybe they had a lot of time to figure some things out.
Right, adjustments.
You're the team trailing 17-2. This is more time to make adjustments.
Had all kinds of extra time.
Oh,
yeah.
Beautiful. And shout out to Beyonce. Lovely performance. Still trying to figure out what all the groups of people were doing out there. But it was I think it's, I think I'm supposed to be confused by that. So they come out of the locker room in the second half and they get the ball. It's 3rd and 2. First series of downs. I'm like, all right, short yard, 3rd and 2. Just where the Texans thrive all the time. Sarcasm. This happened.
3rd down and less than 3 yards across the Houston 37-yard line. Nico in motion to the right, Stroud in the gun. Here's the snap. CJ looking, stepping out to the right, and he's going to throw it downfield, and it's intercepted inside the 40-yard line. It's taken by Kyle Hamilton, the safety, getting in front of the target. And
all right, good enough. We know what happened. And then it was Kyle Hamilton is just the further salt in the wound.
Right, yeah.
Could have been a Texan.
But Kenyon Green was probably offering emotional support.
Maybe.
People discount that, but he was there.
Kenyon apparently got in with dubs at the end of the game. I wouldn't know. I didn't watch any of those plays. But C.J. Stroud interception. Hey, by the way, that drive that ended with the Likely touchdown that we just played started at the 1-yard line. That was a 99-yard drive.
Yeah.
But this drive, subsequent drive, Stroud interception, this only took 2 plays. Big chunk play by Derrick Henry, then this.
3 men in the backfield now. Henry, one of them, with Lamar Jackson in the middle of that diamond set, and Jackson with the keeper right side across the 45, 40, 30, right sideline, 20, 15, 10, 5, touchdown, Lamar Jackson.
He was toying with Bullock on the back end because he knew Bullock couldn't run him down. He goes.
Yeah, he did. You could see him looking back at Bullock. Who knows what he was saying to him. I promise you, people, those are the only highlights. That's it. We're done with it. But I think this illustrates this game was almost like putting a painting up on the wall of like, okay, here's everything that's wrong with this team. Here's everything that's been right with this team, but everything that's been wrong with this team. You had it all within a matter of probably like 10 minutes of clock time in the game, starting with the Townsend punt, Lassiter safety, Pierce kickoff return sequence. D'Amico preaches complimentary football. This is the ultimate setup for complimentary football in a big game. And after those 3 plays, offensive failure on 4th down, defense gives up a huge chunk play. That's been an Achilles heel. They give up a touchdown to a tight end. Defending tight ends has been an Achilles heel. CJ Stroud's decision-making has been an Achilles heel. He throws a pick, And then they look. I mean, the Lamar Jackson touchdown run looked a lot like that tight end, the Okonkwo touchdown against the Titans.
Yeah,
where it's like Kalen Bullock's giving chase, and that's about it.
And it also, honestly, there were times in that game where you could tell the defensive ends had been instructed on that specific play to either play just the run or just to play Lamar Jackson, and you try to mix and match, and on that specific play, I think Will Anderson was supposed to make a read, and he had a blocker in front of him that he just kind of ignored, and he went after the run, and then Christian Harris bit inside too. So that wasn't a play call or anything. That was just, to me, it looked like poor fundamental football by the defense. Which is what happens to defenses if you break down in discipline at all versus Lamar Jackson and Derrick Henry, they're gonna burn you for it.
Well, and it goes to show you the long game too. That was the first option play that Lamar Jackson kept on the whole game.
Yeah.
So he's
set it up.
Handing it to Henry every time. He's just handing it to Henry the whole time. They're up 17-2. They're probably just going to play it close to the vest and hand it to nope, keeps it and untouched.
Yeah.
48 yards untouched. Nobody got near him.
And it is like this is where they turn defenses into mush mentally because they put you in so many binds and you have to make so many decisions. And if you make the wrong decision, they're going to gash you for it.
Yep.
And that was just it was just poor fundamental. I say this about the offense all year long. Like there's stuff out there that looks like high school kids could do it better. That play right there, high school kids would have made those reads better. It was really bad.
What are we confident in this team after yesterday? Like, is there anything that happened? I mean, the offense is the offense. Is there anything that happened defensively yesterday where you're like looking at the postseason differently?
Okay,
now?
So they still have. In that game, they still showed an ability to sometimes stem the tide by making big plays for a sack or a tackle for a loss. Will Anderson made some really good plays in that game.
Yeah.
Kamari Lassiter had a safety.
Yeah.
And that's who they are. They're not the type of defense where you felt like they're so dominant that they can just line up and get a stop whenever they need to.
Correct.
It's like that's what they're just shy of being a genuinely elite defense. Because they'll allow drives, they'll allow movement. And
against that team yesterday,
they'll
that's
allow
not a
passing
good
touchdowns, and so you can't. At some point, you got to offset that with big plays, and they just couldn't make enough of those big plays versus that offense.
Yeah, special teams, I guess, but man, this offense is broke.
Yeah,
it is.
And CJ is just that was a really really bad performance out of CJ. You can't make any excuses for it. He showed up after a game. I was hoping that, CJ made some bad mistakes at the end of that Chiefs game that were on him. Running out of bounds and taking that sack in the Kansas City game.
Yeah.
The delay of game, like him and Bobby Slowick perhaps to blame on that. But he made bad mistakes at the end of that game. Then he comes out, and I thought, all right, well, maybe he'll really rebound. And no, he actually just continued it and made bad decisions and took sacks last night that he shouldn't have taken.
I'm asking, do you think there's for CJ, this shouldn't be the case. I feel silly asking this. Is there like a Tank Dell hangover going on with him?
Yeah, I think 100%. I think that's in play. Like you can't
have that.
It doesn't. Look, and this is where it bothers me that some people have pointed out like that if you have any issue with.
I feel silly even asking.
What bothers me that like people will say that if you have any issue with CJ crying in the middle of a football game last week that it's evidence of male toxicity or something or toxic masculinity. Like, no, there's not a single person. I saw so many people last week say, like, people still think men shouldn't cry. There's not a person out there anymore that thinks men should never cry.
Right.
But if you're in a position of leadership, whether you're a man, a woman, non-binary, I don't care. When you're in a position of leadership, stoicism is important. There's a certain detachment from emotion you have to have when other people are relying on you. And so, yes, I do think that when somebody has an orthopedic injury, no matter how horrific it is, it's an orthopedic injury. It's football. It happens. You're in a leadership role. Be a leader. It has nothing to do with whether you're a man or whether you're a woman or anything like that. I don't care if other players, non-QBs, are crying in the middle of a game as long as they get it together. But even then, I'm not going to crush him for it. Things happen. He's young. But then he goes out and has this performance. I have no choice but to believe that maybe there is some emotional effect from that still.
Yeah.
And that scares the hell out of me.
Well, that's not acceptable.
Yeah.
And I'm not trying to be mean.
No.
That's the job description.
Right. You have to know how to compartmentalize and detach from some of the more human things when you're in a position of leadership or you're an NFL quarterback.
And you're only paying $9 million for it now.
Yeah.
There will come a day when you're paying $60 million for it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like that's like so. Yeah, they've been outscored 41-3 since the Tank Dell injury.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's hard not to hypothesize, at least, like that is having an effect. And I'm not even talking about having an effect on the offense. Like all of a sudden they removed him, and boy, they can't run all these plays, so they stink. C.J. Stroud looked like he was in a complete funk yesterday.
Yeah,
sitting by himself on the bench on the sidelines, like just he's got to shake himself, man. I don't care what the cause is. I don't even care if it's because he's banged up. Like you're not on the injury report, you know. So whatever it is, you got to figure it out, man. You made it. You had a C.J. Stroud parade this offseason celebrating C.J. Stroud.
Yeah.
And I'm not saying C.J. has that type of personality that's me, but he said yes to seemingly every podcast, doing the radio row at Super Bowl, talking a lot of smack too. About the Colts, about Micah Parsons going on podcasts. The Micah Parsons bringing up, how do you know what a dog is? And CJ saying, you're sitting next to one, man.
Yeah.
This is very undog-like the last few weeks.
It's,
very uncanine.
Very undog-like.
Very uncanine going on right now. It's an insult to dogs, actually.
I'm ultimately in the long run, I think this could end up being a really good season for CJ to have had because Andre Johnson said this on the Pivot podcast a few weeks ago, and I don't want to misquote him or paraphrase it, but Andre basically maybe lent credence to the notion that these guys might have had a little too much positivity in the offseason because they got shellacked by the Ravens in the playoffs. And at that point, I was thinking, like, all right, well, this is good because they learned, like, okay, we're not ready to play with the big boys yet. We got to go somewhere. And I almost feel like the offseason acquisitions made people feel like, oh, well, there we go. We fixed it. Now we can play with the big boys. But some of the players and the younger players on the team still didn't really, truly understand how hard the NFL is.
Clearly.
Because they'd had a promising season, but it wasn't like they had an awesome offensive season last year.
Yep.
To be genuinely good, man, it's a whole different level.
Yep.
And you don't have time to feel sorry for yourself.
No, you don't.
Especially as a quarterback.
You don't. All right, I'm going to save this for the next segment. Maybe the most damning thing for Bobby Slowick when it comes to the Texans. I've got numbers for you here, and we'll do that coming up next.
Daly and Black.
But first, Daly and Black. Thank you. Daly and Black, I'll tell you, I texted with Rick Daly yesterday, the founding partner, wished him a Merry Christmas, and then we both kind of braced ourselves for what was going to happen at NRG Stadium yesterday. Rick's a great dude. The whole firm over there, absolutely awesome. And what do? If you're just listening maybe and you're hearing me talk about them for the first time, they fight the insurance companies for you. If you're a homeowner or a business owner whose home or place of business has suffered any damage, storm damage, but really any kind of damage where you've got to file a claim with your insurance company and you're just bracing yourself for that denial letter or for the insurance company saying, here's $1,000 for your $50,000 claim. Sorry, too bad. A lot of you out there don't have the wherewithal or the knowledge to go fight the insurance companies. Fortunately, Daly and Black, they live for this. They love fighting the insurance companies, and they love to win, and they win a lot. So, in fact, they've secured some of the top verdicts according to Top Verdicts Top 10. So if you or anybody you know is going through this right now, or you've just started filing your claims and you're anticipating it, dailyblack.com. That's D-A-L-Y, dailyblack.com. They don't take a dime up front. They advance all the case expenses. You don't pay anything until they recover for you, and a lot of times they get the full recovery plus the attorney's fees. So ask about that. dailyblack.com. That's D-A-L-Y, dailyblack.com. Office is located right here in Houston, Texas, dailyblack.com.
The Texans couldn't take down the Ravens in their Christmas Day battle.
Another handoff, and that's going to be it in this game. The Houston Texans will fall to Baltimore hard. 31-2.
It wasn't our best outing, of course, all the way across the board. We didn't come out as I expected we would come out, and all that starts with me.
Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
From the Attorney Steve Lee Traffic Center, 713 call Lee. Some scattered showers in the area, so the roads could be wet. We've got rain off and on throughout the day, by the way. A 610 North Loop westbound at Fulton. That wreck has been moved off to the right shoulder, but there's some onlooker delay in the Cordell crash cam showing a 225 eastbound before Tidal. Right lane block there. 71 this afternoon. 63 Right now, All Sport Radio 610.
Lowe's knows how to save you time and money. Order what you need by 2 p.m. to get it delivered the same day. Valid on eligible in-stock orders and select zip codes for same-day delivery. Subject to driver availability. Fees vary based on purchase. More terms apply. See Lowe's.com/same-day delivery for details.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the
mile west of the Beltway, exit Kirkwood, under the giant American flag.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
It's just everyone executing. We had opportunities there. It's just everybody executing, and especially it comes down to third down, and we knew what this game would be. It's situational football, right? Third down, we didn't execute well, and in the red zone, offensively, defensively, we didn't play well in the red zone, and that's the game there, right? So if we want to be better and win these games, we have to execute in situational football.
Okay. We know that. You got to execute in situational football. He was very hesitant to direct, he being D'Amico Ryans, was very hesitant to direct any specific criticism at C.J. Stroud yesterday in the press conference. You know, C.J. had one of his worst games. What do you think of that? Well, you know, everybody, and it's true, everybody did need to play better, but he's a quarterback.
Yeah,
you know?
I mean, that's just he can't be doing that, man.
Nope.
It was as bad a performance we've seen out of C.J. Stroud.
It was the worst performance
in a regular season
yes.
game, a preseason game, anything. There's just so many easy passes that he misfired on that. there's no. Yeah, the offense is. There's all kinds of issues on the offense. I mean, Bobby Slowick is not excused whatsoever. It's the entire operation at this point, and the problem is that it's gotten worse and worse and worse.
It's gotten worse.
Initially after the game, I said, okay, this is a step backwards. And then I realized, like, no, you know what? This is the culmination of a lot of things that we've been seeing. It's almost like it's the logical end of where they've been headed.
This was the bye coming at week 14 was, I think, in a lot of ways unfortunate. That's a late bye to have. But it comes at a time where Bobby pointed out, we had plenty of games to look at to self-scout during the bye.
Yeah.
We can find some things that we do well and find what we do poorly and maybe try to stress those things, lean on those things. This gives us time to do this. We're not scouting an opponent. We're scouting ourselves. So the hope was that they come out of the bye week an improved unit, that they come out of the bye week a better team offensively. And you were going to need to go against the teams that you were facing, the Dolphins, the Chiefs, and the Ravens in a short period of time. This is, to me, in a season full of damning things for Bobby Slowick, this is the most damning thing to me. The Texans came out of the bye week. Again, the part of the calendar where you're really supposed to be able to at least find some things where you can show incremental improvement. Mm-hmm. They are averaging 234 yards per game on offense since coming out of the bye against the Dolphins, the Chiefs, and the Ravens. And I know you're going to say, well, the Chiefs are a really good defense. The Ravens are a defense that's playing. They're the Ravens. The Dolphins are whatever. Ironically, they had their worst performance against the Dolphins in a game they won. They had less than 200 yards of total offense. They are averaging 234 yards per game on offense since the bye. For some context, the worst offense in football is the New York Giants. Really bad if you've watched any Giants games this year. Like, horrifically bad. Daniel Jones cut bad in the middle of the season. Tommy DeVito bad. Drew Lock bad. Really bad. They're averaging 292 yards of offense a game. The horrible New York Giants are averaging 292 yards of offense a game. This Bobby Slowick-led offense for the Texans is averaging nearly 60 yards less than that since the bye week. That's what the bye week did for the Texans.
And I'll tell you, the other thing about the bye week was that after the bye week, when asked what does the offense do well, Bobby Slowick said explosive plays. And like that's not actually a good thing if that's the only thing you can come up with. Like, tell me about all the things that lead to the explosive plays. Well, in reality, a lot of the explosive plays are just Nico Collins being a hero or Joe Mixon being a hero. It's a diet of sugar packets and cocaine. Like you can't rely on that. That's not. You can't take a recreational activity and say that's your diet.
Right.
For no. It's that needs to be something that's like amped up on top of, hey, I do everything right. I'm going to splurge a little bit with some sugar and cocaine. No, they're going into actual games being like, what are we going to do well this week?
Explosive.
Yeah.
Shots.
This offense has been a picture, the mugshot procession of somebody like what meth will do to you. Beginning of the season, it was a pretty young lady. And then, like, by after the 17th mugshot, it looks like the Texans' offense.
Bobby's got no teeth.
Just a bedraggled mess.
Yeah.
How old is that offense? 97? No. 30, that quarterback's actually 23 years old.
36, yeah. We had a caller. I forget who it was. If you're listening, my apologies. We had a caller to the postgame show last night make a great point about the explosives. Bobby's like, we do explosives really well. Well, yeah. You're in 3rd and 14 all the time. By necessity, you have to throw explosives. This isn't like Joe Mixon gets you in 2nd and 2, and now you got the whole playbook available. So this is when we can take a shot downfield. And Nico, no, you're in 3rd and 15 all the time. So CJ's running for his life, and then just either heaving it to a wide open Nico because he always gets open, or doing what he did yesterday and just throwing it near Dalton Schultz and hoping he catches it.
What's your company really good at? You ask a CEO, what's your company really good at? I'll tell you what, we've come out of bankruptcy 3 times pretty admirably.
Pretty strong.
I think. Every time we enter bankruptcy, I think we make a comeback, and that's good.
Yeah.
We
anticipate doing it again later this year.
Well, and Clinton made a really good comment up in the press box last night, and it was after a play where either CJ had taken a sack or they tried something downfield.
Yeah.
And it's like, okay, yeah, when you're trying to hang your hat on explosive plays, it's a mindset of like always going for the explays instead of just having a good, healthy diet.
Yeah.
You know?
And you're not that team. There are teams that are good enough to get away with, like, yeah, you know what? We're going to explosive play these guys to death.
If you had, say, the wide, but even when they had the wide receivers, the few times they had all three of their top wide receivers on the field, they still weren't. It wasn't consistent enough to be banking on that. It's never once looked like it should look.
Diggs was averaging under 10 yards a catch.
Yeah.
And Tank wasn't seeing the ball.
Right.
You know? Yeah, you're
so
right.
You're right. You know what? Like, in him saying that we're good at explosive plays, like, no, you're not actually even good at that.
Yeah.
You're just, Sean, you said it perfectly. It's when you're in third and forever all that many times, yeah, you're going to have some explosive plays every now and then, but it's not, it doesn't solve the core problem.
That's exactly right. That's exactly right. Let's see. I do not think the next game is important for CJ to play. Maybe just play part of the game. He needs to watch a game so he can see from a different angle, third person, then come back to the playoffs. I think CJ needs to play. I think the whole offense needs to play. I think the offense should play 60 minutes.
This is an off-season issue. There's, and again, like, whether they make a decision on Bobby Slowick or whatever else, if they don't, if they retain Bobby Slowick, it has to come with an accurate identification of what is leading to this offensive malfeasance.
Yeah.
And I feel like there's something systemically wrong. So, if they got to recognize that. Well, it can't be a whole bunch of like, oh, that's just an error. No, actually, this isn't that bad.
You're 100% right if they keep Bobby Slowick. Here's what and I'm not saying you're advocating for that, but I'm saying if they keep him, what you're saying is 100% right. This is where they would, if that were the case, if they do that this is where they would lose me. So you're saying we've got to fix the guy that's supposed to fix the guy.
Right.
We're supposed to worry about fixing Bobby Slowick while our franchise quarterback is turning into mush before our very eyes.
And some of it might be with the player personnel, and maybe some of your veteran leadership isn't as good as you maybe think they are or how they're paid. Okay. I mean, there's that part of it too.
Okay.
When it comes to the culture, when I look at because when I watch the Ravens and the Steelers play, those are the two organizations I admire the most for their ability to consistently draft just hard-headed or hard-nosed, tough football players. I feel like they've done a pretty good job of that on the defensive side of the ball.
Yeah, I think so too.
They don't feel tough and hard-nosed on the offensive side of the ball.
Not even close.
So look, the way the offense is playing, there's multiple things going on. Mm-hmm. But yeah, I heard the end of the broadcast last night where Greg Olsen was giving a lot of duly earned praise to John Harbaugh for being a guy that just cultivates and brings along coaches. The one part where I would disagree with Greg is that, you could still criticize Harbaugh for waiting too long to change offensive coordinators.
No doubt.
For years and years we wondered, well, is it Greg Roman or is it Lamar Jackson that's keeping him from genuinely developing? Right. And they finally made a change at coordinator, and man, Lamar Jackson is a different dude in this Todd Monken offense.
He is.
He is just the fully developed and polished package. So, yes, John Harbaugh deserves a lot of credit for a lot of the things that he's been able to do with that football team. But he probably, looking at it now, hindsight 2020, he probably waited too long to make a coordinator
probably
change.
So. Yeah, probably so. Hey, speaking of changing personnel, I don't know if he can change this guy out. His contract might be too big. And he is, despite the failure of the offensive line, probably their best offensive lineman. Did you see what the vet did after the game yesterday? Laramie Tunsil?
I saw he Instagram post something about his cleats.
He's very proud of his cleats.
I didn't have the energy to dig into why people are upset about it.
He was very proud of his cleats, and so they're autographed. I believe the picture, the post is Laramie sharing something from the guy who designed the shoes, is what Amy told me, at Mache 275. And it looks like somebody signed the shoes, begins with an M, so it might have been him, the designer of the shoe, who signed it. I think here's what has people, including myself, upset about this.
Oh, he did it after the game?
He did it after the game.
Oh.
He did it after the game. We found it during the post-game show, and we looked at what the timestamp was. He put it on his stories.
Yeah.
We looked at what the timestamp was, and it coincided with when he would have been walking back in the locker room, if Instagram is correct. And here's the thing. Not only is it like, wow, the first thing Laramie wants to do is grab his phone and post a picture of his shoes. At least that's what it appears. He had the time to put music under it. He put Texas Hold'em by Beyonce underneath it, too.
Yeah.
He had time to hit the little button to find a song. and put it
Oh,
under.
my guess would be it was a scheduled tweet or a scheduled post. Oh,
Okay.
and maybe his brand manager did it or something. But again,
Neat.
it goes a little bit, Mac, more into the tone deafness of what really matters here, man. And what
my take is unchanged.
Right.
Yeah.
Like, I don't, if it was when he was walking, like, he didn't do all that, like, right in the moment, but he would have scheduled it, which is still, like, do that before the game or whatever. It doesn't feel very good.
At the very least, olds like me envision him walking in there and grabbing his phone.
Right.
Finding a Beyonce song to put underneath it. You're right. I'm sure it was scheduled.
Look, you and I make our living, we get paid because sponsors pay the station or pay us or whatever. So, like, there's times sometimes where, like, we're contractually obligated to tweet things, and it feels like, oh, this is the wrong time to tweet this, but I got to do it. The amount of money that either we or Laramie make from that kind of stuff pales in comparison to the salary of an offensive tackle in the National Football League. Like, what's your core business?
Yes.
What is your core business? Your core business is playing football.
What is your why?
Yeah. And there's nothing on the offense that feels gritty or tough or right.
Nothing.
And I would say the leaders on the offense, I mean, we watched Dalton Schultz just kind of seem to lackadaisically work his way through football games. The offensive tackles do not care nearly as much about the run game as they do their PFF passing grades. There's a lot of things on that offense right now that just aren't right, and Bobby Slowick is not excused of it. I'm just saying there's multiple things that just don't feel right about the offense.
Amen.
And I think CJ's younger than we thought he was. I'm done. I don't need any more life lessons from a 23-year-old philosophizing about various things or anything like that. He's a young quarterback. And there's some growing up.
And that's fine.
There's some growing up that he's got that needs to be done. In this next offseason, I don't want to see it. I'll be a grumpy old man about those guys being on podcasts all the time and everything. I fought it. I fought thinking that it was cringy when CJ big broed Caleb Williams, but man, that's a cringy moment now. His little talk while he was mic'd up to Caleb Williams, saying, "Don't worry about those mistakes you made." He's got to take his own advice now, man.
No kidding. 12 picks, man.
He's not a made man anymore.
He's not a made man. Nope, he's not. Hopefully they can figure something out before the postseason. All right, heading into the 8 o'clock hour. Did the Texans win an MVP yesterday for somebody not on the Texans? We will discuss that coming up next.
Oh, maybe you were maligned in a way, just like in an actual real world way, not a football way.
Papa's John Deere Reaction Monday.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Man, I get so jealous when I look at these other teams. Andy Reid's giving a pep talk to the Chiefs dressed as Santa Claus. After they clinch the number 1 seed. I think so. I can tell from the eyes and the belly.
He's got a little next to him.
Yeah, he's got.
Oh, that's a special teams coordinator.
Special teams coordinator, and he's got the owner in there with him. That looks like a fun locker room right there. That looks like a fun locker room. Guessing a little more fun than the Texans locker room last night.
Texans probably. I'm guessing Laramie Tunsil came in dressed as Santa and was like, hey, this is the big thing I planned.
What's going on? And he gave autographed shoes from Mache 275 to everybody.
Yeah, and he probably would have handled, he hired 20 little people alongside to, come in a choreographed dance or something.
Yeah.
Because I had it planned.
Sorry, guys, I had it booked.
Yeah.
I booked all these little people. Yeah.
Let's be festive.
Didn't think it'd be 31. Would you have rather it had been 31-0 yesterday instead of 31-2?
No, because I thought it was a good indication of it told the complete story of the season. It's
that's true.
Even if the only points they scored were Kamari Lassiter, a defensive player, who was able to score a safety because your punter had pinned them down on the 2-yard line.
Over the past 2 years, the Texans have played the Ravens 3 times.
Yeah.
I can list everybody who has scored points counting on just 3 fingers. Kaimi Fairbairn, 13 points.
Good job, Kaimi.
4 field goals.
Except for the miss.
And a PAT.
Yeah.
Steven Sims.
Oh, yeah.
Now a Raven. He scored 6 points last year in the playoff game. And Kamari Lassiter scored 2 points. They've scored 21 points in 3 games against the Ravens under DeMeco Ryans and Bobby Slowick.
This is, I'd love to, and I sense this from a lot of listeners who are just like, man, I'm so sick of the Ravens, or I hate the Ravens, or whatever. I'm not even, I can't even be in a position to hate the Ravens because all they are to me is like a wall. Like it's not even a human thing. It's just like it's this wall that you have to figure out how to climb over, and it's a constant reminder that you're just not there. You don't have your tiny little leg muscles cannot climb that wall yet. You got to build up your leg muscles before you can even approach hating the Ravens.
I hate playing the Ravens. I don't hate the Ravens.
I look at the Ravens as like, man, that's what I would like to be.
That's the gold standard, yeah. That's maybe not the gold standard. The Chiefs are winning all the Super Bowls, but in terms of player evaluation, culture, fear from opponents, it's pretty good.
I feel like I watched Gladiator 2, and the scene in Gladiator 2 is, the big bad evil Romans are coming to conquer our empire. So their despotic leader can displace our despotic leader.
Right.
Like, I can't believe that. No, I like this despotic leader. But so it's easy to hate Rome, I feel like I'm actually standing at the castle walls being like, I don't know. They got a good thing going. I don't know. Maybe we should just try to emulate them more so than hate them. I don't know.
Well, along those lines, Lamar Jackson, he has schooled the Houston Texans since coming into the NFL. 5-0 against the Texans. Average score of 33-9. That performance yesterday was on a national stage. Josh Allen has been the heavy favorite to win the MVP of the league for the last several weeks. We know it's an award that's based around 2 things, performance and narratives.
Yeah.
That's what the MVP is. Josh Allen has dominated the narrative part of it, and he's been really good performance-wise too, but the narrative part of that, he's dominated really since that Texans game in Week 5. It's almost like the Texans did everything they could to prevent an MVP season back in Week 5 against Josh Allen, held him to a record-low performance, and then they did everything they could yesterday to help Lamar Jackson get back into the race. The Texans really don't want Josh Allen to win the MVP. Dominating him in Week 5 and then just spoon-feeding Lamar Jackson an MVP-level performance yesterday.
Yeah.
Did Lamar Jackson, if you had to vote right now, you've seen them both, you've watched them both, not just against the Texans, but all year.
Yeah.
Who would you give it to?
I would give it to Lamar Jackson.
Yeah.
I think, honestly, and you look at the numbers, very similar to Josh Allen's, except that the really ironic thing is that Lamar Jackson has won 2 MVPs. I think statistically and performance-wise, I think he's having the best season he's had. better than either of his 2 MVP seasons.
Passing the ball better than he ever has.
And so it's more. I could justify giving it to either of them. It's just that the fact that people seem to think it's such a runaway Josh Allen year, that bothers me. It bothers me because it's an injustice. And again, I should be hating the Ravens, but I can't. The Texans are so far away from where the Ravens are that I can only just stand and look at them in admiration. Yeah. And I can look at Lamar Jackson and the way he's developed and what he's become, and I'll look at it with admiration. And now he'd won 3 Super Bowls already. I would hate him just like I hate the Chiefs. Yeah. That's what happens.
Yep.
All these Chiefs fans are like, they seem incredulous that people would want to believe that the refs are helping us. Dude, you've won 3 Super Bowls. That's what happens. You're gonna be like, that's just accept it and like stop trying to fight. You're not gonna ever win that fight.
Right.
Like people are gonna hate you because you're so good.
That's where I'll compliment Patriot fans. They leaned into the hatred.
But they still also felt disrespected and whatever. It got annoying how much they acted like they were disrespected.
The gates were a different.
Well, they had actual evidence of cheating and everything.
Yeah.
Where with the Chiefs, it's more so like, it sure feels like. It doesn't. You and I are different on this. I think good teams do get the benefit of the doubt. I don't think it's egregiously in favor of the Chiefs or anything. I don't think there's a conspiracy or anything like a lot of people do.
I don't differ with you on that. I thought some of the calls in the Texans game, you and I differ on a few of the calls in the game, like the Derek Stingley holding call. You and I differ on. No, I'm with you on that. I'm not a ref blamer.
But it's just like I look at it as kind of like, listen, you're never gonna. If you're trying to shut up the haters on social media, good luck with that. It's not gonna happen. It's like Kevin Durant or anybody else. Like, look, dude, you're never gonna win. Yeah. It's not a battle that's worth fighting.
Right. It's a waste of time. Lamar Jackson yesterday averaged 11.2 yards per pass attempt. 10 of 15 for 168 yards. And I know some people say, well, like 67 of those yards were on a Mark Andrews catch and run. Yeah.
Because
totally caused by indecision from Christian Harris that were caused by Lamar Jackson's otherworldly skills.
Right. Because Lamar Jackson was all the way over on the left line. The defense shifted way too heavily over to that side, and it left just Christian Harris over there in a bind of, do I come up and try to stop the run? Oh, crap, there goes Mark Andrews.
There goes Mark Andrews.
So that was created by Lamar Jackson.
Yes.
That wasn't like some kind of flukish weird play. That was created by Lamar.
4 carries, 87 yards.
I'll tell you another thing, too.
He averaged 22 yards a carry yesterday.
I'll tell you another thing, Sean.
Yeah.
They've been very healthy. The Ravens are very, very healthy. They've got amongst the fewest number of players on IR this year.
And the guys who are all no-namers.
That's how it works sometimes. Sometimes you got to ride the hot hand in a year where you're healthy. But I think that the thing with the Ravens is a lot of the injuries that other teams have been caused by the Ravens, and they're earned injuries. Like Joey Porter Jr. is out yesterday, and they struggled. Like last week, Joey Porter Jr. went out, and that's when the Ravens started attacking Joey Porter Jr.'s replacement. So now Pittsburgh has on a short week, they have to play the Chiefs. And without Joey Porter Jr. Because the Ravens injured him. Derrick Henry injured Joey Porter Jr. when Joey Porter Jr. tackled Derrick Henry.
By running over him.
Yeah, ran over him on the 4-yard line, and Joey Porter Jr. is out. If the Ravens face the Steelers in the playoffs and the Steelers still were without Joey Porter Jr., the Ravens earned that.
They did.
But they also helped out the Chiefs.
They did. Yeah, we don't like that part of it. But you're right, man. They're a super physical team, no doubt about it. But Lamar Jackson yesterday, man, he closed that gap, a gap that you don't think should be there for the MVP award. He closed that gap on the odds board.
D'Amico said it before the game. I was going to grab more action. He said that the Lamar is playing the best football he's seen this year.
Yeah.
And he game planned for Josh Allen, remember?
He did. And Jared Goff, who's also in the conversation.
Yeah. And he flat out, he threw shade at Josh Allen.
He did. He does
I
that.
thought that would get picked up by the Bills Mafia.
Yeah. Maybe the lead's so
maybe
big
it
right
didn't.
now.
I'm not on social media as much anymore.
Yeah. Let's see. One thing the Texans have earned this year: all noon games next year. We are not ready for primetime players. They're not going to get nearly the primetime run, barring an unforeseen run in the postseason.
Oh well, they turned a Jets game into an actual competitive game by being so bad versus the Jets.
Yeah.
There you go. They provided a good game. In an otherwise lackluster matchup.
They did do that.
Yeah.
They did do that. Yeah, they're just not going to be the marquee team unless they again make a deep playoff run or they have some sort of sizzly acquisition. But I'm hoping that this is not the offseason where they go sizzle again.
Mm-hmm.
They need a lot more steak on this team.
I think that, look, this is a punch in the nose. This entire season has been a punch in the nose, I think, for some of your offensive players, and then also for the organization at large. I think Nick is probably the guy in the organization who was fighting his old man tendencies the most in the offseason, because you're trying to, like, I understand it's a different generation. These kids are different. We don't want to get in their way. But there was also that one moment where Nick was like, we haven't won anything yet. It was after the draft, or I can't remember what it was. Somebody was trying to praise him for something, and he's like, we haven't won anything yet. We haven't done anything. I'm guessing that I would guess that Nick right now is kind of, if I were him, if I put myself in his shoes, there'd be a part of me that would be seething and being like, yeah, when you spend the whole offseason taking in all the rat poison and listening to everybody tell you how awesome you are, and by a bunch of young guys who don't genuinely understand how hard it is to win in the NFL, yeah, you reap what you sow. But also, as an organization, all right, what did we miss offensively as far as Bobby Slowick's plan for the season and for how he adjusted from week to week, and why the offense has gotten steadily worse and then precipitously awful last night. What do we need to fix on that? Because
and Nick's fingerprints are on that
right,
too.
Like,
he puts the team together.
Yeah, he's not wired to be the guy that's like, it's all of your faults and none of mine. He's going to wonder why were we not better prepared for this?
He totally will, and you're 100% right. He was probably the most sane voice in the building when it came to expectations for the team. At least as far as like front-facing people that do interviews and things like that. Like he would, he comes on with us at least once a month, and anything that had to do with prospects for the 2024 season, Super Bowl expectations. I mean, it's a guy who's been on 6 Super Bowl winning teams.
The whole thing too is it's hard sometimes because it's such a cliche when you say, well, the rest of the league now has film on everybody, but it's true. It's a cliche because it's true. That part of it is true, and then I think though sometimes people focus too much on the quarterback himself. Look. There was an actor to Dell last year that I think a lot of teams just the same thing on the defensive side of the ball happens where teams don't really respect young cornerbacks in their initial breakout season. It's kind of like they go the whole season long and teams like almost don't really they keep testing that guy and he keeps getting interceptions. And it's almost like the league is slow to respond to stuff like that. They just almost want you to prove it for a whole year. And those guys proved enough last year that there was a lot more time spent on how to game plan for Tank Dell, how to game plan for CJ Stroud, how to game plan for Dalton Schultz, and cumulatively, it really showed up.
There's been no chess move to respond to it.
Yeah,
they've probably done some things, but whatever they're doing is not working. Happy holidays, fellas. This is a text message. Quick question for you: has the word execution for the D'Amico regime become what versatility was to the O'Brien regime? Every time I hear someone say execution, it irritates me. It rings hollow at this point. I think it bothers me because the implication is this is all on the players.
Right. Yeah,
we're dialing up the plays, and we've seen it work before, and it's not working.
Whenever I hear a coach talk about execution, they can mean it for multiple different ways, but I think sometimes people hear it and they think, the players got to go out and execute. But ultimately, and I think most coordinators, when they say execution, they're taking responsibility for it themselves. Yeah, the execution is on the coaches.
Right.
Like when a coach, if anybody out there who's a coach, when your team doesn't execute, you feel it yourself. You're like, oh, why are we not executing? Why can I not get them to execute properly? So it's not an excuse. It's an indictment of the coaching, and it's not to excuse the players in that role either. And it's really hard to talk about this offense because there's so many different areas where they're executing poorly. Position group by position group, you can go down the line. And that's where, just from a logical standpoint, it's hard to think that, all of these guys are performing worse than they have historically because they all just apparently are not good football players anymore.
Mm-hmm.
So it's all intertwined, and ultimately it comes back on D'Amico Ryans. Why is your offense, because you're the head football coach, you're not the defensive coordinator, you're the head football coach, why is this team heavily weighted by the offense not executing the way they're supposed to execute?
Yep. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. It is a reaction Thursday following yesterday's Wednesday game. Is the tide turning on C.J. Stroud right now in the fan base? C.J. was asked about the booing yesterday at NRG Stadium. What did he have to say about that? We've got a few texts here that are an indicator that at least a few people are concerned, if not maybe even a little angry with the Texans quarterback. So we'll get to that coming up next. Stay there. You're listening to Payne and Pendergast.
Thursday Night Football is on Sports Radio 610. The Seahawks and Bears battle it out in the windy.
Beyonce concert was at halftime. For those who don't know, the windows are closed in the press box, so we can hear the crowd noise, but it's totally muffled. That's how we know.
Open it up.
They opened it for Beyonce.
Okay.
Yeah, that's where I was going with this. Yeah, so they keep.
I wasn't in the press box.
Yeah, they keep it closed practically full time unless there's something going on significant at halftime.
Andre Johnson's Ring of Honor.
Yeah,
stuff like that.
any Ring of Honor stuff, any type of stuff. Andre getting his ring for the Hall of Fame. Any super important thing at halftime, which Beyonce concert did. They opened the windows to the press box with 2 minutes to go in the half. So Adam Spillane, beacon of positivity that he is, leans to me and goes, "Ooh, we're going to hear the Boo Birds loud and clear when they open the window at halftime."
At the end of the half.
At the end of the half.
They did it with 2 minutes left in the.
And within that time frame was D'Amico choosing to punt on 4th and 2 near midfield
in Baltimore territory.
Just the general overall vibe of walking off the field down 17-2 in completely embarrassing fashion. And I'm like, yeah, they are booing. I didn't realize how loud it was out here. Yes, they are booing. They didn't boo Beyonce. That's good. But C.J. Stroud heard the boos. He was asked about the fans booing after the game.
You know, I mean, people are entitled to their opinions, and you know they care about the game, and you know their emotions matter. You know, so I understand. You know, it's not my first time, and probably won't be my last. So it's not something to internalize and point the finger at yourself. You know, but it is something that you can, you know, use it to motivate you to like not want those moments anymore. So, you know, I got plenty of football left in my career. Hopefully, you know, God willing. And you know, I know this is going to be a story I'll tell one day that helped me in the long run. So, you know, it's part of life, man. You hit a lot of valleys, and then you have a lot of mountaintops. You know, and it's cliche, but you know, they say there isn't. What is it? There's not sunny days if there's not days with rain. So you know, this is a rainy day, but at the end of the day, you know, the sun will rise up. You know, we have another crack at this thing next week, and you know, keep rolling.
I like. I get what he was saying with the rainy day, sunny day thing. I'd not heard that cut yet. I was anxious to listen to that fresh. Yeah. I prefer to cling to the 1990s philosopher Butthead from Beavis and Butthead, who said, "You have to have stuff that sucks to have stuff that's cool."
Oh, yeah, that's pretty.
It's the same thing,
philosophic.
right? You got to have rainy
job.
days to have sunny days.
Butthead, man.
Yeah, no, Butthead knew what he was talking about. Dude.
Mike Judge, ultimately.
Right, and then Beavis followed up with a really good commentary. Yeah, stuff that sucks.
Ultimately, I do think that this season will be a good one for C.J. Stroud. I think he learned the harsh reality about a lot of things in the NFL, about how hard it is to win. I think if I were going to give credit to C.J. at this point, and I'm going to do this in the context of the way young athletes tend to operate these days. Man, there have been multiple different dudes around the league just selling out their own teammates, selling out their coaches. You go to A.J. Brown or you go to Malik Neighbors or various other things. Or there's a lot of guys.
Garrett Wilson like holding a sneeze in to not say something.
Yeah, like they're flat out like pointing the finger hardcore. Yeah. Like CJ has not had any hints of that. So I like that. I think that's tough, and it's tough to do. You know, it's really tough it's really easy to shift blame, even if you're doing it imperceptibly. I felt like he has, at the very least, I think he's been accountable for his own poor performances, but he's never close, I can remember this season, to pointing the finger at the coaches or pointing the finger at other players. Maybe I'm forgetting something. So that part of it's good. And ultimately, this is a good, depending on how it all works out, this is a really good experience for some of those young players offensively to really grasp and understand the reality of what it is to compete in the NFL.
The closest he ever came to that as a Texan was after the Panthers game.
Last year.
Yeah. Where it was one of their worst performances of the season. It might stack up as one of their better performances this season.
Yeah.
But last season it was really bad, and they lost to a team that hadn't won a game yet.
Yeah.
And in the press conference, he critiqued what he thought they needed to do more.
Needed to push the ball downfield
without
more.
saying Bobby Slowick's name.
Yeah.
I think he was saying, "Hey, Bobby, we need to push the ball down the push the ball."
So
down
I guess
the
you know
field
what. Then the question also becomes: all right, if there's things that we're upset with Bobby Slowick not doing, how much of it is resistance from his quarterback? Is there an avenue for that? I don't feel like believing that that's the case right now, but it's a possibility.
Sure.
And again, ironically enough, the debate for years in Baltimore was, all right, is Greg Roman, the offensive coordinator, the issue? Or is it that he can only do so much with Lamar Jackson? That's where it comes to the head coach to make the right decision. And you could argue, now, given the way that Lamar Jackson has played under a new offensive coordinator these last couple of years, and especially this year, yeah, maybe they waited too long to make a change at offensive coordinator. Or maybe Lamar Jackson just needed to mature. I don't know. But in that instance, man, that's Lamar Jackson looked the best version of himself he ever has in his career.
Yeah.
And it's in his second year with a new offensive coordinator.
Yeah.
So it wasn't whatever was holding back Lamar Jackson, whether it was Greg Roman or his maturity or whatever it was, it's not holding them back no more.
Well, it's almost like he spent the summer or the offseason with a throwing coach, too.
Yeah.
Like, he is a better, more polished passer of the football.
Throwing outside the numbers, which used to be the old narrative on him, is, I can't throw outside the numbers. And then Ravens fans would get angry and say, well, no, look, here he is throwing outside the numbers. And it was like when he was rolling out and on the side. Like, no, he's basically throwing to the center of the field.
Outside the numbers, Seth. Outside the numbers.
But now he's attacking outside the numbers from the pocket, against blitzes, everything else like that. He is a polished passer. But oh, by the way, he can still run for a 48-yard touchdown with ease.
Yeah.
Dude,
he's crazy good, man. Text message. I'm gonna be honest. Stroud has annoyed me since day one. Can't put my finger on it, but I think he comes off as too preachy or something. Definitely wouldn't cheer for him if he wasn't on the Texans. Also, dude has a punchable face. Jay Reed.
He's gone way into it.
Yeah, man. You went from 0 to 100 in 25 words, bro.
He's entered punchable face territory. He's always had the potential for a punchable face, but it was going to depend on what his performance is. I think the difference with CJ, and this is where it pulls it back, is that I think with CJ, part of him maturing as an NFL quarterback is that he's on the scale of whether an athlete cares too little or too much. I think there's times where he cares deeply.
Yeah.
And there is an element of sometimes being able to check out emotionally and not overreact or be too hard on yourself. And these are squishy things to talk about. It's impossible to know exactly what's going on in somebody's brain. But I don't worry about him caring too little.
No.
Romo had a punchable face partly because, just as it is with him as a broadcaster, you get the sense sometimes that this dude is just out there winging it.
Oh yeah,
it's
a paycheck.
Yeah. I don't. So, or with some younger guys, you're wondering I don't know if this guy just gets it. I think CJ gets it.
Yes.
But he's still young. He's still very young.
Yep. You know what I'm angry about yesterday's game? Well, on the long list of things I'm angry about.
Yeah.
We have not talked about this yet. There was a dust-up in the pregame.
Oh yeah.
Between Joe Mixon and Ravens backup quarterback Josh Johnson, I believe.
That's how it culminated, or at least how we first heard about it.
Right.
This is what happened. I'll tell you what I know. It sounds like I've spoken to multiple people about this.
Okay.
And what I know for sure is that Joe Mixon was warming up and, had his headphones on, I believe. I'm not 100% positive on that. But the Ravens punter was punting to within 5 yards of Joe Mixon as Joe Mixon was doing his own little warm-up in the end zone. And the ball kept landing
right near him?
Right near Joe Mixon. And Joe Mixon had an issue with it. At some point, Joe Mixon started taking each of the balls that landed and throwing them into the stands.
I saw that.
Yeah. So then there was some kind of confrontation between the special teams coach for the Ravens and I don't know if it was Frank Ross or another special teams or another Texan staffer.
So there was coach on coach.
They got into it, and then at one point the Ravens special teams coach pointed at Joe Mixon.
Yeah,
and that's when Joe Mixon was like, "Oh no, that's how it's going to be, huh?" So Joe Mixon went and confronted somebody, and there was some kind of a melee, and I think maybe Josh Johnson was stepping in as a peacekeeper or something. There were too many names and people involved from different people that I'm hearing this from. But remember, the Ravens were the team that last year Travis Kelce got into it with Tucker and the
Holder, I think.
Holder, I think, because they were in their area.
Yeah.
So apparently
in the pregame warm-ups.
In the pregame warm-up. So the part that's dicey is there's a certain time during warm-ups where the special teamers are basically given the entire field.
Yeah.
So Joe Mixon may have been in the wrong, but it kind of got, as far as him being upset about it.
Sure.
But it sounds like it could have been handled better by perhaps the coaches or the adults in the room or whatever else it might be. I liked it. I liked that Joe Mixon was throwing the balls into the stands.
Oh, it's just funny.
I think that's awesome.
Yeah, I think that's funny.
I thought, all right, man, we're in for they're gonna get a juicy grudge match here. We're about to have a bad. No, wasn't a battle.
Man, I feel okay. Now you're reminding me. I feel bad for Mixon. Mixon and Nico Collins, I feel bad for right now. Because I think those two guys are swarmy. You know what I mean? Like we've gone 45-degree angle in on the offense today.
Who's bona fide swarm on the offense?
Nico.
Yeah.
Mixon.
Yeah. Tank. I would say Tank.
Tank when he's out there.
I would say Tank when he's out there.
Tank when he's out there. I would say we're still on none of the offensive linemen.
Right, and I think some of them have a scrappiness to them, but you can't be swarm until you're actually a good football player.
Good at football is a key.
Like Kendrick Green hustles his butt off. I love the way he plays, but he's got deficiencies.
Is Cade Stover swarmy? Or is he not good enough
He's got
yet?
the potential for it, but I think, he came out and played 10 days after an appendectomy.
Okay.
So he's got the potential for it.
Okay, but he's not officially swarm. He doesn't get a swarm badge yet.
Yeah.
All right.
He's not a good enough tight end.
Are we dancing around the issue here? C.J. Stroud's been in the circle of swarm 3 times this year, but has not been in it since
performed.
like week 5.
Right.
And conversely has been the player upgrade in the Jonathan Alexander, John McClain segment in the pregame like 8 straight weeks now.
And honestly, I don't want to listen. Like many of our listeners, I got tired of the Lifetime movie that I watched last week, which was the Texans responding to Tank Dell's injury, where
Christmas,
all right, enough emo, and I'm just like, all right, you know what? He was emotional in the moment, got himself together and went out and played. He looked like he was emotionally rattled last night. Still,
he did.
There's a certain level of stoicism. It's masculinity. Like, I don't think Kim Mulkey suffered from a lack of stoicism in terms of just I can't remember a time Kim Mulkey got so distraught emotionally that it affected her coaching.
We're bringing up just that this is not a gender issue.
Now, you could argue she wasn't stoic in terms of kind of like with Bobby Knight. Like, losing your temper isn't all that stoic either.
True.
But there's a certain, when you're in a leadership position of that, you got to detach yourself emotionally at times when everybody else might be emotional.
If Angel Reese had gone down with an injury in the tournament, Kim Mulkey would not have been sobbing on the sidelines.
Right. She would have been like the other side of the extreme is. So it's not a male-female thing. It's not a gender thing.
No.
It's a position of leadership thing.
Yes.
The extreme example is, okay, you're a lieutenant and in a wartime situation. Generally frowned upon for them to break down sobbing in the middle of a battle.
I would not want to live in a country where that army is doing that.
Actually got killed dead.
Yes.
Got
to keep going.
You got to keep going. You got to keep moving forward. But I was going to all right, I'm not going to worry about all that. This is a little too Lifetime for me. But then CJ goes out there and has the worst performance of his career. And it's impossible for me not to wonder if there's a certain toughening that needs to happen here.
It's not an unfair hypothesis.
Yeah. There's this offense in general is way too emo. And I'm like that listener that said, like, okay, at the end of the day, I don't need life lessons from a 23-year-old about how you're going to forge ahead and overcome this tragedy and all of this other stuff. When it's at the end of the day, it was a really bad orthopedic injury. It wasn't cancer. It wasn't somebody that got killed in a train accident. It's stuff that happens on a football field. I'm going to tell CJ this. If you play 15 more years, you're going to see multiple close friends of yours have horrific injuries.
Yes.
It happens.
Yeah.
It does. But you're the leader of the team. You have to forge ahead and not let it affect you emotionally. Yesterday, it's just all like he has been a bad quarterback, not just with his errant throws, but his decision making, everything else. He's taken sacks that he should have never taken. Ever since Tank Dell got injured. It's been really, really bad.
Yep.
And you gotta let it go, man.
Yep.
That's this is life. You gotta let it go. You're a leader.
Absolutely. No, he's been out to lunch.
You don't have to let it go in the personal side of things.
No.
But on the football side of things, that is not what you are.
Between the lines, absolutely.
If you guys are gonna talk about their various things and use football coaches love to use football analogies for or military analogies and everything, but when it comes down to crunch time, like, man, those dudes in the military are dealing with life and death situations.
Yep.
And if you want to emulate people that are that elite, and we'll never be elite. In like common society, we're never going to be as elite as a world-class surgeon or a special ops guy in the military.
5-star general.
Because those are life and death situations.
Yeah.
But if you want to emulate those people, then in basically what is adult make-believe, the world of professional sports, you got to be more emotionally tough than that.
Absolutely. All right, this is where I want people to weigh in on the text page here. I'm going through some of the reviews. How did Netflix do? If you watch this game on Netflix and watch the halftime show, how did they do? Not just in terms of the buffering and the presentation. How was their selection of announcers? How was the production value of the whole thing? I've seen some good. I've seen some not so good. I'm curious what people think. Weigh in 713-572-4610. We'll discuss that coming up next.
I'll tell you what'll turn you into a quivering emotional wreck. Worrying about your retirement. Oh, be a leader. Be a leader of your household and plan for your retirement. Don't keep putting it off. Don't just be like, I just don't know what's going to happen in the next recession. Call Trajan Wealth. Just do it. Call Trajan Wealth today. Simple as that. Free consultation, and they've got advisors with decades and decades of experience. They are family-owned and veteran-led, and they're there to help you feel good about your plan for the future. If you indeed have one, call them. It's simple. It doesn't have to be a big deal. Call them up. It doesn't take long. Doesn't take as much energy as you might be fearing at all to plan for your retirement. Trajan Wealth. That's TRAJAN Wealth.com. TRAJAN, TrajanWealth.com, or give them a call at 346-371-3330. That's 346-371-3330. It's Trajan Wealth, your local trusted financial fiduciary. Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Paid advertisement.
The Texans couldn't take down the Ravens in their Christmas Day battle.
Handoff Henry running to the left. He's going to be brought down for a safety. Lassiter off the edge. The Texans score.
You hit rock bottom. The only way is up. Got to finish this year the right way against 10. Hopefully, by that time we're in a groove and rolling when the playoffs come.
Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
From the Attorney Steve Lee Traffic Center, 713-call Lee and Coushatta Casino Resort, 45 North, headed northbound at 610 North Loop. It is the left and left center lanes that are blocked. 71 this afternoon with thunderstorms off and on throughout the day, so stay safe. Hey, you're invited to the big New Year's Eve celebration at Coushatta. Get free party favors, enjoy live music with LA Rocks, countdown to 2025 with a champagne toast and a confetti blast at midnight. Coushatta Casino Resort, Louisiana's best bet. I'm Val, Sports Radio 610.
Let's talk about Our Vision Homes, y'all, the Houston area's premier turnkey custom home builder. A lot of y'all may not even know exactly what turnkey means. Hell, I didn't when I first met these guys. Well, it's simple. It means they take care of everything from start to finish. Site prep work, property and plan design, construction, to all the necessary permitting and HOA paperwork needed along the way.
zone for a lot of people.
But when your criticism is you never played the game, like, all right, well, then you should be railing at Skip Bayless and all these other guys, too. Yeah, it's not a male-female thing.
No.
Some of the highest-paid the highest-paid sports media people were not athletes at all.
No.
It's not just that they didn't play football. They were just not. They were classic sports nerds.
Colin Cowherd and Jim Rome make a lot of money.
There's your buddy that at the lunch table could tell you the box score of all the baseball games and everything. Yeah,
that was me. I'll tell you what, good day for the NFL. At least, maybe I'm too immersed in game day with the Texans. The coverage seems to be way more about the NFL on Christmas that we're watching on the TV in here than the NBA on Christmas. There's this feeling out there like, oh, here comes the NFL invading the one day on the calendar that the NBA had to themselves. That did not stop LeBron after yesterday's 115-113 win over the Warriors. The Lakers won with a late layup from Austin Reeves. Steph had just tied it with a three. It's a really good game. It was a really good game.
The world was amazed.
The world was amazed.
Because that's the NBA's day.
Global.
Christmas Day.
Christmas Day, right. LeBron was getting interviewed after the game. His 19th Christmas Day game in his career. That is remarkable. However, what he's about to say here, not quite as remarkable. Here was LeBron James kind of flexing on the NFL a little bit after yesterday's thriller in San Francisco.
I love the NFL. I love it, but Christmas is our day.
Okay.
Good luck with that.
Dude, you're going to get killed in the ratings by the NFL.
Did we cut it off? Did he go on to say he invented Christmas?
No. He may have.
He's like, nobody ever thought to celebrate Jesus' birthday until I came up with it.
Taco Tuesday. Barbershop talk.
Yeah. Then
Christmas.
I identified an obscure saint and turned him into a lovable fat man.
Right.
Santa Claus.
Right.
That was me. He trademarked it.
And we're going to give gifts to everybody.
That feels like some British dude who's over there like right now standing up in a pub somewhere in like, I don't know, Worcestershire, England.
Liverpool.
I'll tell you what. We've got them all on the run. This is the world bows to Britain. They do. We got the whole colonies everywhere.
Colonies.
Just wait until they see our 7-sail ship sail into their harbor. Then we'll give them the what for?
The 50 colonies.
Yes.
Oh man, that is great.
Greatest empire in the world, we are.
Tells ya, yeah.
Was that anywhere close to a British accent?
It was fine.
One of our beloved listeners yesterday was criticizing my New York accent.
Said it sounds too much like Boston.
I'm like, listen, I get rid of the R and that's it.
Yeah.
All right, Philly, New York, Boston, it's all the same accent for me. I delete R and then there we go.
Yeah, and it's a lot of the same vibe in all those cities anyways.
Yeah.
Just yelling at each other and stuff. Yeah, man, LeBron. Odds that LeBron gets memed when the NFL ratings come out and they're going to have that screenshot of LeBron
Christmas is our day.
Yeah.
Christmas is the NBA's day, man.
Yeah.
Well, plus, at least like unlike the British Empire, the NBA has never been the number one major league sport.
No, in the United States.
It went from baseball to football.
It did.
That's pretty much the story.
Agreed. Yep. All right, into the 9 o'clock hour we go. Payne and Pendergast with you on a Reaction Thursday.
It's Boxing Day.
It is Boxing Day in Canada and a Reaction Thursday in this studio. There's a doctor online, and I checked, and he's definitely a doctor. 112,000 Twitter followers, which qualifies you to be a doctor.
I think I know who it is, and I've muted that guy. But go ahead, yeah.
He laid out. We now have more information on Tank Dell's injury.
Yeah.
He laid out the road ahead of Tank Dell, and well. We'll lay it out for you. I'll let you guys react to it. We'll lay it out for you coming up next.
Zadok Jewelers, let me lay this out for you. Man, look, if you're anything like me, you're going to be buying presents today that you're going to claim you bought last week. But hey, I just couldn't get it to you in time. Go to Zadok Jewelers for that gift that you're about to give somebody that you totally bought last week. Because Zadok is perfect for guys like us who procrastinate, but you're not quite certain what you want. But the Zadok family has been in the jewelry business for 7 generations. They've been here in Houston for going on 6 decades. They know how to deal with guys like you and me. Check it out online at Zadok.com, then roll on over to 1801 Post Oak and tell them Seth Payne sent you.
Celebrate the day after Christmas with us. KILT. KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Seth, the doctor's name on Twitter who gave a long narration here of what Tank Dell is in for. His name is Jesse Morse, MD. Is that the person you're thinking of?
Yeah, he's annoyed me for some reason. I don't remember why, but yeah. So, but he is an actual doctor.
Did he annoy you because he's a board-certified family and sports medicine physician?
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't realize that we weren't allowed to be annoyed by doctors.
Regenerative medicine stem cell expert? Probably dropping some of that stem cell
I don't remember
knowledge.
what annoyed me, but I muted him for some
He's
reason.
a fantasy doc. He's the owner of Injury Experts and All Natural Sups.
Okay.
So I'm guessing that's
So
supplements.
what's he say? Yeah, he is an actual doctor.
Yeah,
So
he's an
what's he
actual doctor with 114,000 Twitter followers. He says this, Tank Dell injury update. And this is an update we'd heard from other people. He tore his left ACL, MCL, LCL, and meniscus. That is hitting for the unfortunate cycle right
Well,
there.
I mean, he's not reporting that, but you're going to tell us what.
No, others reported it.
Right,
He's just laying this out, yeah. He's taking from other people's reports. He said they'll take multiple surgeries, with the first likely repairing the MCL and the LCL. Then, after 6 to 8 weeks, depending on the stability of the knee, the ACL will be reconstructed. It is unclear if the MPFL, that's what holds the patella in place, was torn. It is also unclear as to the severity of the damage to the meniscus and whether it will be trimmed or has to be repaired. And I don't know if that really matters with Tank. Sometimes guys tear menisci during the season, and one of the trimming gets you back on the field a little quicker, but it's a little more.
It all depends on
degenerative.
where the meniscus tear is, if it goes into the joint and everything. So it's just
Tank's in for the long haul, anyways.
Yeah. So if you have to repair the meniscus, it's a longer recovery.
It's a longer recovery, but Tank's going to be out for a while.
Yeah.
The closest, most recent comparison to this is Nick Chubb. But Dell's injury was worse than Chubb. We should remind people, Nick Chubb got hurt last year. He did get back on the field this season.
Does he say why it's worse than Nick Chubb's?
He just says, but Dell's was worse than Chubb's. This injury was similar to Napoleon McCallum. Oh, boy. Do you remember that one? The running back for the Raiders?
I remember that there was a Napoleon that had... Oh, yes, I do remember that.
Bent.
Yeah.
His got bent. Yeah. He got hit in the front.
Yeah.
And the knee bent backwards, noticeably. That was a really bad injury, he says. This is the worst part. All the other stuff is just the prelude to this is definitely career-threatening, possibly career-ending. Returning in 2025 is a tall task. While we don't have any specifics, I think there's a good chance Dell's surgery, will be performed by Dr. Dan Cooper, who's one of the top knee surgeons. He's the doctor for the Dallas Cowboys. Oh, can we trust the Cowboys team doctor? He did take a Hippocratic oath. Can we trust the doctor for the Cowboys to do a good job on a Houston Texan?
Yeah, I guess so.
They
also have the same... They have the same sports psychologist that works for the Yankees and recommended that they should look to the
watch the sweep,
watch the Red Sox come back and in
2004
and beat the Yankees as evidence that it can be done.
When they were trailing the Astros by a 3-0 margin.
That's right.
Years ago. Yeah. That was not a good recommendation. That did not work out.
Mm-hmm.
Yankees got swept. So, anyways, I say all this to say, man. God bless Tank Dell. I hope this all works out.
Yeah, that was a tough one, man. It was really, really tough. And it was ugly and it's awful for Tank Dell. I guess you go into next season, you certainly can't expect that Tank Dell's going to be available.
You got to plan as Tank Dell's not going to be.
You got to look at this like a pitcher that just got a Tommy John surgery on the last game of the season. Like, okay, we don't know when he's going to come back, but don't hold your breath.
If you and maybe multiple of these things happen. If you had to choose one, trade for Garrett Wilson, bring Stephon Diggs back, draft a receiver with a first or second round pick.
Draft a receiver.
You would?
Yeah. I think the thing is, and I know a lot of people are saying you need an interior offensive lineman. There are plenty upon plenty of good NFL teams that are not chock full of first round offensive linemen.
Yeah.
Like almost all of them. Almost offensive lines don't have 5 first-rounders across the board. Ideally, you've actually got at least one late-round draft pick or a free agent sprinkled in there who's just a certified badass. that there's more to it than just that. They got to fix the entire offensive operation, including the way the offensive line coach and the offensive coordinator are operating. Whether that means new ones or whatever it is, it's not just a personnel issue. So I would rather, because likewise, bringing Garrett Wilson in is not a salve for all of the things that kept the Texans from being good offensively when they had Tank Dell and Stephon Diggs. They weren't a good offense at any point this season.
In fact, I feel like it would feed the beast that may have consumed the Texans this offseason, which is, shiny new toys.
I mean, we're at a point where we're multiple games into the season, and the Texans were winning games, but the Bobby Slowick was like Mel Kiper acting like, oh my gosh, cover 2. Whatever do I do against cover 2?
They have to ban it.
You run the ball. It's simple. It's so simple.
Yeah.
All of those old heads out there were looking around wondering, like, wait a second, why are people so confused about what you do versus cover 2?
Yeah.
It's so easy to run versus cover 2 if you actually know what you're doing.
Yep.
And the Texans did not know what they were doing.
They did not. They did not at all. People still weighing in on the text page. Our number 1 wide receiver is injury prone. Our other top 3 receiver is a little guy that's also injury prone or just had catastrophic injuries constantly every year, talking about Tank, or at least these first 2 years. And receiver, non-contact older guy issue. We need all new receivers, all new O-line, 2 more defensive backs that can cover. We need linebackers that are better or not injury prone. Blank. We're at a rebuild.
Okay, so no.
Bleep, I should say, not
rebuild.
blank.
Rebuild's crazy. For one, especially in the NFL, like it's just the concept of what a rebuild is anymore. It's dicey.
You got a lot of guys in a lot of spots.
CJ, there's not a quarterback in the draft or elsewhere that I would rather have right now still than CJ because the ceiling is still very, very high. He's still done some very good things this year. It's just the bad things have been too bad. Yes, all those things would be great, but you do have to look at and be realistic about it. When you look around the NFL and you watch some of the offenses that are operating at a much higher level than the Texans, they don't have talent that's any better than what the Texans have on paper. So it's very much the entirety of the offense, including the coaching right now, that's not getting the job done. So there is no magical mixture of players that's going to change that. You talk about, okay, you need defensive backs who can cover. They're just fine with their actual starting cornerbacks. It's the guys in the depth, and it's like slot corners. I know a lot of people want Kamari Lassiter to play slot. This is the problem. I think Kamari Lassiter would be great at slot corner. It's a lot easier to find a competent slot corner than it is to find a guy who can play on the outside.
Kamari's shown he can play at a high level for a rookie on the outside right now.
Yeah, some of the way they operate defensively is like you can't rely on Jalen Petrie or Jimmy to be a guy that's one-on-one at the line of scrimmage with Devontae Adams or Garrett Wilson, ironically enough.
Yep.
But that speaks more to depth at cornerback than certainly not your starting. And what were the other positions he mentioned on defense?
Oh, boy, he listed almost all. He said we need linebackers that are better. The
linebackers will be, with Azeez Al-Shire, I feel good about him. The Christian Harris and what is he right this moment? And he was definitely running with a hitch in his giddy up yesterday. I feel good about the linebacking core. Those are young guys that I feel are swarm, and I feel they're the right kind of guys. The trouble on offense is that I'm not sure that a lot of your highest paid guys on offense are the type of mentality that you want moving forward. I don't know if Dalton Schultz, I like the way Laramie Tunsil operates. Great. He's great in pass protection. The problem with this team has not been the left tackle pass protection. It's been the downs on first and second down where you can't run the ball to save your life, even when it should be easy to run the ball. Screens. The cure for screens cannot be never call screens again.
Right.
That's not the cure for screens.
No, you got to get better at it.
They've got to be better at coaching it up and getting guys to execute screens.
Yep.
But it's not a talent issue there. That's the thing that speaks to me more so with Bobby Slowick about, man, you guys can't run screens to save your life. None of the guys out there look like it looks like they're making decisions about who do they block after the ball is caught on a screen.
Yeah.
The timing is way off. It's really bad. The execution on the screens goes back to the coordinator. I've told you, when the 49ers are really rolling, what I love about it, like these past few years before this season, was it's artistry on their screens. The offensive linemen are all set up waiting for the ball to come out of the quarterback's hands. They're waiting at the 1 yard line, and then they pounce on the defensive or offensive linemen trucking safeties and cornerbacks and everybody down the field. You get none of that with the Texans, partly because nobody looks like they know who they're supposed to block. No. Which is bad. No, that's bad on any level of football.
Your 4 highest paid guys on offense are Laramie Tunsil, in order.
Yeah.
Laramie Tunsil, Nico Collins, Titus Howard, Dalton Schultz.
Yeah.
3 of those 4 guys kind of just
out there,
floating like a feather on a breeze.
Yeah,
out there.
all right. Hey, how's my PFF pass protection grade? Cool.
Right,
all right.
Right.
Yeah, it's not it, man.
Nope.
It's just not it. And it's tough because I'd like to have any one of them on my football team. I don't want those to be the leaders of the young guys on offense.
Right.
And I know they gush about. There's one thing where I think it still gets me that in the broadcast against the Chiefs, they said that CJ said that Dalton Schultz is a tight end you would build in a lab. And I'm just wondering, what is CJ's perception of the NFL?
What's his perception of a lab?
And I know he watches a lot of football.
Yeah.
More so than a lot of young players these days. He knows George Kittle. He's watched Travis Kelce in his prime. He's seen these guys. Dalton Schultz is not those guys. I don't understand exactly where that.
Back before the days of video games.
Yeah.
When I was a kid, one of the things that people like to get was your parents would give you a chemistry set.
Yeah.
You give you all the different potions and vials and the test tubes and everything else. And that was a gift that always lasted one day for me because I sucked at doing chemistry. I was a horrible laboratory.
I'll tell you,
I was horrible in a lab.
I'll make it even simpler. How about a Lego set? How many X-Wing fighters did you successfully complete with your brand new Lego set?
There's not a good X-Wing laboratory at all. You
had somehow you got 3 wings on that thing when there's supposed to be 4.
That's the Dalton Schultz laboratory. Sean Pendergast Christmas gift laboratory, man. I like this new version of John Gruden. John Gruden with Barstool now.
Yeah.
Starting to do things where I'm feeling like I don't think he cares to get back into coaching.
He's just letting it all hang out.
He's
like an old man when he starts wearing fuchsia pants. What do I care? I'm going to
we
brunch.
got to check. Yeah. I know he's married, but he might have a young girlfriend.
I'm going to make inappropriate comments. I don't give a damn.
Here was John Gruden on TikTok doing a Jacksonville Jaguars version of The Night Before Christmas, and it felt very strange. I'm like, this is a very odd team for him to just go ahead and pick on. He's picking on the Jacksonville Jaguars here. Gruden.
Hey, Duval, good morning. This is John Gruden, and I got a poem to read to you. 'Twas the night before Christmas, and all through Duval, the fans sat in silence, no cheer. On his yacht Kismet, Shad paced the deck. His team was adrift, his patience a wreck. While Trevor stood ready, so young and so bright, the staff held him back. This just wasn't right. The fans roared with hope. Clowns' noses retired, as Trent and Doug had finally been fired. Prisco stood stunned, his whining now done, as Baselli proclaimed, Duval's time has begun. His eyes growing weary, his back getting tight, Shad whispered to Jax, it's time to unite. Merry Christmas to all, and to Duval, good night.
Wow, he went full Grinch. He went full Grinch.
Well, he went deep too because he had Pete Prisco mentioned in there.
Was it the name of Shad? He kept saying Shad. That's how I knew it wasn't AI. Because he was calling him Shad instead of Shad Khan.
That's funny. That was, the staff held him back. That's a former coach on current coach violence, right?
Yeah, so if Gruden, that would be a team that
That's
maybe
a code
Gruden might
right
think,
there.
I got a shot at getting a job there, maybe. Who knows? But he's calling out, he's ridiculing the owner on Christmas Eve.
Coach.
Mm-hmm.
The GM talked about clown noses being retired. I think there was a T-shirt.
Oh, probably.
That had Balky with a clown nose on it. Their GM, yeah.
Did he go after Shad Khan's son at all, Tony Khan?
No, and that would have been low-hanging
Wait, is that his name?
Tony. Tony Khan, yeah.
What's the name of the writer from...
Sam.
Sam Khan, that's right.
Yeah,
okay,
Sam Khan.
Yeah, that's
a quiz game I didn't know I would play today. Name your cons.
Name your cons. Yeah. What about the one from Star Trek? His name was just Khan?
I think he was just Khan.
Okay.
Yeah. A trick question. He has no first name. It is his first name. So
I tried to get myself in the Christmas spirit yesterday. I kind of be like, hey, Seth, be a kinder, gentler version of yourself. Texans took care of that.
Blame the Texans.
Texans took care of that.
Yeah, did they?
The only way it worked was that I had a Christmas dinner to go to, so I didn't really have time to blast off.
Were you
last night.
pleasant at the Christmas dinner?
Oh, yeah. I was very pleasant there.
Okay.
The children do that to you. You know? You don't want to be like, I didn't want to go full Seth in front of a group of school-age children.
We'll save that for the show when they're all driving to school.
Not today.
No, not today.
They're fast asleep in their...
playing with their gifts or whatever. Yeah, they're doing something.
Fast asleep in their nightgowns and caps.
Yes.
Whatever they do in Christmas
Whatever
carols.
Gruden just said, yeah. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Reaction Thursday here. Texans lose yesterday 31-2. There's been a steady progression over the last couple of months where the Texans just don't look like they're going to be a playoff team. They don't look like a playoff team. There is one guy out there who had a very Merry Christmas. And I'm talking about, when I say a guy out there, I'm talking about one of those kind of standard generic people that assess the NFL.
Oh,
this guy had a very Merry Christmas yesterday. We'll tell you who he is next.
Daisy French onion dip, Daisy ranch sour cream dip, the new dips from Daisy. That is a way to what in some ways a miserable Christmas into at least a fun Boxing Day. And if you're sitting around watching football or Christmas movies or whatever else it might be, it's made that much better when you get your chips and you scoop into the new Daisy French onion dip or the new Daisy ranch sour cream dip. Go get it. The ingredients that you can find in your own kitchen, the herbs, the spices. It's simple, it's pure, it's Daisy French onion dip and the new Daisy ranch sour cream dip. Go get yourself some today.
Reaction Monday. Game analysis, inside info, and your reactions starting at 6 a.m. on Shoppa's John Deere Reaction Monday.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, one guy out there who had a very, very Merry Christmas. I'm not talking about Lamar Jackson or Derrick Henry or Mahomes or Travis Kelce, anybody associated with those winning teams. And it's not even a guy with a specific name. It is a generic amalgam of several guys who hold a belief that you cannot hire a defensive head coach.
Mm-hmm.
You cannot hire in this day and age, when you got a young quarterback especially, you must hire a head coach with a background on the offensive side of the ball.
Yeah.
It was a Merry Christmas for that particular guy because of how the Texans look, because how the Texans looked yesterday, which has been a progression of how they've looked all year. And I don't subscribe to that. I think DeMeco Ryans is a good coach, and I think he's got the potential to be a very good head coach and can win a Super Bowl someday. However, the full delegation of the offensive side of the ball to Bobby Slowick has been a failure this year. Some of the press conferences, he says things, DeMeco does, that seem more defensive coordinator-ish than head coach-ish.
Mm-hmm.
And this is a big offseason for him, man. I said back during the it was during that 3-week period where they were just getting destroyed up front. That set week 7, 8, and 9, where it was like, okay, man, somebody's getting fired over this if this holds up, whether it's Chris Strouser or Bobby Slowick or somebody. Can DeMeco Ryans be a wartime consigliere, to use a Godfather term? Can he's an awesome coach when things were going well last year and you're in a honeymoon period. And I think there's certain facets he's done a good job with. The defense has been really good this year, and I think that's largely due to DeMeco Ryans' coaching.
Yeah.
But he is going to have some, if this holds up, and there's no reason to believe that it won't, the way the offense, I don't think the offense is going to figure it out in a Week 18 game against the Titans and in the playoffs, especially if they have to go on the road. He's going to have some big decisions to make, man, some huge decisions to make, and we will find out if you've said many times, you don't really become a head coach till you got to start firing your friends.
Right, yeah. Well, let me hear this audio because I don't know it.
There's no audio here.
I thought you had the guy that was railing off about it. Oh, okay.
No.
Okay, this is the problem with that philosophy. If you look at the top scoring teams in the NFL right now, and not to mention perhaps the quarterbacks who have performed the best, these are the top 3 scoring teams in the NFL. The Detroit Lions, the Buffalo Bills, the Baltimore Ravens. The Detroit Lions have a guy who played tight end in the NFL, and it was a tight ends coach, Dan Campbell, but he's not an offensive-minded head
QB
coach.
Guru.
He's a culture coach.
Yeah,
like you hired a really good offensive coordinator.
Yes.
Had to fire an offensive coordinator to get to Ben Johnson there. But they've got a really good offense. The Buffalo Bills, who Josh Allen, is he doing okay? I haven't checked in on him.
He is. He is.
Okay,
I checked during the break.
They've
He's
got a
doing
defensive-minded
good.
head coach. The Baltimore Ravens, John Harbaugh, special teams coach and coordinator. There's not really any evidence right now that you can't develop or win or have a good quarterback with a defensive-minded or special teams-minded head coach or a guy that I played for Tom Coughlin. Coughlin, I think, was people considered an offensive head coach because he was a wide receivers coach with the Giants and everything. But he was never, and I like having played for him, he was never the offensive coordinator. I think he called plays for a very brief time in a bad season once. But like he wasn't an offensive-minded head coach. He was a culture guy in a lot of ways who just turned the screws on everybody. There's just too much evidence of, and then Bill Belichick. It almost feels unfair even bringing Bill Belichick into it, but like there's just plenty of evidence that you don't have to be an offensive-minded head coach to have a good quarterback.
The 3 coaches you brought up are the perfect ones to make my point, though.
Yeah.
And here's why. And you touched on it a little bit. Dan Campbell, first-time head coach, had to pivot and shift gears. He did it in the middle of a season, giving Ben Johnson play-calling duties. Had to make a tough decision, made a good decision. John Harbaugh, he'd been a head coach a little while longer when Greg Roman was the offensive coordinator. But as you pointed out several times today, maybe waited a little too long to pull the trigger on firing Greg Roman. Made a good hire. Found Todd Monken, and Todd Monken has been fantastic, like Ben Johnson has been. Sean McDermott made one of the toughest decisions you have to make, which is You had a mercurial wide receiver there who's leading the league in receiving. You had Josh Allen as your quarterback there, but the team is 6-6 or whatever they were, 5-5, and he fires the offensive coordinator for an offense that statistically was doing pretty well, but situationally was not very good, and there was obviously maybe something going on behind the scenes. Promotes Joe Brady, and now this is what they are. You're talking about quarterback. You're talking about the top 3 MVP candidates are the quarterbacks for those teams, and they've changed coordinators in the last few years. That's the decision that's facing DeMeco Ryans. C.J. Stroud has the same sort of potential as these guys do. He was the second overall pick in the draft. Is DeMeco Ryans as good an eye for talent and as good a recognizer that I got to do something about this as those 3 guys?
And then I wasn't going to bring this team into it because we're coming off the heels of having the offensive rookie of the year. The 4th leading scorer in the NFL right now, the Dan Quinn-led Washington Commanders. So it's 1 year, and we'll see, but it's very promising right now.
Sure.
So you want to see a track record of this. But Josh Allen and Lamar Jackson have been operating with non-offensive-minded head coaches. The problem is that I think people fall in love with the idea of like, oh, yeah, you're going to have Andy Reid, and then you'll have an offense that's awesome forever, blah, 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 blah. Ultimately, at the end of the day, it's how good of a head coach are they. And the job of being a coordinator and the job of being a head coach are so dissimilar. Like there's so much that goes into it above and beyond whether or not you're an offensive mind or a defensive mind that it's a nice dream. It's kind of like the dream of communism, though. It's like, hey, that's why it's hard with the young sometimes to explain to them why communism can be so devastating, or because the dream of communism is a beautiful one. It's like heaven on earth.
We're all equals.
Right. It falls apart when you try to execute it in reality because it's not the way humans operate.
Yeah.
But the dream is a nice sell.
It is.
So the dream of we're just going to hire an offensive coordinator and then we'll have the best offense in the league for the next 15 years. It's a beautiful dream.
It is.
But in the reality of it, it's a lot harder than that. Yeah. And that a lot of the guys who are great offensive or defensive coordinators, some of the things that make them really good coordinators are the things that prevent them from being genuinely
100%.
Good head coaches.
100%.
So
yep.
It makes sense. It makes sense logically, but it's just way harder and it's not the easy button people want it to be.
No, but if you're going to hire a defensive head coach, he better have a good eye for talent in the coaching ranks,
and he better make the right decisions with his coordinators. So and
if he's made a bad decision, flush it and go make a good one.
Yeah,
you know.
So I mean, that's the test for DeMeco this year is. And I would say this, because you don't know what goes on behind closed doors. You don't know what challenges maybe Bobby Slowick is having, maybe from personnel, maybe from CJ, like in terms of just what he can and can't do. I don't know. We don't know for sure. This is currently not working, and it's a flaming disaster. It's not just not working. It's a flaming disaster. They've been an atrocious offense for the second half of the season that you've got to make a change of some sort systemically or with a coordinator. If there's any amount of personal loyalty to Bobby Slowick, if that's the thing that would prevent DeMeco from making a change, DeMeco has to consider, am I even really helping out Bobby Slowick here if we try to drag this out one more year? If we wait and wait on Bobby. Right.
Yeah.
I mean, there's lots of guys who have been fired as Mike McCarthy got hired. He got hired from the Green Bay job after a year where he was like the worst offensive coordinator in the league. But that was a one-off occurrence.
Yeah.
Sean Payton lost his play calling duties early in his career.
Mm-hmm.
But it wasn't like it had gotten to the point where he was blamed for the entirety of all the issues. So there's
it
might be a situation where if you want to do right by your friend, man, let him hit the reset button a little bit here because he's not for it yet.
Yep. Larry didn't call the post-game show yesterday, I'm assuming because he needed a 12-hour cooling-off period. What's going on, Larry? Larry in Stafford, what's up?
Merry Christmas, belated Merry Christmas to USF, man. I didn't get a chance to hit y'all beforehand, and I hope y'all had a great day. I want to get the positives out the way because you're right. I needed probably more than 12 hours. But the positive is that I came down to the lower level and watched Beyonce, and damn, she is fine, man. Lord. But that was a great performance by her, man, and I'm glad that it happened yesterday for her and for the city. Now, getting all that out the way, DeMeco is at a crossroads. Last season, we watched him do this same kind of disaster against the Cleveland Browns. And then they came back and they towed Cleveland ass up in the playoffs. D'Amico is going to have to make a serious decision about Bobby Slowick, man, because this Seth just said it. This hasn't been just a one-off or a 4-game-off situation with this offense. This has been the entire season. And there's no reason to continue to believe that Bobby Slowick is going to be somebody that's going to get this thing righted, man, because it's all coming apart now with the way CJ is playing, because CJ is playing some of the worst football that I've seen. I never thought he was going to play like that, man. He's doing things that we thought that he would never do, taking sacks, running around, not throwing the ball away. He's doing things that we saw other quarterbacks do that we just lit up, like Will Levis. Sorry. This is not something that is going to be sustainable. But I will continue to say this. If you are out here saying that you want D'Amico Ryans fired after he's taken us to the playoffs 2 years in a row, after that disaster that we experienced from 2020 to 2023, y'all ass is crazy. D'Amico is going to have to make some command decisions about his coaching staff and get some dudes over there that's going to fix his quarterback. But as far as him not being our head coach, y'all can miss me with that silly-ass stuff. Fellas, yesterday was embarrassing. It was something that the brand took a hit. I can tell you about what happened with that American flag that was supposed to be on the field that never happened, because they really pissed me off about having me come over there doing that. But other than that, we're going to be okay, because D'Amico Ryans is going to do what he has to do to make this franchise the winner that we trying to be in our hall.
Wait. What happened with the flag?
Man, we practiced from 1:15 to 3 o'clock, and we never made it onto the field because we had that 100-yard flag that we had to tote all the way from the bubble all the way over to the loading dock. And we get over there, and they told us we missed the entire performance of getting out on the field, man. And that flag was in the hallway, and they told us we had to unclip the flag and take it apart. I walked my ass right away from there and went to my seat to watch the game. They out their mind, man. The Houston Texans owe us a huge apology, man, because that walk from the bubble to the loading dock, man, we had old ladies over there, man, trying to carry this flag, man. It was the craziest thing I've ever seen, and I never thought that would happen, because I was going to be right behind the Plantronics on the 50 holding the flag, man, and they messed me out of my moment, man. But you know what? That's why I say yesterday was just really a bad day for your boy, except for Beyonce.
I appreciate it.
I got to guess. That's the first I've heard of it. And it's not like some... everybody put down your torches. I'm guessing that this wasn't like some anti-American thing or anything, because they do this all the time where they have the full flag out on the field.
Maybe a logistical
I'm guessing
issue.
Logistically because of the Beyonce concert.
Maybe
it was...
there's a lot to navigate
or
yesterday.
something with the Netflix production. Maybe there was a hitch in the schedule or something.
If I'm Larry and that's happening, I go get on my phone and I find a way to get on Ravens -5.5. I'm like, man, this just isn't going to be our day. We didn't get the flag on.
It feels like one of those movies where like people are about to put on a big production and they think some talent scout's going to be in the audience, and it turns out that it's just they got the name wrong. Oh, it was, you know, we're ready for our big performance. Yeah. Like, oh no, actually, you're not.
Appreciate the phone call, Larry. All right, final segment coming up. We'll talk to the guys. Area 45 is in the loop today. Patrick Creighton, Sean Bijani. We will pass the baton to them. Bowl game season is here. And up next, this is the first time we've seen Coach Prime in a bowl game. He's got one important instruction for all of his guys. You kids out there may want to heed this one, all right? We'll let you hear what it is coming up next.
Payne and Pendergast.
Payne and Pendergast with you.
Sean and I were discussing which recreational drugs we should get into. We're having a very mature conversation about maybe drugs are the answer.
Yeah.
Just a reasonable amount of heroin use. I don't know. Maybe that'll make me feel better. Where do I get heroin? Text in.
I had an important question. Yeah.
I wouldn't even know. I'd have no clue.
And trust me, we can't see your phone numbers or anything. Yeah. I asked you a very important question during the break. My wife's hoodies and I'm wearing one.
That's a nice hoodie.
Yeah, she got it from Flag and
Good job,
Anthem.
Amy.
Yeah. She knows I like to shop on that website, and so it's a thin hoodie, got a nice design on it, but the sleeves are like down past the wrist. They're a little long, but it's because they have those little thumb holes in them.
Yeah.
That you stick your thumb in. And I see a lot of women walk around where they have shirts women do.
They're in their full yoga gear and everything.
Yeah, and so I asked you, if I put my thumbs in the holes like this and wear this hoodie like this.
Does it look like feminine?
Is it feminine? Yeah.
I don't think it is.
Okay.
But I think that, now that you bring it up, it feels like, women like to have their hands warm.
Yeah.
A cup of coffee.
Yeah.
The way they put their hands on a cup of coffee.
Totally.
So maybe it's almost like a little half mitten for the lady folk. And that where you're trying to do, you're trying to keep your hands
warm. I'm doing one of each right now. One with the thumb and one without the thumb.
You definitely look more like an adult without the thumb.
Yeah, I do. I think so
too.
too.
Hole there.
Okay.
But then it probably looks like it's comfortable when you've got your thumb in the hole.
I kind of like having the thumb in the hole too. You're right. It
It's your
feels
own like personal little shocker there. Yeah, I like that.
I was going to think it was more like a boxer.
Oh, like a boxer or that too.
Yeah. Okay. Well, if you're not watching on YouTube, you have no idea what the hell I'm talking about. Here's Deion Sanders, Coach Prime, going to a bowl game for the first time. Yeah, going to a bowl game for the first time. I kind of probably would have been good for me to look up and see who they're playing in the bowl. That's how important bowl season is right now. Yeah. Colorado bowl game opponent is the University of Colorado. Oh, they're in the Alamo Bowl, the Alamo Bowl against BYU. BYU against Coach Prime. That's not bad. These are two teams that had playoff aspirations at various points during the year.
Yeah.
What's funny about that is they're both in the Big 12. That's kind of weird. But at any rate, they didn't play each other this year, I don't think. Here was Coach Prime. The one thing, he gave his team all the instructions, the do's and don'ts of a bowl game, or you're getting sent home. This was the one that got the most attention.
Last but not least, if I smell smoke on any floor, or if I get somebody that tells me somebody's smoking on that floor, that would be your last puff. I'm just trying to tell you. It's going to be your last puff. That's going to be your last puff. I hope it was good, because that's going to be your last one. I promise you, if I smell smoke on your clothes at practice in the morning or at breakfast or anything, that's going to be your last time. I promise you, you will not embarrass us. When the last time? Who's been here? Where's the OBs at? Where's the OBs? When the last time y'all been in a bowl game? Ever. And you gonna let some fool mess it up?
Okay.
You know what it reminds me of is the KC3. Back when 3 Texans players were suspended for smoking a cigar type.
First report was
cigar type.
Black and Mild.
Yeah, cigar type. Yeah, they were. Where logic would tell you they likely were not suspended for smoking.
Can you name those 3 players?
Jefferson.
Willie Jeff from he originally Baylor, and then I think Sam.
The LSU defensive end Sam
Montgomery.
Sam Montgomery, and then the third one was the running back from Notre Dame,
Sierra Wood.
Yeah, who ended up getting in some serious legal stuff.
Serious, yeah.
He's not even worth joking about.
He's in prison now.
Yeah.
Yep.
So good job, Deion.
That was during that season where
you got to follow through though. It's like telling your kids you're going to turn that car around. As soon as you don't turn that car around,
that's right.
They know you're a fraud.
Yep.
They won't take your word. So now that's the big test. Does he actually follow through?
I definitely think he would, and I think there's a greater likelihood he follows through if it were one of his kids on the team doing it.
Yeah.
That's how serious I think Deion is. If he'd be most disappointed if Shiloh or Shadur were to be the ones token up.
You know what? I am glad if there's one thing, because obviously people are divided on the legalization of marijuana and everything. I think the one good thing ultimately that'll come out of it is that I think people are more willing or comfortable having realistic discussions about the drawbacks of any recreational substance. Whereas before, there was a lot of just like, nope, There's not a single thing wrong with it ever. Never. Nope. Nobody can ever have any problems. And you're like, okay, come on, dude. Like, I know, like 7 dudes from my high school who probably their life would have turned out differently if they'd put the bong down a little bit more often. So now I feel like you can have more conversations about responsible usage of recreational substances. But like, yeah, the world has changed in a lot of ways now.
It has. Now, I think what's funny about that audio, one, at the very beginning, if I smell, or somebody tells me that they smelled smoke, like, all right, okay, cool. He's farming some narcs. I like that. Yeah. Like, if somebody tells me they smelled smoke, so he's like, all right, he's made it cool to narc.
He should have offered a cash reward. Except for, I don't know what the price tag is these days for these kids. They're making so much money.
Oh, I know. The NIL, man. If I smell it on your clothes, I tell you what, if there's one thing that you will have a hard time getting the smell out, it is weed.
Yeah.
So that's true. I like that when he was trying to illustrate, like, at the end, like, how long it's been since they've been in a bowl game. He's like, where are my OBs at? My OBs. That's got to be like, instead of OG, like original gangster, it's got to be like, what, original Buffalo, I'm assuming?
Oh, yeah,
his
must
OBs.
Be. Yeah.
His OBs. I just like, my main thing I like is when he brought this up as a topic, that there was all sorts of chuckling going on in the room.
Yeah.
To the point where I like to think that some of the Buffalo players were looking at the guys who were most likely to get caught smoking weed. And a reminder that they live in a state where it's not only legal, it seems almost to be encouraged to smoke weed in Colorado.
I wonder...
as recreational as skiing or snowboarding.
Where's the thing about the Alamo Bowl that'll be different than other places? Like, if you played a game in San Francisco or like in where you're staying in New York City, there's a lot of cities nowadays when you walk down the streets, it's like it smells like a college dorm room, like everywhere.
New York is incredible.
When we were up at Lopez's wedding, that was the first time it hit me.
Same.
I'm like, I got out of my car, I parked the rental car, I got out and I was like, oh my gosh, this is like I'm looking for the Camp Dirty to show up.
Like,
I'm like, whoa, what's going on?
And like all the little like bodegas have been replaced by weed shops. Dispensaries and whatnot.
So it's like it's obviously it's not like that here, even though you can do your deltas and whatnot. But yeah, the places where it's just people are smoking out in the open and everything. I don't know if you can keep the smell off your clothes in a lot of cities.
In a lot of cities, yeah, that's true. Probably a lot of it may have to do with where you're at, but it's San Antonio. Can't do it there.
It's not quite like that.
Can't do it there. Yeah. So good for Dion. Man, I've done a 180 on Coach Prime this season, man. I think he's,
you totally have been. I've always, and I think from the very beginning, I was very intrigued by Dion because I feel like people were underselling his actual coaching ability.
Yeah.
But that he also does bring a lot of like almost intentional mayhem with him just because of who he is and everything. And it was going to be the balancing act between those two worlds.
Yeah.
But I still think I think there are a lot of people that still discount or don't realize like how much actual football coaching he does.
Right.
Like that's the part that's been cool to see that start to take hold.
There was none of me that ever thought he couldn't coach because he did a great job at Jackson State. That's not easy.
Yeah.
But what I was most skeptical of was the approach leaning as heavy as he did into the transfer portal.
Yeah.
And especially along the offensive line and the defensive line, especially the offensive line where it's a very much a chemistry position.
Mm-hmm.
The teams that typically succeed at the college level are the ones whose offensive lines have the most starts together through the 3 or 4 years. So that's the part I was really skeptical about, that just the approach he was taking would work, because he loved to wear on his sleeve, like, this is how I'm doing.
Yeah.
I ain't focusing on the high school recruiting. I'm going all the way into the transfer portal. It worked. I give him, and he's hired a really good staff, too.
And a lot of his strategy, too, and understanding, in this changing landscape, hey, wait a second, like high school recruiting does not matter nearly as much as it used to because, A, you have the transfer portal, but also, B, like, okay, great, I've got a bunch of 5-stars. If they're not playing and starting in year one, they're transferring.
They're leaving.
So I'm not going to waste my time going to kowtow to 17-year-olds in their living rooms when, they might just be a 1-year rental anyway.
Well, have you heard about this other rule that they've passed with the JUCOs?
Yeah.
Your JUCO years don't count against your eligibility anymore at the FBS level.
Dude, playing college football is going to become like a good thing to do in your entirety of your 20s.
There are going to be guys who come away with their nest egg.
Yeah.
They're going to come away with millions and millions of dollars, but there's going to be plenty of just mid-tier players that are going to enter adulthood not playing football, but with $500,000 in the bank. You know, and I think that's great.
I even so the Ivy League is still trying to be the bastion of keeping things amateur and everything. And it's not like those guys are going to get big NIL money or anything. But even some of the things that have changed in the Ivy League are, you can get a redshirt year that doesn't count in the Ivy League, but it does count in the NCAA.
Yeah.
So, if you don't play your freshman year, the NCAA counts that as a red. So you're going to start to see even guys from that league that transfer and spend their fifth year at a big-time school or something, which ultimately will probably be good for schools like that because you can still maybe get 4 years out of a guy, but he still has, a really good opportunity to showcase himself for the NFL somewhere else.
Yeah, an internship.
He can get his degree at Harvard, but then go off and play big-time football somewhere.
Probably get a graduate degree, too.
So they'll probably start giving them virtual red shirts there.
Yeah.
Because that's so the kids in schools like that, because so even though a lot of the schools like Stanford or something, there's an appeal still to the kids that go to those schools to get that degree. That helps you. That pays NIL money for the rest of your life.
Yeah.
It's unfair. It's stupid, but it's I know I've benefited from that. Going you get a certain era. It's dumb.
Yeah.
But it's true. It works. It's a little bit of a passport into a lot of things.
Absolutely.
So spend your 4 years there and then transfer to not Alabama anymore. Transfer to Texas or somewhere else for that fifth year.
Or Notre Dame.
Yeah.
By God. Yeah. So
some of those kids can get their degree at Notre Dame and then go off to a real football school. I've got my Notre Dame degree, and now I'm going to go to a real football school.
1.5-point underdogs against Georgia in the Sugar Bowl next week.
We'll see how they do. Yeah. I've watched your team in the playoffs before. In the national championship.
Well, the national championship.
So.
That was the
Lou Holtz ain't walking through that door.
No, I know. He's busy making videos on his couch.
Lou Holtz would probably do really well in this era. I mean, that's what the whole problem with Notre Dame. Well, the thing that was different at Notre Dame was he was bringing in transfers and guys that didn't academically necessarily up to snuff.
Some of the videos he makes is him railing against the transfer portal and NIL.
Oh, if he were an active coach, he would be embracing
I don't know how he would.
I think he'd be really good with it. Actually,
if he were to adapt, I think once he embraced it, I think he'd be great because it's still sales.
He rejected a lot of the old school sentiments of game in his run at Notre Dame.
He did.
Yeah, I think he could have. I think he could have parted ways with some of his old school stuff.
Maybe. Yeah, we'll see. For now, we just got to settle for the videos he makes on his couch, giving opinions about a lot of things.
Hey, Patrick Creighton made a good point yesterday in the pregame to the pregame that I can't remember. I brought it up in the pregame.
It was, what was it about?
I don't know. Apparently it was tremendous because none of us knew what we were talking about.
It was a really good point. I'm so emotionally damaged and sleep deprived right now.
The Dalton Schultz catch. The Dalton Schultz catch against Tennessee.
What did I say? Oh, yeah,
Week 15.
that Dalton Schultz. We missed that one. Where at the end of the year, Dalton Schultz just grabbed, wrestled the ball out of a defender's hand.
Oh, the Titans.
Yeah, in the Titans game. At the end of the season, we need that Dalton Schultz to show. And then he kind of delivered on it for at least one spectacular moment when CJ had kind of an errant throw, but Dalton Dalton kind of mossed
that was a
the dude
throw
for
that
it.
was you were like no yes because that looked like a
potential
for sure
pick six. Yeah.
I'm like, who caught that? I'm like, Nico looks pale.
And I think I've heard this from a lot of people in the fan base because they agreed with me after I said it. I'm at the point with Dalton Schultz where I kind of get angry when he does get a reception. Because I'm like, nope, that doesn't undo everything else. No,
you don't deserve it.
Yeah.
Where has that been for 13 weeks?
Yeah.
All right,
I don't think he's going anywhere though.
Question for you, Seth. If you got to play under these new rules, would you have done 2 years at Cornell and then gone to Ohio State?
First, I would have to not get academically suspended.
True story.
No, I would have.
So Michigan State,
I would have gotten no. Well, not 2 years. I would have gotten my degree and then transferred. Yeah,
taking a fifth year.
But I played my freshman year, so it wouldn't apply to me.
Yeah.
But if you don't play at all as a freshman, you get a virtual red shirt.
Yeah.
And then after your 4 years there, even though the Ivy League won't give you the red shirt, you can go exercise it somewhere else.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would have totally done that. I almost transferred.
Yeah.
I was having a conversation with this about one of my old teammates the other day. This is what I did. I flirted with transferring. So my head coach was a guy named Jim Hoffer, who I didn't know much about what he had done before Cornell or anything, but he had been at Syracuse for a while. But I thought about transferring after my sophomore year. So I reached out to somebody I knew at Syracuse, sent him my tape and everything, talked to the defensive line coach. He liked me a lot. but word got back to Jim Hoffer, obviously, because he knew everybody up at Syracuse.
Before the internet.
Yeah. And
hey, who's this kid of yours who's sending us his stuff?
He guilt-tripped the hell out of me. He had me crying in his office, about how selfish I was being and everything. Which, meanwhile, I go to a school where, you don't get scholarships. I was taking out a school loan to play for this guy, but he managed to Jedi mind trick me into feeling guilty about it.
I know you
not a small student.
You mentioned many times this past week that it's okay for men to cry. That's been a big topic. It's okay for men to cry. I feel like, though,
in certain situations.
I feel like if he got the version of Seth Payne in his 40s and his tactic to keep you at Cornell was to guilt the hell out of you, you would have told him to go die.
Well, no, it would have been now you know when somebody's trying to manipulate you.
Yes.
It's like a timeshare salesman.
Yeah.
I've done that. You know the deal. You know what they're trying to do to you.
Yep.
And I'm like, listen here, I'm here for the free breakfast. Yeah, you can insult me. You can say my wife wears the pants. I don't care. I came for the free buffet. Go die. Yeah, I didn't do the go die part, but I've done that with multiple different timeshare people.
Sure, yeah.
Which, by the way, everybody, easiest way in those situations is just as soon as somebody approaches you at the free breakfast, just tell them, I'm here for the breakfast, man. And they'll be like, thank you. Because they're prospecting.
Oh,
you know?
You don't want to waste their time.
Just don't. The first time I ever did it, I kind of was like, okay, I'll play the game and I'll go along and I'll sit down and talk to the guy. And he tried to pull all those bags out of his bag of tricks. And I'm like, no, I know what you're doing. And then I got angry. Yeah.
Qualified prospects.
So
these prospects.
Even a year after, Hoffer, to his credit, it was brilliant by him.
Yeah.
But if it had happened a year later, I would have said that because I realized then, on reflecting on it, what he had done to me.
Yeah. All right, boys. You ready to
fun times?
Ready to talk some 31-2 Christmas Day football?
I've been waiting on it for about 24 hours now.
Yeah.
It's been fantastic.
I am going to do my absolute best not to incur FCC violations.
Attaboy.
Yeah,
All right, we'll make some more good points that we can steal for the pregame show in the Titans game.
And then we'll just forget about them the next day.
All
of us, myself
included.
Vouch.
Patrick, I'll vouch. I was standing next to Seth when you said that, and Seth's like, that's a really good point by Patrick Creighton right there. I can vouch.
By the way, I was listening to your postgame show last night, and you guys went to break, came back, and you were like, hey, Clint, you were set to really great.
Yeah.
Did you guys ever think of it? Because I got out of the car with about 45
he never,
minutes left.
because he started to say it, but we were like way over on the clock. I said, save it for the next segment. And then we just did what we do during breaks, just BS, ate some M&Ms, ate some Grinch cookies, and we come back like, what was the point you're going to make? I don't even remember, Chief.
You never got it.
Trying to remember things for 5 minutes is really hard.
It is.
In this
business.
Yeah. So everybody enjoy just all of the emotions that you feel right now are going to be echoed by both Patrick and Sean. There's two Seans in the room.
I know.
I had to
Screw it up.
I had to think of the spelling of your name, Sean Bijani.
Yeah, you don't have to spell it.
And just everybody remember, they kind of gloss over this in the Bible, but it's easy to celebrate the birth of Jesus. But today is the day when Mary and Joseph started in hardcore on the sleep deprivation, having to clean up after messy baby Jesus and everything. They had to. And then they had to discipline him at times. It was you got to discipline a living God. That's tough. That's tough to do.
The frankincense.
I was going to say.
They just fast forward to he's a carpenter.
All those gifts he got only pay for so many diapers.
Yeah.
Okay.
This should be, instead of Boxing Day, this should be Joseph and Mary learn about Parenthood Day.
Let's do it.
Yeah.
Let's
From
get behind that.
To lost in the temple to, oh my God, you're an adult.
All right, we gotta pass the baton to you guys. Seth, antibodies to you.
Antibodies to you.
All right. Fellas, have a great show. You're listening to KLT HD2 on Odyssey Station. Patrick Creighton, Sean Bijani. Is that Chris in there? Chris Santiago. They're Area 45.
Yeah, buddy.
Loop Day, and they start now.
Attaboy. All right, appreciate you guys. Sean Bijani, Patrick Creighton, Chris Santiago, as you heard from Pendergast. We are Area 45. Glad to be here, taking you up until 2 o'clock. And
not lazy.
This is one of those days. I told Reggie Atatula, who generally sits next to me at the home games yesterday, the game was winding down, via the game clock, because the game was essentially over long before the game clock hit quad zeros. But this is one of those days after Christmas. It could be any other day. I just despise doing these shows after such a gut punch of a game. But maybe it is compounded by the fact that it was Christmas. But we're here to talk about it, kind of work through it, talk through our frustrations, I think, and we'll do it with you. 713-572-4610. You can hit us up, call or text 572-4610. You can tweet at us at Pete Creighton, the number 1. Check his Twitter timeline. He just prefaced just how angry of an individual he is the morning after the birth of our Lord and Savior, based upon a 31-2 ass whooping that the Ravens gave the Texans yesterday. Fire and brimstone. That's the first tweet that I saw from Patrick Creighton last night. Fire and brimstone, 10 a.m. Yeah, well, here we are. Get ready for it. Buckle up, because PC and I would imagine myself, it's going to take me a little bit more to get worked up today, because I was compressed last night by dealing with a sick wife and sick 4-year-old and being sleep deprived myself because of that. But I'll get there. You can tweet at me as well, at Sean Bijani. Watch the show, join the chat on the Twitch and YouTube platforms. A lot of ways for you to voice your opinions and sound off today. We'd love to hear from you.
If you've heard me speak on the radio before, you might know that, well, I'm kind of always angry.
I wouldn't say you're always angry. I just say you're very frank. You're very blunt.
And
we appreciate that.
I've got an additional gear of anger today.
You do. We've been through this a number of times this season, and who would have thought? Like, you're still talking about a very Bill O'Brien-esque now football team, 9-7, AFC South champs. Brian, 9-7, 9-7. It's a playoff-bound football team.
Brian, who's on the other side of the pond now.
He is. I don't even know if he's. I don't know what was he covering. Cricket.
I think
badminton?
he covers American sports just in the UK.
Oh, okay. You talk about virtually doing one's job. There you go. Kudos to him. But you talking about a playoff-bound football team, and we've had this conversation at least 3 times that I can recall this season. And I would imagine, PC, we could refer back to maybe the Vikings game, maybe the Lions game, and now this one, where we specifically had these conversations about you dealing with your anger management based off of your team playing like ass in those games.
Especially,
does that sound about right? Or did I hit those weeks?
Pretty much about right. I mean, look, the Vikings game was a stunner because we didn't think that they would have a game like that in them.
Against Sam Darnold.
Where they just don't frickin' show up on either side of the ball.
Yeah.
All right, then you got the Packers game where, second half you want us to play? And then again, they obviously should have won. Then they laid the egg against the Jets. And that was the second game they really laid an egg.
Oh, you were mad. Yeah, that's the one. You were really mad after that one.
Because that's a game they had no business losing.
Yeah.
No business losing that game. The next week, they come out, they're kicking the crap out of the Detroit Lions.
Yeah.
And then at halftime, they go in there and they say, hey, guys, we're just not going to play anymore.
Mm-hmm.
And they lose another game they should have won.
And Beyonce did not perform at halftime that day.
She did not.
They had no excuse.
Then there was the Travis mockery against the fake Oilers.
Mm-hmm.
The fake Oilers.
Now, I understand the Chiefs game, but the Chiefs are better than they are. And you suffered a zillion injuries in that game.
Yeah, but at least in that game, you were never really out of it.
They seemed like they were competing.
Yeah, the last 9, 10, 11, 12 minutes of that game, whatever, the Chiefs became the Chiefs. And the Chiefs, we'll talk about them a little bit later on, very, back to them old selves, Pat Mahomes particularly, after yesterday's win against the Steelers.
The Chiefs saw the team that need to get done, they get it done.
Mm-hmm.
No nonsense, no excuses, doesn't matter who they're playing. When they need to get it done, they get it done. Yesterday, Christmas Day, in your building.
Yeah.
Prime time, right? You're on the Netflix stream where we'll get into that a little bit later because I got some for you on that Netflix stream. Whole country is watching you.
Yeah.
On Christmas Day in prime time in your own building.
Mm-hmm.
Beyonce at halftime. And you guys could not suck enough.
Mm-hmm.
You couldn't suck enough. The offense was a joke.
Yeah.
The protection is garbage. The play calling is garbage. CJ Stroud is so broken. He is missing throws that last year he hit in his sleep.
Yeah, 100%.
They can't run it. They don't have guys who can catch it who's not named Nico Collins.
Go time.
This has become an unwatchable team. And that was an unwatchable performance. Biggest stage in the game against one of the teams that you've got to beat to get to the next level. This team is worse than they were a year ago on offense. They are worse than they were a year ago overall. They are worse as a team. They are worse as an organization. They are worse in coaching. Same dudes.
Yeah.
They are worse in coaching. After a game like that, an absolute friggin' debacle, Sean, heads better roll.
Well, you're only a few weeks away from finding that out, apparently. One regular season game left, and it seems as though, max one playoff game remaining, and we'll get into exactly whom that's slated to be against a little bit later on in the show. But I'll go ahead and double down on this for you. You're talking about all of the worsts from last season to this season. That it's confirmed and evidenced once again by the product that was on the field yesterday. But not only was that the worst game of the season for the Texans, it was also one of, if not the worst game of C.J. Stroud's young career. But I'll go all the way. This was the worst performance yesterday on any stage. It was a big stage, and you knew it was, and you said you were ready for it and looking forward to it. Those are the words from your coach, DeMeco Ryans, multiple times this past week leading up to the game. But this was the worst performance on a big stage as a franchise, at least since the 30-0 debacle against the Kansas City Chiefs in the 2016 playoffs.
Brian Hoyer intercepted.
Keep going.
Brian Hoyer intercepted.
Keep going.
Brian Hoyer looking, intercepted.
There's 3. Keep
Wait,
going.
There's one more. Hoyer looking, fires, intercepted.
Hold on, you're only going to give him 4? I thought there was 5 that game. Unless he did not throw the 5th. Am I making this up? Is it kind of like the fish story? Like when you're a kid, you catch the fish, and then every time you tell the story, it gets bigger and bigger and bigger. Am I misremembering this? Am I pulling a Roger Clemens? Like, was it 4 and not 5? I even questioned this more going through it. Maybe I should have looked at the play-by-play, the old box score. I thought maybe it was 6.
It was only 4.
It was only 4. My God, 4. Yeah. I don't think that's too strong. I really don't. Now
he did lose a fumble. That's a 5th turnover.
Yeah, maybe that's what I was thinking of, to be honest with you. But this is the worst. We'll talk about this later, and you can think about it if you're planning on sticking around for a little bit throughout the course of the show. My first thought after the game, really, it was during the game yesterday, because you knew that they were going to lose. And is this the worst loss, for a team that you had the most expectations for in franchise history? And I think it
has to be.
I think it's yes, because even that 2016 playoff game that I just referenced against the Chiefs, 30-0. Yeah, Hoyer played that last game, but that was the Texans' iteration of Brian Mallett, Brian Hoyer, TJ Yates, and good old Brandon Weeden once upon a time for at least a game and a half or 2 played quarterback for you that season in Bill O'Brien's second year as head coach.
It has to, because this season the Texans had higher expectations than they ever had before.
Ever.
You never had hey, absolutely, this is a AFC title game, possible Super Bowl contender. This is the year they rise up. They're going to challenge the Chiefs to go to the Super Bowl, and they just lost to the Chiefs.
Mm-hmm.
And they just got destroyed by the Ravens. And you know what? If they had to play the Buffalo Bills today, the Buffalo Bills would kick their ass.
100, and that's saying something. You think about it. We just named a few of the games, right? You talked about the Vikings, playoff team. Packers, playoff team. Lions, playoff team. Ravens, playoff team. Chiefs from last week, playoff team.
We made fun.
How many of those games have the Texans won that I just mentioned?
One.
We
made fun of the Dolphins for being a team that can't beat anybody any good.
Yeah.
The Texans are the Dolphins.
1 in 5 are DeMeco Ryans' Houston Texans this season against teams with records better than 500.
The Texans are the Dolphins.
1 in 5. It's amazing. And all season long, we've noticed very early on, PC, regression by Bobby Slowick, by C.J. Stroud, by Dalton Schultz, by this offensive line. I mean, we could go down the list, but those are that's the meat and potatoes of it right there. And it was as clear as day yesterday that every suspicion that you had through the first 17 weeks now of this NFL season have been confirmed. This team is not nearly as good as you thought they were going to be, as you thought they should be. In fact, you mentioned it many more times already in just the first 15 minutes. This is by far a worse team now today than at any point last season.
We've said since the Jets game, maybe a little earlier, but at least since the Jets game, the offense is broken, and Bobby Slowick's not the guy to fix it. And if they didn't fire Bobby Slowick, the offense was not going to get any better. Well, they didn't fire Bobby Slowick. Since that time, they are 3-4, and they now have given up more points than they have scored.
Mm-hmm.
They have lost 2 games to teams they had no business losing to, and 3 games to teams with winning records.
Yeah.
They were non-competitive against the Jets. They were non-competitive against the Ravens. They made the Titans look like it was Steve McNair era Titans. You know, where's Frank Wycheck?
Yeah.
This team on offense has been an absolute joke. And yesterday, you saw the trickle-down effect of that, where early in the game, they're down, 10-0.
Mm-hmm.
The defense is trying to do everything it can.
Yeah.
They get a stop. They get a safety.
Will Anderson, Tommy Togiai,
You get
Corey
a big
Lassiter.
return on the free kick from DP up to the 44-yard line.
Mm-hmm.
And the Texans' offense can't wipe their own behind.
No, there was some really ugly sequences, but there was one sequence in particular that really just kicked their ass, man, in the game. And no sooner did I tweet this out yesterday where I was like, hey, it's sequences like this that will absolutely come back to bite you in the ass. And I want to say it was a second or third offensive possession for the Texans in that game. And it was the one where you just kind of went through. The Texans get a stop after allowing like a 20-some-odd yard explosive to the Ravens. It was Will Anderson, I think Tommy Togiai. They ended up getting the stop, force a punt. You get the big return from Dameon Pierce. But on the ensuing offensive possession, C.J. Stroud goes on to overthrow Joe Mixon, overthrow Dalton Schultz. And then there was another errant pass, I believe, in there somewhere. I have to reference my notes. But there was that. And then the Texans punt. And then what happens? Good old D'Angelo Ross just levels Sims on the punt return. Like, Sims, I guess, deked him. I watched that a couple of times. I didn't really see how that was possible, that Ross thought that Sims actually had the ball. But he just very fundamentally sound tackle, by the way, for D'Angelo Ross. So I guess tip of the cap to him there. But you have to tackle guys that have footballs for it to be legal.
And he came off the field like,
yeah,
I didn't do nothing wrong.
That millisecond.
That's just what? There's nothing wrong there.
As he was showered with yellow flags after such a fundamentally sound tackle, he throws his arms up like, what?
By the time he threw his arms up, the ball finally landed. Yes. I mean, you want to talk about the most idiotic penalty of idiotic penalties, and he's like, beside himself. How was this a penalty? I can't believe this is called a penalty.
100%.
Like, that's exactly the kind of thing that gets your ass, like, you're walking home.
Yes, but those are the things that you cannot afford to do against a very mentally sound football team of the Baltimore Ravens. Yeah, their defense was ass the first 13 weeks of the season, but they've cleaned it up. How many explosives did the Ravens allow combined over the course of the last 4 weeks? Now a total of 4, because they gifted the Texans one in yesterday's game that went for 20 or more yards. It was a 30-yard completion from C.J. Stroud to Nico Collins that ultimately was meaningless, like everything else the Houston Texans did offensively yesterday, because it yielded 0 points for them.
And as soon as you come out in the second half, C.J. throws a terrible pick.
Mm-hmm.
2 plays later, touchdown Ravens.
Yep.
I mean, Derrick Henry, 13 yards. Lamar Jackson, 48 yards. Running.
Yeah.
On the ground.
Yeah.
2 rushes, 61 yards. It's 24-2. Why am I watching?
More on that coming up later. Coming up next, if you'd like to be a part of the show, you can hit us up, 713-572-4610. But I want to get into kind of in depth on why we've seen a regression from C.J. Stroud and Bobby Slowick this season. We'll get into it next, and I'd say some pretty damning confirmation on something I saw on Twitter that could really go a long way in terms of explaining it. We'll do it next. It's Area 45 in for the dudes on In the Loop at Sports Radio 610. Stay put.
The Drive is heading to Katy for Football Friday. Houston sports leader, Sports Radio 610. Houston, let's get in the loop.
You better get ready because we're going to show up and show out.
With John Lopez and Reggie Atatula. Always live.
Love it. Love it.
Always local.
Don't ever underestimate the heart of a champion.
You're in the loop on Houston sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
This is a journey into sound.
Much as you try to bury it, the truth is out there.
The truth lives right here, Houston.
On this day, I see clearly.
Sports Radio 610 presents Area 45 with Bijani and Creighton.
3rd down and 7. Another handoff and another stop on the left side, and that's going to be it in this game. The Houston Texans will fall to Baltimore hard, 31-2. The Texans lose back-to-back to the Chiefs and Ravens and will wrap up the regular season a week from Sunday in Nashville against the Tennessee Titans. They're in the playoffs, but they have a lot of questions they need to answer before they get there. Ravens 31, Texans 2.
That's not what we represent. That's not our team motto. Nobody. That's nothing that we represent. Nothing that we about all year, all season, all week. And Christmas is just embarrassment to show up like that. And that's not Texans' way and mentality of playing football and showing up.
That was just a little bit from Robert Woods after the game yesterday. He was one of a handful of Texans that actually made themselves available on a Christmas evening after one of the worst performances in this franchise's history, given the level of expectation. We are Area 45 alongside Patrick Creighton, Sean Bijani, Chris Santiago. He's our badass producer, and you are lucky to have him here with you all day until 2 o'clock. Chris, yeah, buddy, let's go. Don't hold back today. We need it. We got to feel good. We need something to make us feel right, get us going today. We get till 2 o'clock. That's our job today. It might be an impossible task, PC.
This is basically going to be a therapeutic 3 hours and 45 minutes where if you need to get all your anger and frustration out, we have this thing called a phone line.
Yes, sir.
And the number of that phone line happens to be 713-572 and 4610. And that is how you get on the line, on the show, and able to vent out all your anger, all your frustration with all the other people in the city of Houston who also need to vent out their anger and frustration after the Texans gave us the worst Christmas present in the history
ever. It was ass. Why did it take us 30 minutes to get to that? We're not in the loop. We're Area 45. However, I do have
those guys are lazy.
I have a confession to make.
Isn't that a 12 o'clock hour?
Yeah, but I don't give a damn. It's important because we are 48 hours removed from me. I'll take the blame on this. Wasting at least an hour's worth of everybody's time talking about passionately why Deontay Johnson could help this football team. I take full blame on that. That was ass by me. Stupid of me to think that this guy who was brought in 72 hours ago was going to factor in at all into a team that figured best, you know what? Damn it to hell, we'll get more out of D'Angelo Ross on this beautiful Christmas day. Damn it to hell, we'll get more out of a guy that doesn't even have an appendix anymore, who's 96 hours removed from having it removed in Cade Stover. To hell with Deontay Johnson. We don't need him. For 20 minutes, he was active. And then I'm listening to the pregame show, driving to the stadium, and Sean Pendergast goes, hold on, I'm being handed a note. It's like there's like a matter of national security. News that is about to be broken on Sports Radio 610 at 2:45 in the afternoon. It is a note that says, oopsie, we made a mistake.
Not bad, yo.
In fact, Deontay Johnson is not active today. Rather, Cade Stover will be, and Deontay, whom we don't even know what he's getting whenever he does actually suit up for the Texans, will be inactive. So shame on me for my ass takes, an hour's worth of Deontay Johnson conversation that we so stupidly had on Tuesday. My bad. Shame. I'm sorry, people.
These are like self-imposed penalties, as opposed to waiting for the NCAA to come down on him. He's self-imposing, trying to avoid the stiffer, harsher penalty.
Now, the punishment you choose to give me, I leave it up to you, kind sir. You were kind enough to bring donuts for everybody. If you want to deprive me of a donut today,
I don't want to deprive you of the donut. What I want to do is make you eat something on Tuesday.
You've fed me, multiple cans of expired water this football season.
McRib.
You made me eat a McRib on air. That giant piece of ass.
I think you'd have rather eaten the ass, to be honest with you.
You've given me expired beer on more than one occasion.
No, only on one occasion.
Well, you're right.
We didn't know that it was expired.
Fair.
I didn't know beer expired.
I partook in it on more than one occasion.
I know it had a born-on date, but I didn't know it expired.
Yeah.
I didn't know water could expire. How does water expire?
According to the can, it has to, apparently.
I mean, did it go bad? Did it taste like anything other than, water?
FDA regulations makes you put a date on it, and I was not encouraged by that date.
I'm pretty sure that the date on a lot of things, especially water, is simply there to get you to buy another water.
Hey, let's get out to some phone calls, man. 713-572-4610. I don't want to keep people waiting too long. We promised them instant action.
And since John and Reg aren't here because they're lazy
asses,
we will actually take your phone calls.
Let's get out to Antonio. You're on Area 45. What's up, Antonio?
Hey, what's going on, guys?
Merry Christmas, by the way. Merry Christmas.
God bless you, man.
Antonio, did somebody kick your dog?
Yes, they did. And my dog just, he's just sitting there looking pitiful, and I can't do anything about it. But hey, but there's a infectious disease in the Texans offensive line, and it's called pitiful. It first infected not the line, but the offensive entirety. First it infected the offensive line. It trickled down to the offensive coordinator, who's now looking like he's not going to be our offensive coordinator next year. And now it seems to get into our quarterback. I mean, Nick Caserio has a job to do of finding where this infection is truly coming from, and he has to get rid of it. I don't know how he's going to do that, but that is why we have no hope in this playoff. I don't even know. I don't. There's nobody in this playoff who I think we can actually we could beat them. So, maybe the Broncos, but I'm even scared there.
Oh, man, I don't even know if I'd go that far. Appreciate the phone call, Antonio. We'll get into it a little bit later, but, the updated playoff scenario as it pertains to the Texans has them slated to host the Pittsburgh Steelers at this point in time, and that is literally the best-case scenario, in my opinion, that you could go. I mean, this to the AFC, maybe the NFL, that are playoff-bound, playing their worst football of the season right now.
They're going to play the Steelers at NRG, and 60% of the stadium is going to be black and gold.
Because it was already, it was last season. Did they play them?
No, they played them last year.
Yeah, it was last year.
The building was like almost two-thirds Steelers.
Easy. A lot of Raven fans there yesterday, too, which they travel well. I'm not surprised at that. 713-572-4610, 572 4-6-10. We'll get out to more of your phone calls. I know a lot of you want to weigh in. We will get to our thoughts, and my thoughts particularly, on why I think C.J. Stroud has shown significant regression, along with Bobby Slowick, this offense in general this season. Just some really good stuff I think I saw on Twitter last night I will share with you, and I actually did some extra homework on it that might illustrate a better picture for you. We'll do that next. It's Area 45. You're listening to Sports Radio 610. Stay put.
Bobby is a wizard.
Thursday Night Football. Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Second down and 8 from the Houston 32. Bunch formation right, one back. Here's Stroud. Taking the give. There's immediate pressure. CJ's going to be sacked off the edge. Here comes Board to make the sack. A linebacker who was untouched into the backfield, and there was nothing CJ Stroud could do about it. Now it's third and forever.
Yeah, that was not one of those moments where you could criticize CJ Stroud for that sack. He literally had nothing he could do about that. Not Laramie Tunsil nor Joe Mixon laid as much as a fingernail on Chris Board, who came off free. And how many times, PC, have we seen a free rusher just drill CJ Stroud this season? And I feel like it's happened more times than not here more recently, I would say. There's criticism for Bobby Slowick not working the quick pass game in more. There's criticism for CJ not processing as fast this year, not picking up the read defender, during the snap, not or the ball too long, period. Like there's no criticism a part of C.J. Stroud. There's nothing he could do on that particular play. Now, he did do all of the above yesterday. It contributed to some of the 5 sacks that he did take in the 31-2 loss. But
2 of them were squarely on him, especially the one where they're going RPO, and that's make your read, get rid of the football.
Exactly.
And instead, he's holding on to the ball and then turns around and runs back the other way right into the oncoming rusher and loses like 15 yards.
That is one of those points. You just mentioned it. That is, you read it and you get rid of the ball. I don't have the updated numbers, but I wanted to bring this up because I think it just gives us something to chew on and think about as the rest of the season, whatever's left of it, goes on, and certainly into the offseason. And this will be topical until it's not necessary for it to be topical, which takes us into next year. But Pat Mahomes looked as much like Pat Mahomes has all season long in yesterday's victory over the Steelers. And I'm bringing this up to illustrate a point here. He's 29-38, 320 yards, 3 touchdowns, had one of his best yards per completion days all season long.
Yeah, oddly enough, Travis Kelce showed up yesterday, too.
He did. Was their leading receiver in that victory. Now,
could have used that production last week, Travis Kelce, for my, was it the semifinal for fantasy football? Instead, he gave 4 freaking points.
Yeah.
Thanks,
Mike Sando, Athletic, he's been covering the NFL for almost 30 years, had this on Twitter last night, talking about Pat Mahomes and his average time to throw, 2.34 seconds average time to throw against the Steelers, the fastest of his career yesterday. And he says, if you sort all of Mahomes' starts by time to throw, you notice he was 14-0 in his 14 quickest games time to throw, 30-1 in his 31 quickest, 67-5 in his 72 quickest, 1-8 in his 9 slowest, 6-11 in his 17 slowest. His tweet ends with, it's partly a game plan thing, but also a reflection of how easily he's finding open receivers versus holding the ball, taking sacks, forcing the ball. So that made me want to look at C.J. Stroud's numbers. What I'd found is not updated numbers through week 17. Okay, I don't pay for those services. I just don't.
Through week 16 is still pretty accurate.
Okay. Well, I have them through week 12.
Still pretty accurate.
Okay. So through week 12, Stroud's average time to throw this season is 3.1 seconds. That is 28th out of 35 qualified quarterbacks in the NFL. That's the 8th longest at the time. Okay? 8th longest time to throw in the NFL at the time. Last season, for the entirety of the year, he had an average time to throw at 3.11 seconds. So we're talking about a minuscule difference. Now, what does that mean? The Texans' offensive line pressure rate allowed through week 12 this season is 39.4%. That's the amount of time that CJ is throwing under pressure. It's 4.1% higher than the Texans' offensive line allowed last season. What's 4% of, hundreds of snaps? Like, you're probably talking on average, like maybe 1 to 2 snaps per game, if I was to guess, right? Maybe even a little less. So
he entered yesterday's game, the 4th most pressured quarterback in the league, the 2nd highest sacked quarterback in the league, facing the most 2nd and longs, most 3rd and longs in the league.
Great observation, great stats. I love that stuff, pertinent to this discussion. I'm asking the question, what the hell's the deal? Why is this the case? What are we seeing when the numbers are, in regards to the ones that I delivered to you, very similar, if not almost spot on to what occurred last year with all of his success, record success as a quarterback?
There's more pressure this year, but B, there's more immediate unblocked pressure this year.
There you go.
This is where where you just played that play you just played, where Board comes in untouched and just drills him.
Yeah,
that happens 2 to 3 times a game.
It feels like it.
Where
certainly,
somebody is completely untouched, sack or just a hit. Somebody gets to kind of free run and a full head of steam just bury CJ. Every single game it happens 2 to 3 times. And your quarterback is tired of getting hit. He's tired of getting beat up. And he's looking down at the line for where defenders are coming free instead of like last year, down the field to where he can make plays.
Yeah.
And that is why his production is going down. He's too busy looking to make sure he's not going to get killed.
Yeah.
That he's not able to look down the field and find things. Here is the biggest difference from last year to this year. We always talk about to say, hey, last year they would spread it out. You heard on that same play, what does March say? Bunch set.
Mm-hmm.
They run the damn bunch set more than 50% of the time. Told you they're bottom 7 DVOA running in the bunch set, bottom 7 DVOA passing in the bunch set.
And
but
fundamentally,
damn it, Bobby's going to do it.
Fundamentally, why does that formation lend itself to so little success? It's a very obvious answer. What does that do? It brings more guys
brings everybody
into the box.
in, but this, it's a philosophical change.
Mm-hmm.
This is a finesse offense trying to play bully ball, and they suck at it.
Yeah.
They are literally like the anime character who thinks he's a badass and goes around town picking fights with everybody and always loses. This is what the Texans offense is. They think they're bullies. They line up in these bunch sets because they think they're going to blast guys off the line. And not only can they not blast guys off the line, but guys blast them off the line, or they run right past them and come untouched. And what happens when the bully faces somebody who actually knows how to throw a punch?
They get their ass kicked.
And this is what happens.
Sounds very much like a guy
time again.
I went to elementary school with. I ended up knocking his tooth out because the PE coach told me to.
They are a finesse offense that has this identity crisis that they're not a finesse offense, that they're bullies. And what they need to do is take advantage of their strengths, which is their route running, their ability to generate mismatches, spread out in the flats, outside the numbers, so that they can get outside the numbers or they can break back in after establishing a mismatch. Nico Collins with his height and strength and physicality, right? John Mechie with his route running. Dalton Schultz against a linebacker. Joe Mixon against a linebacker. Creating those mismatches is their strength. They don't create any mismatches because they don't have any time to create mismatches because they get their asses kicked on the line because they think they're badasses when they're not.
He's Patrick Creighton, Sean Bijani. We're Area 45. 713-572-4610. 572-4610.
Yeah, we got a board full of calls we got to get to.
And we will. I think we are obligated to do an Around the NFL segment next because it is sponsored. That is correct. I'm getting the head nod. So we're going to do the Around the NFL segment next. But guess what? You guys on lines 1, 2, and 3, Lamont, Tim, Clarence, and anybody else that wants to get in, well, we're going to go around the NFL, just very pertinent to the Texans. We will do it next.
The Texans take on the Ravens. HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Let's go around the NFL in the loop style.
Why are you smiling?
Because I love football.
Brought to you by Quick Assist. Here's John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
I'm going to tell you all about how much fun you're going to have this season.
On Houston Sports Radio 610.
It's Around the NFL, brought to you by Quick Assist. Last-minute change of plans, and you can't use your tickets? Well, you can download Quick Assist from your app store today. They'll take care of the rest and help you find the best price on the market. Quick Assist. It's Quick Assist, QUICKASYST. Quick Assist, your ticket everywhere. And we don't have far to go around the NFL. Just a couple of games yesterday. We'll get to the rest of it and some updated playoff scenarios as it pertains to your Houston Texans throughout the course of the show today. We've got you till 2. Between now and then, we'll get to your thoughts. We promised them. That's what we're here for. And so we'll do it. 713-572-4610, 572-4610. You can call or text. Hit us up on Twitch, YouTube, Twitter, what have you. You'd like to tweet the very mad, angry, but very rightfully so, and logical Patrick Creighton, at P. Creighton, the number 1, at Sean Bijani for myself. I, too, would deem myself as the aforementioned, though my 45-minute to 60-minute conversation that I instigated on Tuesday as it relates to Deontay Johnson and his impact that he should have. Notwithstanding, never mind that. We'll get to that maybe later. Let's get out to Tim. You're on Area 45. What's up, Tim?
The punishment you spoke of earlier should be to watch that game again.
I did last night.
What an atrocity. What a national embarrassment. It looked like we played game 3 days. Good grief. 3.2 seconds he's hanging on to that ball. That's longer than my first marriage. Me and you can see, and all I've coached is my 8-year-old softball team. I can tell you, get rid of the damn ball. We need to get rid of the ball. Like you said, those guys are pinning their ears back, and everyone in the stadium and us knows they're coming for him. And he's looking like David Carr back there. He's scared to death.
You know, I hate the fact, Tim, that you mentioned a couple of things there that I've actually interjected into our conversation the last week and a half, 2 weeks or so. 2 things is that this goes to what PC always points out with the bunched formation, why it drives him crazy. It allows the defense to do exactly that, pin their ears back, because they are going to out-physical no matter the opponent. Many more times than not, it's proven itself out. They're going to out-physical, out-toughness, out-game plan, anything the Texans' offensive line has to offer. And then 2, I hate to say it, but yeah, C.J. Stroud, some of the sacks that he's taken over the course of the last 3 weeks, maybe a month or so, it does look very much like David Carr. And, you know, David Carr running out of bounds. Like, what did he do that last week against the Chiefs? C.J. Stroud did. David Carr didn't spend very many nights in the hospital because of things like that. Those were sacks that he himself could have avoided and chose not to.
Tim, you mentioned your first marriage was very short. Was it to a Kardashian?
It was not. But, guys, I think we have a blueprint now for the Pittsburgh game. I'm tired of seeing Kansas City. I'm tired of seeing the Ravens. Pittsburgh, we go in there and we got to cut that 3.2 seconds down. We got to, go out there and do what Mahomes does. Is just very orderly, business-like. He's got to dink and dunk, man. We got to get, these little short passes, even if it's to Mixon, to Dalton, Minchie. Somebody's going to have to step up. Nobody's coming to save you.
Well, and that's the thing, too, Tim. And it brings me to the point that I wanted to make. I went back last night, PC, and I looked at all of my game notes. I keep all of my game notes from the season. And I just referenced, just my initial thoughts on the performance, offensive line, C.J. Stroud. And these are, the 3 main ones that I routinely had in there after games. Offensive line sucks at winning one-on-ones. I'm just reading you verbatim. It's very emotionally based.
So imagine how good they are at winning one-on-twos.
Okay. Offensive line sucks at winning one-on-ones. They're not picking the right assignment, and evidenced again yesterday. We talked about the free rusher, Chris Board, smashing Stroud. CJ holds the ball too long. Game plan stinks. Routes not congruent with the offensive line blocking ability. Finding ways to get the ball out quicker. It's not happening near enough. That's what Tim just said. Like Hutch, Mechie, Woods, Nico, all that stuff. Why is it so difficult to do that? There's a few things why it's not as easy as just, hey, let's run more slants to Nico, which, by the way, they did. On their first offensive possession, it went for 13 yards, I believe. Nico was lined up in the slot on the right side, about an 8-10-yard cushion from the defender. Stroud, boom, 13 yards. Where the hell's that been? Me and Reggie literally looked up at the same time to each other and said that yesterday. Where's that been? Where was it afterwards? They went away from it.
They do this all the time. And we talked about this while Nico was out, that nobody runs Nico's routes.
Mm-hmm.
And how many times we saw this a little bit last year, too, where look, their best play is that intermediate in with Nico Collins.
Mm-hmm.
Right? He basically breaks the guy's ankles and then cuts over the middle, straight in. And, CJ hits him, cutting across the middle in stride. Nico gets the yak. It is their best play. And they'll go quarters without running it.
And it's when the defense is still, like, clearly pre-snap allowing you to do that. Like, please give Nico Collins an 8 to 10 yard cushion in the slot outside. Show zone pre-snap, doesn't matter. I'm going to that guy.
I'm going to him until you stop it. And then when you stop it, I'm going to put him on the other side of the field and just run it the other way and make you stop that.
I mentioned this a little earlier, and we'll get to some more phone calls in just a second. 713-572-4610. But I'm glad Tim brought up the point that he did because I wanted to get this out. I don't think it's as simple as just, what we saw yesterday on that first possession, like I mentioned with the quick slant. Like, yes, it's there sometimes pre-snap, but I think CJ, for whatever reason, is having real difficulty pre-snap and in the middle of plays identifying the read defender. The read defender, okay, is just like the guy. The key on the defense at the crack has to identify that you're going to do whatever he dictates. Like if he moves here, you're going to look there, okay? So just dumb it down very fundamentally. What you do with the football is going to be dictated by what you read the defender to do. And I think CJ's like really struggling with that for whatever reason. I don't know if it's because they've put too much on his plate. I don't know if it's because he's just simply regressed within this offense. Slowick's maybe made it a little bit too confusing. I don't know. Those are questions that I'm not going to have the answers to, that I don't even know that Seth Payne, Clint Stoerner, these former players have the answer to. But
does Mina Kimes have the answer?
She did a really good job. I heard yesterday. Didn't watch it, obviously, because I was at the game. But C.J. Stroud mentioned this several times between last season and this season, and sometimes he tries to make plays that aren't there, doesn't take the boring play. You've heard that? Well, the aforementioned is probably a big contributing factor as to why, because he's having trouble identifying coverages as quickly, identifying the read defenders, and he's made poor decisions because of it. That's what I think. 713-572-4610. What do you think? Let's get out to Clarence. You're on Area 45. What's up, Clarence?
Hey, good morning, guys. I'm going to tell you what. They played like they was in Area 51 yesterday. They didn't know if they were going or coming. Well, look, we know Stroud has too much on his plate. That's Slo's job to fix that. Either he needs to be replaced or he needs some help. Stroud has become disheveled. He's just shell-shocked. But my main thing is D'Amico. Know the to the room. If you pay attention, some of these guys are getting frustrated. And I don't know if they're getting frustrated with D'Amico, but they are even getting tired of hearing the same old thing over and over. They want results, just like we do. And if I see D'Amico, man, laughing and joking again, when we getting blew out, I'm a scream. This is about the third time I've seen him do this. There's no reason to be laughing. There's no reason to be joking. We got throttled yesterday, and the camera hit you, and you laughing and joking. It's not the time, my man. We need you to come down on these players. And another thing, and I'm going to let you guys go. When you have a player, you got a couple of bad apples in the bunch, and that's just what it is. Anytime you get blew out and a guy jump on social media and talking about his shoes was the best part of the game, it's a problem. It's a problem. This guy's not all in, and it's a couple of more that's not all in. It's up to the coaches, specifically D'Amico, to figure out who these guys are and either weed them out or correct them. But the honeymoon is over, my man. It's over. You guys have a good one.
Appreciate you, Clarence. For those that don't know what Clarence was referring to in terms of like a guy talking about his shoes, that was Laramie Tunsil. Sean Pendergast actually talked about it a little bit this morning. I heard some of it. I don't know how in-depth he went, but apparently Laramie Tunsil's Instagram account made a post immediately after the game yesterday highlighting some cleats that he was wearing that happened to be autographed by somebody I've never heard of before, or maybe it was who signed the shoe, whatever the case may be, but just an poorly timed Instagram post, which I am not technologically savvy, but I do know you can do this, and that is like schedule tweets and schedule Instagram posts. Like maybe that was the case. Laramie Tunsil's not one to be at his locker and chilling, sitting on his phone. He is one to be at his locker and take his sweet time getting dressed and kind of hobnobbing with, certain members of the media off the record 99.99999% of the time. But he's not one to sit at his locker and fire off Instagram posts. So I think it's probably his people doing that. That's what Clarence was referring to. 713-572-4610, 572-4610. Let's get out to Lamont. You're on Area 45. What's up, Lamont? Lamont? Are you there? We'll have to come back to Lamont. 713-572-4610, 572-4610. Chris, play me highlight 29 because we have to go around the NFL, and this guy ran around the Texans yesterday.
3 men in the backfield now. Henry, one of them, with Lamar Jackson in the middle of that diamond set, and Jackson with the keeper right side across the 45, 40, 30, right sideline, 20, 15, 10, 5, touchdown, Lamar Jackson.
He was toying with Bullock on the back end because he knew Bullock couldn't run him down. He goes that distance, Mark, untouched to the end zone.
48-yard touchdown run, Lamar Jackson.
Yeah, toying with Kalen Bullock, who, do you remember his interception return a few weeks ago? I would imagine Lamar Jackson, in preparation for this game, probably noticed the speed from Kalen Bullock on that return and probably said, oh, yeah, you think you're fast? Watch this. Ran about 22 miles per hour on that 48-yard touchdown
fastest
run.
He's ever run in his life in the NFL.
Yeah.
It's his fastest NFL run ever.
Yeah. That was really, really impressive. But I played that highlight because...
Not the only guy he's toyed with. I mean, he toyed with Danielle Hunter plenty yesterday,
He did. Not for a single game, but it might have seemed like a single game yesterday. Michael Vick, by the way, has the single game rushing mark for NFL quarterbacks, 173 yards in an actual game, not John Madden on the easy mode, but he did it against the Vikings back in 2002. Lamar Jackson ran for 87 yards on just 4 attempts. That was one of them yesterday, but it was pertinent because Lamar Jackson is now the all-time leading rushing quarterback in NFL history, passing Michael Vick by 1 yard yesterday, now with a career 6,110 rushing yards for a career.
In a whole lot less games.
Lamar Jackson's career high for a single game rushing record was, for him personally, 152 against the Bengals 5 years ago in 2019. And speaking of records, Derrick Henry set a Ravens single-season record yesterday with his 16th touchdown, surpassing Ray Rice, who did it in 2011, and Mark Ingram, who did it in 2019. Boy, what a year 2019 was for the Ravens. You had Ingram doing that and Lamar Jackson doing what he was doing. He had like 4 or 5 games in 2019, I think, of 100-plus yards rushing. But not a good day, and it's never great when the opposition is setting franchise records on you. That was just the tip of the iceberg yesterday for the Christmas Day blunder. 713-572-4610. I think we have Lamont back. Let's try him again. Lamont, you're on Area 45. What's up, dude?
Hey, man, sorry about that. And Merry Christmas, fellas.
Merry Christmas. What you got?
Yes. Say, man, a couple of things. C.J. Stroud is awful this year, but there's a silver lining in all of this, and that's Nick Caserio. And I'm going to tell you the biggest winner this season. There's a silver lining in all of this. It's easy. Get rid of Sloan, bring in another OC and see what you really have in CJ Stroud. If this dude is shell shocked or whatever, because he's due for some real big money in probably like 2 or 3 years right now. He looks awful. He reminds me of Mitch. We always say David Carr, but he reminds me of Trubisky. That Trubisky had that one good year, his first year, and the quarterback down in San Diego, too. Well, not San Diego, but Los Angeles Chargers. They had their first good year, and now we're in this area. CJ Stroud last year, CJ Stroud, or is CJ Stroud this year, CJ Stroud? He looks absolutely awful, man. And let's talk about this whole complimentary football crap. There's nothing complimentary about this football team. Complimentary means you need something to assist your defense. And we're not getting there right now.
Lamont, I got to let you go, man. You're just kind of
started cutting out,
breaking up. Totally understand why we missed you the first time. You just got a bad cell connection, but
you want some fun? Like we talk about how much the Texans' running game has been awful, and how Joe Mixon basically has to break 3 tackles to hit the line of scrimmage.
Mm-hmm.
So last year, still playing for the fake Oilers, Derrick Henry had 241 yards before contact for the whole year.
Prior to
last season.
Oh, last season. You're saying
before contact.
Okay.
He had 241 yards before contact the whole year.
Okay.
After last night's game, Derrick Henry, who now has like 1,700 yards rushing, 581 yards before contact. He's gained nearly 600 yards before being touched this year. That's the difference between an offensive line and the 5 Park Yugos Texans have.
Before being touched?
Yes.
Oh, man. Okay.
Derrick Henry, 581 yards before any contact.
Okay, that means
this year.
That means like about 1,200 after contact.
Right. So the first time you get hit.
Yeah.
But to go 241 to 581.
Yeah.
And there's still another game to go.
I mean,
it's more than double. That's the difference in having a good line and having a trash line.
Well, and that's also the difference between a good tackling team and not a good tackling team. There was one instance yesterday. It was on a run you probably forget about. But they give the ball to Derrick Henry. It was about an 8-yard gain. 6 of those came after contact. He drug an entire pile 6 yards. There were at least 4 Texans latched onto him.
I know what one you're talking about because I think Henry Toto went for a ride on that.
There was 2 really wow moments for me yesterday watching the Ravens. That was one of them. And the other, it was the Lamar Jackson. It wasn't a touchdown run because he scored his only touchdown on the ground with that 48-yard scamper that we just played. But it was like first or second and goal situation. They were inside the 5-yard line. I know this. Lamar Jackson changed direction twice in a congested pocket to escape out the left side and pick up about 4 yards, getting down to the 2, or maybe it was the 1-yard line before they ended up. It was before the Jackson to Andrews 1-yard touchdown pass where he was wide open in the back of the end zone. I was like, you got to be kidding me.
You want another funky number? So Joe Mixon has 993 yards. He's the Texans' leading rusher.
Okay.
Their second leading rusher is CJ Stroud, who has 233 yards.
Mm-hmm.
Take a wild guess. Third leading rusher is.
It ain't Dameon Pierce.
It's not Dameon Pierce.
Their third leading rusher, it's going to be Tank Dell.
Incorrect.
Who?
Cam Akers.
Ah, no way!
And he hasn't been on the team for 2 months.
Has it? It's only been 2 months. I feel like Cam Akers hasn't been on this team since like week 1 or week. What? Hold on.
5. He played 5 games.
He played 5 games. I was gonna say week 1 or week 2, but man, would the Texans be better with Cam Akers? Would they be better?
I had no idea, man.
I mean, the 1-2 punch that DeMeco Ryans wanted between Joe Mixon and Dameon Pierce never came to be. But one game, Dameon Pierce had one game where DeMeco Ryans and Nick Caserio said he's bad. back, and then they said, Cam, see you, dude. We're going to, appreciate your services, but you're out of here.
They then proceeded to give Dameon Pierce 3 carries since then.
Yeah, I think he got one of the 3 yesterday.
21 carries on the season in 10 games.
No, sir. All right, 713-572-4610. We'll roll with more of your reaction. Hours coming up next. The Texans' embarrassing Christmas Day loss to the Baltimore Ravens. Is there time to get this thing fixed? We'll discuss next.
Celebrate the day after Christmas with us on another John Deere Reaction Monday.
Houston's sports leader.
Sports Radio 610. Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
You know, I mean, people are entitled to their opinions, and you know they care about the game, and you know their emotions matter. You know, so I understand. You know, it's not my first time, and probably won't be my last. So it's not something to internalize and point the finger at yourself. You know, but it is something that you can, you know, use it to motivate you to like not want those moments anymore. So, you know, I got plenty of football left in my career. Hopefully, you know, God willing. And you know, I know this is going to be a story I'll tell one day that helped me in the long run. So, you know, it's part of life, man. You hit a lot of valleys, and then you have a lot of mountaintops. You know, and it's cliche, but you know, they say there isn't. What is it? There's not sunny days if there's not days with rain. So it's a rainy day, but at the end of the day, you know, the sun will rise up tomorrow. You know, we have another crack at this thing next week, and you know, keep rolling.
Now, there is more doom and gloom today, literally, weather-wise. I don't see the sun too much this hour. Area 45 in for the guys on In the Loop. That was C.J. Stroud after the game yesterday when asked about the multiple times his team was booed off of the field. They got booed off of the field, PC, when D'Amico Ryans decided to not go for it on a 4th and 2 from their own 43-yard line, down 17-2.
Because they were really successful in 4th down conversions yesterday.
Mm-hmm. Then they got booed off of the field at halftime after the sequence of Stroud getting hammered, hurt his arm, left the game, gave way to Davis Mills, who came in to hand off to Darian Gumbawale.
Because why would Davis Mills come in and not hand off?
That was happening. I think fans, they probably would have booed anyway, but Stroud came back into the game to hand the ball off to Dari again, this time for a 3-yard gain as time expired.
Because Davis couldn't handle 2 handoffs in a row. That's too much for him.
Right. Well, I remember the Texans did this earlier this year on a game in which C.J. Stroud left, maybe missed max 2 plays. I think it was similar. 1 play before the half. He came back in to kind of like, it felt like at the time to just show like a resiliency, toughness. And this was a road game. I can't remember where it was. But for what it was worth, the Texans at the time, when Stroud came back in to hand off to Dari, they had 2 timeouts left, but they were deep in their own territory with just seconds clock. So I think fans just very frustrated at that point in time, and rightfully so. I think it was more in large part to just the product that was on display for the first 30 minutes of the game, more so than just that particular situation.
Yeah, they tried going for it on 4th down inside the 4, and Joe Mixon got stoned at the 1. And then they tried again on 4th down in the second half, got stoned again.
Mm-hmm.
All right, look, this we were talking about earlier about, hey, the Texans need to go on these 10, 12-play drives. The Texans can't sustain 12-play drives because almost guaranteed to happen, there'll be a sack. And I know you and I did this exercise earlier in the season where we looked at what happens to your probability of scoring on a drive where you have a sack.
Yeah.
And how it basically plummets to less than 25%.
Those numbers are deflating, man.
And what's going to happen is they're going to give a sack or they're going to get a penalty.
Mm-hmm.
Because they're, top 3 most penalized team in the league.
Sure. Story of their season offensively.
Top 2 most sacks allowed. They can't have 12-play drives because they can't make 12 plays in a row without screwing up.
Yeah. The problem, too, yesterday, it was the penalties weren't really a thing. It was more evident yesterday that there's many things going on with C.J. Stroud that are off this year. You know, it was not only his worst game of the season, worst game of his career probably. And yeah, I'm not pretending to, remember that the Packers game earlier this season didn't happen, or the Jets game this year or last year didn't happen. But in terms of expectations, big stage, quality of opponent, this was the worst. And it was the worst performance by, I think, this team in its franchise's history, all things considered. Stroud just 17 of 31, 185 yards, the interception, the 5 sacks, but it was the throws that he did not make. Missed easy throws, the overthrow to Schultz, Nico, and Mixon, all that on the first 3 drives. Missed opportunities down the field. He missed Nico on more than one occasion.
Oh, he was airmailing throws that last year he made to sleep.
But I mean, didn't even look their way. Like the predetermined, throws, pre-snap, like I'm going here with the football, and that's that. Not even looking Nico's way. That happened at least twice that I noted.
So, like, for example, when earlier Seth and Sean were talking about cover 2.
Mm-hmm.
You're playing cover 2, you got to run the football.
Mm-hmm.
Because you should be able to run the football against the light box.
Mm-hmm.
But the Texans can't run the football against North Shore High School. So they have to throw it.
North Shore's got a really good D.
And, there were plenty of times last year, this was a normal play for them. They would run cover 2, and they'd run a receiver to split the bracket coverage towards the sideline, and CJ would drop it right in there.
Mm-hmm.
This year, it's an airmail every time.
Yeah,
and he did it again yesterday, where they got Nico open like that. They had one play open with Schultz like that, where they got in between the bracket between the DB and the safety.
Yeah.
They got right inside, going to the line, and a play that CJ used to drill that play last year all time. 3 times it happened.
Yeah.
3 airmails all on that same route. Maybe stop calling that route. I'm just saying.
Or just make the damn throw.
Well, if you're not if you're not making the throw, stop calling the play.
No, hell no. You gotta the play's there. Make the damn throw. Like you're poised enough to stay in the pocket. And the one where.
Okay, Bobby Slowick. Hey, you can't run. You can't move that right
Schultz
tackle.
would have run for 30 yards at least. Everybody saw that. They got exactly what they wanted.
You're talking about a different round.
We talking about then?
I was talking about the one where they're going right to the sideline in between the safety and the DB, where it's a straight out.
The out?
You're catching the ball and going out of bounds.
Schultz hadn't caught that play all year. Yeah,
but
I'm with you on that one.
CJ keeps missing the throw.
Mm-hmm.
He made that throw every time last year. He airmails it every time this year. Stop calling the route.
Yeah, I wouldn't say every time, but I'm with you on that one. Like it's either an airmail or Schultz goes with the T-Rex arms and isn't catching that.
No, but
ball.
the one you're talking about where he turns it into an up, and the idea is catch the ball and then turn up field.
Yeah.
CJ isn't hitting that one either, but that's a throw he's got to make.
Yeah, no, 100%. We're there on the same page. Let's get out to David, 713-572-4610. What you got, David? You're on Area 45.
Hi, guys. Merry Christmas. Hey, yesterday's dead and gone. I have a question.
Yeah.
The question is, would it hurt to play the second-string guys and Davis Mills next week and give all of our starters a rest? Because the game really doesn't mean much, does it?
Texas going to the playoffs.
They're locked into their seed.
Going to host the playoff game.
The game means absolutely zip.
Yeah, I mean it doesn't. So you're kind of a proponent of
bench, sit the starters,
play the backups, and ultimately the question becomes: appreciate it, David. Does that benefit C.J. Stroud? Does that benefit this football team from the players that are going to play the bulk of the snaps going into the postseason, like from a rest standpoint, from like just decompressing, seeing it from a different vantage point? Like that's kind of where my mind is.
I mean, look, I'll be honest with you. I expect Davis Mills to start next week. There's no reason to play CJ. I expect Nico to probably not play. I expect Dalton Schultz to probably not play. I don't know what they'll do as far as the offensive line. I think the offensive line will play. I think Joe Mixon might play sparingly. They don't need to put anybody in harm's way that maybe is banged up or has been banged up, and Mixon's been banged up. So I could see them sitting most of their key guys because, well, they don't need them. This game means nothing. They're not going to lose the division. They're not going to get out of the 4 seed. Like everything is etched in stone.
Yeah, I won't disagree. I can't disagree much on anything you just said. And I think maybe to a much smaller extent, one of the reasons why maybe Deontay Johnson, who was just brought in 3 days ago off the wire, was not made active yesterday is, and I think I told Reggie Atatula this, maybe part of the line of thinking is that, okay, never mind just how little he could probably contribute, right? Maybe 10, 15 snaps max.
Run
okay?
the 9.
But what benefit is it to us risking this guy in a game like this when we really got him for the postseason? We really got him to be an extra wrinkle an extra weapon into the postseason. And so to a lesser extent, maybe taking that into account and looking at, yes, all of your starters. Hey, this is a team that just played three games in 10, 11 days. Like, give them a break, give them the extra rest, and let's see if we can, utilize basically a third bye week in this season, okay? They had the one, and then they had a long layoff before because they played like the Thursday night game. That was kind of like a mini bye. That was the Jets game going into the following, whatever week that was. And then now this one, okay? Utilize this, get your guys as fresh as possible, and see what you can do. Maybe not a bad thought by you or David. 713-572-4610. If you'd like to continue to weigh in, you can text. You can hit us up on Twitch, the YouTube chats, Twitter as well. A lot of ways you can be a part of the show. Coming up next, we'll get you caught up on the day's top stories. We do it with hot leads. It's Area 45 for In the Loop at Sports Radio 610. Stay put.
What does D'Amico want to see from his team after an embarrassing
got the leads. He's got the good leads. The whole thing is the leads. They stole the Glengarry leads.
Let's talk about something important. Put that coffee down. Coffee's for closers only.
All right, time for Hot Leads. Day's top stories. Get you caught up on what is going on for the rest of the day and sports week. We'll start with the Rockets, man. They take on the Pelicans tonight, PC. Rockets just beat the Pels by 20 points ago, 33-113. Jalen Green had 34 points that night. Rockets tonight will be looking for their fourth straight dub, sixth in their last seven, and it's the first night of a back-to-back. They'll be wrapping up a 3-game road trip tonight, begin a 5-game homestand on Friday against the T-Wolves. Rockets been taking care of business against the lower teams in the NBA. You talk about this all the time with Spo, stacking up them wins, baby. They could use another one tonight.
I'd like to see the Rockets do some old-school load management, which is you're running the other team out of the building so damn fast that for the last quarter and a half, you get to sit your starters.
Hey, let's go. And you know what I need to see more of? We saw the most of Cam Whitmore that we have all season long the other night. Played 27 minutes, 17 points, 8 boards. I'd like to see me a little bit more Cam Whitmore tonight.
17 points.
Yeah.
16 shots.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's Cam Whitmore to a T.
That's Cam, baby. You give him the opportunity. He's going to take it every single time. And talking about the NBA, let's stick with this, man. LeBron James, Steph Curry providing a classic Christmas showdown yesterday. And are you guys with me? Chris, I know you're an NBA guy.
Yeah, but
I've heard people say the contrary.
It was good, man.
Okay.
It was a good NBA Christmas day. I'll tell you that
It was
much.
A great NBA Christmas day.
It was better than what the Texans put out.
It was better than what the Steelers put out.
That too. Honestly, better than the NFL games.
By far. Don't tell me. Do not tell me how many eyeballs were on the NFL games yesterday. I could give a rat's ass.
There we go.
Tell me about the product that was on versus the product on the court. The NBA has been Christmas. It's been synonymous. The NFL, bunch of greedy bastards. And hey, on paper, going into yesterday, it was very exciting. I was pumped up. I was excited about the happiest I could be being taken away from the family and having to watch and work on a Christmas day. It was absolute ass relative to anything the NBA offered yesterday, which was fantastic.
I love the NFL, but Christmas is our day.
I'm co-signing that. Are you? Are you on or off that bandwagon?
If Christmas is on a Sunday, it'd be an NFL day. If Christmas is on a Thursday, it'd be an NFL day. If Christmas is on a Monday, it can be an NFL day. I might even say okay Friday. But Tuesday, Wednesday, let it be the NBA day.
Yeah. Wow.
But Christmas is our day.
Yeah, I'll co-sign that. I know Chris is right there with me, man. Little NFL news. Pete Carroll. Do you know what Pete Carroll is doing these days, by the way? Fishing, skiing, making the
chewing some gum,
regular Parcheesi tournament at the Boca del Vista in Florida. I don't know what he's doing.
Applying a lot of wax to his pet dolphin.
I thought he had like some sort of fancy titled role that's probably paying him about $250,000 with the Seattle Seahawks as an advisor or something. I could be wrong. There is reports, according to sources, Pete Carroll interested in the Chicago Bears job that will, it's technically open now. It's only being filled by Tom Remgay. But this, according to league sources, as part of an ESPN report yesterday, Seattle Seahawks Super Bowl winning coach Pete Carroll has expressed interest in the Chicago Bears head coaching job and would like to return to the sideline next season. There's 3 teams that are in the market for a head coach so far. That's the Bears, Jets, and Saints. The Bears canned Matt Eberflus back November 29th after one of the worst displays of time management ever by a head coach in the NFL. Thomas Brown, as I mentioned, is the current interim. Carroll, 73. Simple question. Does this guy, at the age that he is, 73, one stroke over par by most course standards, does he have a shot in hell to coach in the NFL again?
I'll tell you what, Pete Carroll might be 73, but if you look at Pete Carroll, he don't look like he's hit 60 yet. And Pete Carroll got more energy than all 3 of us combined.
No.
Pete Carroll
I'm not co-signing that.
That guy is literally a nuclear reactor of energy. And if you want someone who's going to come in and change the culture of your organization for the better. Pete Carroll is one of the absolute best to ever do it.
He's going to buck the trend. He's going to be the lone geezer that some NFL team hires over the course of the last few years.
If Pete Carroll wants to coach, somebody's going to hire him because he has that good of a reputation. He is beloved by his players. Pete Carroll will change the tone in your locker room really damn fast.
Yeah, the opposite end of the spectrum in terms of like tone only from Bill Belichick.
Wouldn't mind him being the head coach of the New York Football Giants, by the way. Just saying.
Ain't going to step into that bleep hole. Come on. I mean, there are just some people just have limitations, and I think that's the line in the sand for him. He's like, I ain't going there. More NFL news. Chiefs did work on the Pittsburgh Steelers yesterday, 29-10. We didn't get to them in the around the NFL, so I'll get to it here. Pat Mahomes, he was badass, 29-38. 3 TDs. He was doing that a lot yesterday. No picks, no sacks. Kelsey, Worthy, Hunt, Watson all scored TDs for the Chiefs yesterday. They're 14-1. This is their 10th straight season of having won at least 10 games. They'll be looking for their 4th Super Bowl in the last 6 seasons. Just a quick side note here. I thought this was interesting from a historical perspective, PC. No team in the history of the league has ever reached the Super Bowl when entering the year with the hopes of three-peating Super Bowl champions. Teams that could even think about this, that had a shot in the history of the league, the
Steelers,
the 66-67 Packers, the 72-73 Dolphins, the 74-75 Steelers, and then the 78-79 Steelers.
Dallas Cowboys.
Before that, the 88-89 49ers, and then the Cowboys, 92-93 version. The Broncos, the Elway-led Broncos.
The Terrell Davis Broncos.
You're going to go that route. That's cool.
Terrell Davis Broncos.
97-98. And then, of course, the New England Patriots of 03-04 and the hopeful 05 variety. The Chiefs look every bit as much like one of those aforementioned teams that didn't reach a Super Bowl with a chance to three-peat. Gun to your head today that the Chiefs reached a Super Bowl with a chance to three-peat this year.
Yes.
Or technically next year.
Yes.
Yeah?
Yes. Yes?
All right.
Yes.
Seeing what you saw yesterday from both of these teams, because you were at home, you get to watch them. Chiefs, Ravens. Who do you like more?
Well, I'm going to take the Chiefs until the Ravens finally get the job done.
Fair.
The Ravens seem to have this thing where they kick everybody's ass. They play Kansas City, and it's like, oh, wait, we have to be losers now. No, I need to see MVP Lamar be MVP Lamar against Kansas City.
Is there any element, like, given the quality or lack thereof of opponents faced by either one of the respective teams yesterday? Like Chiefs, they played the Steelers. They were supposed to do against a team that is turning the ball over. They've got a lot of offensive struggles here recently, defensively as well.
Steelers' issue right now is on defense. And if you saw the statements from T.J. Watt and from Cam Hayward, there is a malcontent on the defense not pulling their weight.
One guy
is not pulling their weight.
Yeah, who was it? I saw the quote from, who'd you say, Hayward it was?
Cam Hayward.
He was like, it sucks when 10 guys are doing their job and then, one guy just isn't or something like that.
And TJ's comments about, hey, I'm putting in my work. I know most of the guys are putting in their work.
Man.
So there is something going on in Pittsburgh where there is a fractioning in the defense. And look, this is 3 weeks in a row now. Steelers' vaunted defense has gotten their hides kicked.
Talking about something going on, maybe there's something going on in every NFL locker room to some degree. What do you think about the Texans? Did you see Joe Mixon getting the pregame, word war with the Ravens special teams guy?
Oh, the punter, because he kept punting the ball right at him.
Yeah, there was that. But then, did you see, after Joe Mixon failed to convert the 4th and goal yesterday, I think it was a 4th and goal. It might have been a 4th and 4 and first down at the 1 or whatever. He got stuck right at the 1 yard line on that little dump
he got hit and he turned. Then he got hit again and knocked out.
Did you see the TV copy? Because you were at home watching it. Like moments later, they cut to the sideline. Joe Mixon is heated at Darian Gumbawale. Those two were having words about something. I meant to go back and look, and I didn't. But I wondered, like, man, was Dare Ngumbawale on the field on that play? Like, did he miss a block? Did he miss an assignment? Like, was he supposed to do something? Like, Mixon was pissed.
No, I thought it was because they were, the Ravens were chirping at him.
Was it the Ravens?
Oh, the Ravens were chirping at him.
Yeah, well, I mean, apparently Dare said something to Mixon that he didn't necessarily like and chirped back at Dare. I don't know. Like, everybody's frustrated on that team right now.
Knowing Dare, he probably told him to shut up and get back on the thing so he didn't get a penalty.
Maybe. Look, Mixon was not without criticism or fault yesterday. I think he missed some assignments. One in particular, the free rusher, that came off the right edge.
One of the issues, Joe's never been a great blocker.
Mm-hmm.
He's not a great blocker. If he sees you and you line up with him one-on-one, he will block. But if you ask him to identify the blocker and pick him up, he's never been good at that.
Yeah, maybe that was the case yesterday on that Chris Ford sack.
That's why, usually third down, it's third and Dare. Because Dare picks up the blocker.
Yeah.
But Mixon, one of the things Mixon's issue is the same thing that's with Aziz. Same thing with a lot of guys. They got hot tempers, and they can't stop the mouth going, and then they're ready to start a fight, and it's like, dude, trying to get thrown out of the game? Shut up. Go play football.
Yeah. He's Patrick Creighton, Sean Bijani in for Reggie Atatula, and John Lopez, Figgy Fig, as well. Chris Santiago's here for him, doing badass things. We've got you till 2 o'clock. The final 2 hours begins next, and we will discuss why you have turned on C.J. Stroud and why this is the worst you've ever felt about a Texans playoff-bound team. That's next.
It definitely wasn't a KILT. KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez Giatula.
First and goal, inside the 1, offset I formation. Jackson throws back of the end zone, wide open. Mark Andrews. Touchdown, Baltimore, as they get to the 30-point mark. The Ravens stole Christmas.
You're a mean one, Mr. Grinch.
Yeah, that's where we're at.
I wouldn't touch you with a 39.5-foot pole.
Very nice, almost on key. Patrick Creighton, Sean Bijani, Chris Santiago. We are Area 45. That was Mark Vandermeer, Andre Ware on the call yesterday, Texans Radio. Man, that was a rough one. For them to have, they couldn't leave at halftime. They couldn't. I'm sure they wanted to. They couldn't leave at halftime to beat traffic or anything like that. I don't know.
Stunk.
Yeah, very good. You've seen that movie about 5,000 times, like I have.
A year.
Yeah, a year. This was this is just interesting, and I want to know from you 713-572-4610 because since before the game even ended yesterday, I was seeing a lot of this on Twitter. And I want to know if this is like more of the minority that I just see via social, or if this is trending to be the majority of Texan fans feeling this way at this point in time. In that, I mean, our text line's blown up. You see YouTube and Twitch PC, you got it pulled up all day long, all morning long so far. It's people would rather not even have the Texans go to the playoffs this year than they're going. Like, they'd rather just them not go, almost to like, I think what I'm getting is they'd rather have them avoid further embarrassment than to go to the playoffs. Doesn't matter who they play, doesn't matter where they play, and they're playing a home playoff game. They're hosting it. Trying to figure out who. It's the Steelers right now, but it's crazy that that's where we're at right now today.
It kind of is, but at the same time, I understand the frustration. They came into this season with really high expectations, and they didn't shy away from those expectations. They embraced those expectations. Well, everybody not named Nick Caserio. But the team itself, the players, they embraced those expectations. They expected they were going to win the division. They were going to go to the playoffs. They were going to win some games.
Yeah.
They had thoughts and dreams, and this season has not gone anywhere near according to plan.
You know, ironically, and I might be wrong on this, but I think I was actually there that day in the locker room when Tank Dell said this. I think he was the first one that mentioned the word Super Bowl in terms of like expectations this year by them. I think he said, we want to play for a Super Bowl. And it's ironic, obviously, because he goes down with injury that's going to end his season obviously this year, and may even not even allow him to begin the season next year, and maybe beyond. Who knows? Knock on wood. You know, you're hoping and praying you see this guy on a football field in the Texan uniform again. But it's just crazy because I felt at the time like, as emotionally draining as that scary situation was, the season, what was left of it at the time, was all but lost with Tank Dell going down with that injury. And I don't know that at this point in time, if this Texans team could do anything week 18 and maybe beyond for you to feel the way that you felt preseason and in the early stages of this season in terms of what this team is capable of doing. Like, yeah, okay, let's just say you host the Steelers in the first round of the playoffs. Even if the Texans win, you're probably going to be facing the Ravens next round. It would be that way. They'd play the Chargers.
See, realistically, look, I'm not out on C.J. Stroud as a player. He's not having a good season, and certainly not by his standards.
Yeah.
I expect he will rebound next year. But for right now, dude, I'm checked out on the Texans. I do not give a damn about this team the rest of the year. The next time I care about the Texans is when they say Bobby Slowick's ass is fired. That is the only thing I give a damn about with this football team right now. They've already shown me, we're talking Red Rex Ryan, the comments he had, worst division winner in the league. Right. Look at them. They're awful. One and done. Do they look like they're going to win a playoff game?
No, I mean,
I'm out. I'm out.
They
I'm done.
don't. But
there is
I can't
nothing
get there.
this team gives me that says I should invest myself in them at any point for the rest of the year. I am checked out. Good night, Texans. When can we start talking baseball?
The fan in me can't get there. That's just not how I fan, so to speak. I mean, I'm a ride or die. Kind of. There's always a glimmer of hope. There's always, something that I want to see it. Until there's not a shot, that's when I'll get there. You know what I mean? When they're bounced and the clock hits 0, okay, I get it. You accept fate and you move on from there. But people are there with this team already. People have been there. And I think I ask the same question. Do you feel like it's more minority or is it trending to majority of people side-eyeing at the very least? Because I'm seeing a lot on social, on the text, and we even heard some, call in today. People are out on C.J. Stroud. They've kind of, maybe not completely out, but are turning.
They're out on him for this year.
CJ.
They're out on him for this year because he hasn't played well, and his play has gotten worse.
For some, it's stronger than that, though. CJ's a fraud. All CJ has is his arm.
Look, I think that there's some frustration.
The S2 scores look pretty accurate.
That's trolling. But look, the reality is he has not played nearly as well as he did a year ago. Offense is a whole straight ass. The offensive coordinator is ass. The blocking is ass. The play calling is ass. So with 2 games left, one that doesn't matter, and then a wild card game that I have zero faith in them winning. I don't even know if they're going to score 15 points. I have no reason to be emotionally invested in this team whatsoever. Let's get to free agency and baseball offseason because at least there I have hope. Let's get to the Houston Rockets. They are the number 2 seed in the West. At least I have hope. All I have with the Houston Texans is what's going to is literally this is where I'm the Texans. Mm-hmm. It is a battle between them and Hungry Howie's Pizza to see what's going to give you diarrhea first. They're done. I'm done. Out on the Texans for this year. The only thing that matters, fire Bobby Slowick. Fire the entire damn offensive staff. Gerard Johnson, your 3 offensive line coaches, your running backs coach, your receivers coach, your tight ends coach, put them all on the bus, ship them straight the hell out of here.
You're not firing him into the sun? That's generally your...
You know what? Let's just sink him in the bottom of the ocean.
Are you where Patrick Creighton is at right now? 713-572-4610. Jerry, you're on Area 45. Welcome in.
Good morning, guys. I'm almost to that point myself. I haven't. The last time I seen them stretch was when Tank Dell got hurt. I don't know if his line's not giving him enough time, if the receivers can't get behind the defenders, but it gets frustrating. Just short and intermediate passes, no imagination. I think the offensive coordinator, he needs to be gone because there's no imagination there. But I was just, I'm frustrated. I am frustrated to be darned because this offense could click if it was right. But I don't know why they don't stretch the field to take the pressure off the line. And as far as line goes, Mr. Tunsil, the leader in penalties in the league, needs to be on the first train out of here.
Yeah.
I'm still a fan, but I don't hold much hope for them. I think they're going to be one and done.
I appreciate you, Jerry. Thanks for weighing in, man. You're not the only one. I was going to say, you mentioned Laramie Tunsil. A lot of people been out on that guy. And, doubled down with the Instagram post yesterday talking about his damn shoes.
Probably a scheduled post.
Oh, it was, but
doesn't
still,
matter.
It's a bad look. It's just a bad look. Somebody on his glorious social media team, have a freaking clue. 713-572-4610, 572-4610. Let's get out to Pablo. What's up, Pablo?
What's going on, fellas?
What's happening? Merry Christmas.
Yeah, y'all too, man. Hey, man, I got a couple things for you. I don't want to take up too much time, man. One is the fan in me wants to tell me no this, but I do want to say, I really think we should get manhandled the rest of the year, whether that be against the Titans in the first round of the playoffs, just so, because if we win any of those games, especially in the playoffs, I feel like our team, whether it be D'Amico and everybody else, just say, oh, it doesn't matter how it looks, we're a good team, right? I don't want to hear that no more, right? I think everybody's kind of at that point. I don't want to see any more success the rest of the year, just so the offseason can get shooken up as much as possible on the offensive side, of course, right? Because maybe Hannah or somebody comes down and is like, hey, we need to figure some things out, right? Like, D'Amico has some real decisions to make in the offseason. I think everybody has came to that same sentiment, right? And also, lastly, I just want to say, man, there obviously there's some disconnect somewhere, but man, like, where do y'all think it is? Obviously the whole offense is horrendous. But, man, like, somebody has to be getting on somebody's ass in there somewhere, man. Like, I'm tired of the kumbaya stuff, know?
Yeah.
And that's about it, man.
I appreciate you, Pablo. Thanks, man. To put your finger on one thing, I just think it's impossible. I don't think that option exists. I think it's a culmination of things. But I do, and I'll just start here, PC. Fans are going to be patient to a certain degree when your head coach, whether you're brand new or you're a veteran, goes with, I don't care how we win, it's just get and win. It doesn't matter what it looks like, just win. And you're going to go with that for only so long. But we can all see that there is a ceiling, and it is very, very low at this point in time, that the Texans, they're not good enough to overcome all of the things that they don't do well, or that they just that they don't do well. Like the Baltimore Ravens for 13 weeks were good enough and explosive enough to counteract their shortcomings defensively. Well, they figured it out. They made adjustments, and they've been one of the best teams in the league the last month at not allowing explosives. They allowed one yesterday, one the week prior, 0 the week prior, 2 the week prior to that. You need to count it on one hand. 4 explosives allowed in the last month of 20 or more yards in the air, period. And they've figured it out. Their offense is explosive enough. They've got an MVP quarterback and, for that matter, an MVP caliber running back in Derrick Henry this year to counteract that. And still a pretty good defense. But the Texans aren't there, and it's just worn thin. And I think there is a culture problem, like a lack of accountability. Like this sort of thing has been allowed to happen, as opposed to being, it's kind of FUBAR at this point in time. Like they are who they are. Like, well, can you really kick these guys in the ass enough to really change what needs to be changed in an off season? No. From CJ to Bobby to
you're going to change the roster some, so that guys realize this job is a performance-based business, and if you're not here.
Yeah.
And you know what? A lot of players said this after the game. Again, this isn't who we are. This isn't the Texans way. This isn't what we're about. No, it's exactly who you are and what you're about. It's been this way for 8 weeks.
Yeah, you don't like the result. But unless you're doing something to change the result in your preparation, then that is who you are. And I thought it spoke volumes. We've got a little bit more coming up later on. We'll let you hear from Robert Woods.
Hey, wait, let's get into the play. Hey, all right, bunch set. We'll bunch set, handoff right side, loss of 3. Bunch set, handoff left side, loss of 2. Bunch set.
But look, the play calling, look, it's ass. It's ass because the guys you're asking to do the job are not doing the job. They're either not capable of doing what you're asking to do, they're not executing. We've heard that a billion times. Well, there's a lot of reasons for why you're not executing, and maybe it's because you're being too much is being asked of what you're actually capable of mentally and or physically. That's kind of where I'm at right now. And then the point I was going to make about Robert Woods is this is a veteran in the NFL. This is a guy who doesn't say much when there's a camera and a microphone in front of his face, but he was the first guy that we all, went up to last night after the game, and the first 10 words out of his mouth, PC, was embarrassing. Like, do you think this team wanted to show up and play on Christmas and then get their teeth kicked in the way that they did? I mean, of course not. But, would you expect anything else when your preparation week in and week out has more consistently lent itself to you not being prepared, not executing against the more quality opponents in the NFL? Like, why do you have Super Bowl expectations going into a Week 17 game when you have constantly fallen flat in terms of preparation and execution against the teams that are going to the dance with you, and more deservedly so? Packers and Lions and Chiefs and Ravens now. Like, something has got to change from game to game, and it's not going to be fixed, I don't think, in a meaningless week leading up to a meaningless game, rather, against the Tennessee Titans.
And you know what? This isn't who we are. This isn't what we expected. Maybe, did you check your energy level? Did you check your effort level? Because with that energy and effort level, that's exactly what you expected. Nobody in this league thinks you're going to come out as flat as the Texans did, especially on offense, and think you're going to beat a good team. Think you're going to beat any team. Mm-hmm. You come out playing like that, you know you're going to lose.
713-572-4610. Let's get out to Reggie. You're on Area 45. What's up, Reggie?
Hey, man, how's it going? Happy holidays to everyone. Listen, I want to talk about these Texans, man. Listen, we as fans, I think we really, really kind of need to temper the expectations here a little bit. Yeah, I know we're all frustrated, but you keep in mind, this is in the second year of a rebuild. And I get it. The team kind of overachieved last year. And so I think we started the year off with the wrong expectations. And so what has happened is now we're playing a first-place schedule here. And, yeah, listen, the offense looks atrocious.
Hold on, Reg.
It does.
Reg, listen, I want to ask a question. What do you think the expectation should have been for the team to start the season? Remember, this team was a 10-win team last year, division champ, won a playoff game. What should the expectation have been after they brought in Joe Mixon, brought in Stephon Diggs, added the defensive players they added in the draft? What do you think the expectation should have been?
I had them, with everything you just said in consideration, I had them no more than a 10-win team.
So you thought they were the same as last year?
Yeah, well, I thought they would look stronger than last year. In other words, I didn't expect them to barely win games. I didn't expect them to lose to 2- and 3-win teams, but I did expect for them to lose against the Kansas City Chiefs, the Baltimore Ravens, type of playoff teams that can go deep into the playoffs. Yes, sir. I did have them losing those type of games. So they have exceeded expectations. Now, on the other hand, listen, this is not the Kyle Shanahan offense they're trying to run. This is like Bobby Slowick has read the Cliff Notes on the Shanahan offense and tried to put it out there on the field. This is not the Shanahan offense. This is a fraction of that offense. So your defensive line, the offensive line, looks terrible, man. And this poor guy doesn't have time to even find receivers, and now you're trying to do it with one receiver versus 4. They're in bad shape. I see them being one and done, and they got some big decisions they're going to make once the season is over, because you got a lot of money invested in this offensive line.
You do, and there's only so much change, I think on the surface that you can make. I mean, look at Laramie's contract and Titus's contract.
There's certain things Reg brings up that are really good points, right?
They are.
You only got one receiver. Well, remember, last year you finished with one receiver because Tank got hurt week 12. Mm-hmm. So you went with one receiver all the way through. But really, up until you played the Ravens in the postseason, where they just took away Nico Collins and said, all right, throw to somebody else, your offense was still pretty good. Their offense has been straight ass. The same offense, same quarterback, same receiver. Actually, you're supposed to have better offensive linemen because last year you're on your 5th center and your 6th left guard and your 4th right tackle. So, you think about this was supposed to be a better offensive line, like all their starters mostly intact. only recently, I mean, hell, losing Kenyon Green, can't even call that a detraction. That's probably a bonus. And then, Shaq Mason, who's been awful this year, he's out. Well, Kendrick Green actually played better in the 2 games he's played. Mm-hmm. But this is a team that had a line you expected to be better, an offense or a wide receiver group you expect to be better, a better running back. I got a hard time with, they'd have basically been the same team they were a year ago. I got a hard time with that.
The expectations, as you pointed out, were how do you tamp down expectations? How do you not set the bar higher for this season after you, as you said, and illustrated perfectly, accomplish what you did last year? How do you do that, especially when you have, in my opinion, the best offseason again than any other NFL team in the league had this past year? I don't know how you do that. Now, hey, is this team going to have 3 1,000-yard plus receivers and, 2 guys and Hunter and Anderson, with each 15 sacks and all this stuff? Like, all that stuff I get. Yeah, that's a lot to ask, and it's not necessary. But there is a team that has very much the likelihood of going into the postseason, maybe, as the Texans, with a same record, possibly 9-8. It might take it, 10-7 for it to, come to be for the Cincinnati Bengals to get there. But, from a record standpoint, you feel a hell of a lot better about a Cincinnati Bengals team going into the postseason than you would a Houston Texans team with the same record, because the Bengals have been playing some of the best football in the entire league.
Their offense is phenomenal, and Joe Burrow, if Joe Burrow's defense wasn't garbage, he'd be the MVP of the league. His numbers are stupid.
Yeah, he's been crazy. And I say the team, but it's really been Burrow and that offense.
By the way, let me give a quick shout-out to my girl Angie. On the text line, she said, number one, she says, love being able to see the whole Area 45. And she said about the Texans, I think the whole team needs to take a team building trip to the Low T Center.
No, Lord. Maybe not totally off on that one. Shout out, sure. 713-572-4610, 572-4610. We'll get you some updated playoff scenarios for the Texans and any chance you could feel good about this team going forward. That's next at Sports Radio 610.
What does D'Amico want to see from his team? with some early fireworks at NRG Stadium. Hit up KindersTexasBowl.com now for tickets and more information. And hear the game exclusively here on Houston Sports Leader. Sports Radio 610. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, the records really don't concern me. I never go into a game thinking about a team record, whether it's a winning record or a losing record. You know, every week it'll be about how you show up to the game and how you play within those doors. It just matters. Are you the best team within that time frame? So the records really don't matter, and definitely doesn't matter when you go into the playoffs. So it's just all about looking internally and playing your best.
Nothing is coincidence. There's always a reason behind it, and I would imagine Chris Santiago chose this song to bump into that cut with Rolling Stones, Satisfaction. You can't get no satisfaction.
Not when you play like ass.
Ass. That's what 31-2 was yesterday. That was D'Amico Ryans after the game. The final question of his press conference post-game asked about if he was concerned with his team's record of 1-5 against opponents with winning records. And you heard his response. Well, you can't concern yourself with those things. He's right about that. Like numbers, it is about quality of opponent. And the Texans have shown UPC two things this year. It doesn't matter the quality of opponent. They have shown their ass against some of the worst teams that the NFL has to offer this year, in the Jets and the Titans, just to name two. And they have shown their ass against some of the most quality opponents the NFL has to offer, most recently evidenced by the Baltimore Ravens yesterday on Christmas, albeit.
It was nice of them to be straight trash on Christmas Day, but we've seen them be straight trash multiple times. And really the only two games where they've really shown up to play were against the Patriots and the Cowboys. Every game it's been at best 50-50. And often worse than that.
But we found a way to not be satisfied in those games either. You know, the Patriots and the Cowboys blowout victories. We found a way to, end up with the conclusion. Yeah, but they left way too much on the table. You know, there's still some things that were glaring that were issues before, namely with the offensive line and your quarterback and the receivers and some holes in the secondary. Very evident in those games too, but the quality of opponent, I think has something to do with that, and I think every once in a while you run into one kind of a deal has something to do with that.
I think the Patriots game you were upset about the defense giving up some big explosives late in the game to a rookie quarterback making his first start. Mm-hmm. And the Dallas game you probably upset about missing some plays that were definitely there that you could have had, but you scored 34 points and you handled the Cowboys fairly easily. Although I think that was the game where they really, pulled away in the second half. First half, I want to say they were a little underperformance.
In which game?
The Dallas game.
The Dallas game. At halftime.
Wasn't a big spread at halftime.
No. Right? Cowboys. That was week 12. Correct me if I'm wrong. They were right there in the midst of that stretch in which they had not scored a second half touchdown since week 6.
Right, and then they got them that
day. And then
game.
they got them that day. They got one or two that day.
They got two because they didn't really score much in the first half.
That's right. I feel like it was close. Like maybe they scored two. Yeah, Chris, good job. Oh, he does highlights for the Texans every game.
They didn't score much in the first half in that game, so it was a game where they really they put the points on in the second half, and I think that was what they were expecting about. Well, look, they got such a terrible start. Why go such a terrible start against a team that is, the Cowboys at that time, complete disarray?
Yeah, they were.
And like we were talking about, is Mike McCarthy getting fired?
Yeah, and where the Texans going to play a small part of that, and we thought they did.
It seems like, Jerry Jones has kind of gotten, all right, well, I'm not going to get Bill Belichick. Maybe, especially as you look now, and the Cowboys have actually played better football.
Yeah, he's kind of rallied the troops a little bit.
Despite the fact they're out so many people. Mm-hmm. They're out there starting quarterback. They're out a lot of key players. And they've played better with the backups than they did with the starters. And that tells you the head coach has not lost the locker room. The players still respect the coach. That also tells you maybe the problem isn't the coach, it's the crappy roster the GM gave him.
Yeah, you told me that, I think, a couple days ago. I can't disagree
Who's the
with
GM
that,
of the
really.
Dallas Cowboys again?
Jerry.
Oh, yeah.
Don't tell me what I'm saying.
What I'm saying. Don't tell me what I'm saying.
Well done, Chris. Don't tell me what I'm saying. I'm saying what I'm saying.
I think what he's saying is, I sucked this year as a GM.
He's Patrick Creighton, Sean Bijani in for Reggie and John. Last year, the Texans clinched a playoff spot, won the division on the last day of the regular season, and we were stoked. This year, this is where we're at. This year, you clinch Week 15, and after yesterday's ass performance, fans in this city would rather see the NFL revoke the offer than have them go to possibly be embarrassed further than 31-2 did for the Texans yesterday on Christmas Day. Are you there? 713-572-4610. Slated to play the Steelers. That's the 4-5 seed first-round matchup the Texans are currently locked into right now. Is there anything that can be done between now and then to make you feel better than you do today? Let's get out to Steve. You're on Area 45. What's up, Steve?
How you doing, man? Y'all guys doing okay today?
About as good as to be expected. Day after Christmas, butt whooping that we all witnessed. How are you?
I'm pretty good. I'm not gonna say disappointed, but yeah, I'm just it just leaves a bad taste in your mouth because you actually see now the distance that you are between the elites, and I want to kind of touch up on that. I think in sports, a lot of we walk around with short-term memories, and I don't know if you guys remember, but Slowick started off last season, very slow for about a good 5-6 games. And then Stroud magic kicked in and started doing, the unexpected. I don't think really Slowick was really good last year. I mean, he kept on running. Except for those key games that Devin Singletary had for us, the offense was all looking damn near the same like it's looking right now. Hold on,
brother. The offense did not look anything like it does right now. Last year, they threw the ball around the yard at will. They were the number one passing team in the NFL. This year, the passing game is straight trash.
They hit explosives regularly.
Yeah, I feel like they took a lot of big explosives last year, which kind of canceled out here and there. Another thing I kind of want to ask you guys about is I could have sworn that Xavier Hutchinson, in his last year in college, was like a Biletnikoff guy. I mean, I think I want to see more of him.
I'm sorry,
he was a Freddie Biletnikoff award.
Oh, yeah. I don't know that you're necessarily wrong on that last part, Steve. Appreciate the phone call. I know PC disagree. I have to disagree with you, like that the offense looks the same. It doesn't. C.J. Stroud particularly doesn't look the same. I mean, he's not making throws that he was making last year. Last year, multiple times, fourth quarter, big game, Tampa Bay, Cincinnati. He did it against Atlanta, even though the defense couldn't stand up tall at the end and, allowed Desmond Ridder to carve him up. But he did that against the Atlanta Falcons last year, like ice water in his veins. Led his team down, big moments of the game, came through, found open receivers, made defenses pay. It was a different result. And I think the biggest detraction for Bobby Slowick last year, we're not that far removed from it. He kind of touched on it, PC. The run game, we're bent on running that damn football, and it was like, put the ball in CJ's hands. Let's pass to set up the run. We've said that multiple times to start this season. And yeah, if not for Devin Singletary literally playing the best football he had in his entire career the last 4 weeks of the season last year, I think we would have been a little bit more sour on the offense in general. But CJ was so damn good, so accurate, so flawless in big moments, and it's just not been that way this year.
The 2022 Biletnikoff Award finalists. Marvin Harrison Jr., Jalen Hyatt, Xavier Hutchinson.
Boom. There you go.
And I will say this. I thought that, especially when they announced Deontay Johnson was not going to be active, I really thought you'd see a little more of Xavier Hutchinson, who didn't get.
We've talked about why that hasn't been the case when you expect it to be all season long.
His route running needs polish.
Boom.
But he makes tough catches.
He does. Maybe catches that shouldn't be so damn tough if the route running was a little bit sharper.
Well, usually they're diving catches on the sideline, or he makes some tough catches.
He does. And Mechie has too. But Mechie's route running is
Mechie's route running is
superior.
very good. Mechie's hands are not as good.
No. Though yesterday, that was a really nice game from Mech. If there was any sort of positivity you can take from what the Texans did offensively, it was probably that.
And like, if you think about this from point of view of involvement in the offense, right? Because Texans threw the ball. CJ threw the ball 31 times. And you look at where those targets went. Xavier Hutchinson had 2 catches for 21 yards. He had 4 targets. John Mechie, 5 for 48. He had 8 targets. Xavier Hutchinson played 39 snaps.
Yeah.
He had 4 targets. For wide receiver 3-4, that's probably not that bad. If you get 4 targets and you're like wide receiver 3-4, because Mechie played 40 snaps and Robert Woods played 21. So Robert Woods actually had the fewest snaps of the 4 receivers.
How many targets did Nico have?
Nico had 6 targets, caught 3 for 59.
Nico should have had about 12 targets yesterday, and that's what it was going to take for the Texans to do anything.
Yeah, they should have been all over Nico.
Yeah, they should have, but drives were dead almost before they even began. It just, the Ravens defensively just flummoxed the Texans, and when you're shooting yourself in the foot for lack of protection or holding the ball too long, not getting separation, poor play calling, that as a culmination lends itself to the product that you saw on the field yesterday. 713-572-4610, 572-4610. Coming up next, we want to get to a little Astros convo. We've got Bandwagon coming up at the top of the hour. It's Area 45 in the Loop. Stay there at Sports Radio 610.
It definitely wasn't a Merry Christmas.
Time for Tune-Up. TheMen'sClinic.com. TheMen'sClinic.com.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
In for John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Because they're lazy.
Boy, you're gonna hear about it when they get back. Just needling them.
Lazy.
Patrick Creighton, that is what he does. Sean Bijani and Chris Santiago got you till 2 o'clock. If you'd like to be a part of the show, hit us up, 713-572-4610, 572-4610. We're here for you today, every day on Area 45. The truth is in here. We get to the bottom of it, and a day like today, after an embarrassing loss, and I would say one of the top 3 most embarrassing losses in this franchise's history, considering the stage that it was on and the expectations to boot. Yesterday was certainly one of them that would elicit plenty of opinion and response, and just getting everything off of your chest. That's what we're here for, man. I want to give a shout out to Wesley in Richmond, who texted in a few moments ago. Season ticket member here. After sitting through that terrible game, I ask myself, why do I want to relive it by listening to 610? But you guys are definitely great at what y'all do, so I can't not listen. Happy holidays, fellas. Signed, Wesley in Richmond. Appreciate it. Thank you for being a loyal fan and listener, and very kind words. And we're going to give you a break. We're going to give ourselves...
Thank you for making today better than yesterday, Wesley. Yeah. Thank you.
We're going to give ourselves a break, everyone a break, kind of decompress a little bit, because we have other business to tend to here in this segment particularly.
Sean's worried about my blood pressure.
I'm really not, but the Cokes and the donuts, the conversation, the anger, maybe we should just kind of pump the brakes a little bit.
Just the anger.
I have a pertinent question for you regarding the Astros, and I know you wanted to discuss what could be next on the Astros agenda this offseason, so we're going to talk a little bit about that if you want to weigh in, 713-572-4610. But I want to ask you, because there were some signings that took place in Major League Baseball over the course of the last couple of days, one of which included a name that you'd mentioned to me, us, our audience, on more than one occasion the last couple of 3 weeks. Walker Buehler was signed by the Boston Red Sox, I think on a 1-year deal worth about $20-some-odd million. That was a guy, PC, correct me if I'm wrong, that you thought the Astros maybe should look at, take a flyer on?
It was, and honestly, I'm surprised he got $21 million straight up. Mm-hmm. You figure coming off the injury that he had, and like I said, the reason to go after him wasn't because of how well he pitched when he got off the injured list, but it was what he did in the postseason.
Yeah.
Because during the regular season, he didn't look like Walker Buehler, but in the postseason looked a lot more like himself. And you figure that's a guy you give a deal $12, $14 million, and then you throw a bunch of incentives in there that could push him up to like $24 million if he, pitches like Walker Buehler.
Mm-hmm.
He got $21 million guaranteed straight up on a 1-year deal. I mean, talk about that is a classic 1-year prove it type deal.
Yeah.
Where he'll hopefully for him have a badass year, go back out on the market and cash in.
There were two others that you've actually mentioned to us. I'd say over the of the season, I remember these guys coming up, especially when the Astros were in dire need of pitching during the regular season. You'd mentioned to me that, hey, maybe look at a guy like Sean Manaea. I think you'd mentioned him at the time as a possible, tradable commodity.
Yeah, because the Mets that time, they were awful.
They were bad, yes.
And they were coming off a year where they were awful.
Mm-hmm.
And Manaea was a pending free agent. It's like, you know what? This guy's pitching really well in a team that's struggling. That's a guy that you could go after it and maybe be available. But the Astros took a very patient approach to things. And what happened is as the Astros were being patient and started to get good, well, the Mets started to get good too.
They got really good,
and then
too.
he was no longer available. And I'll tell you what, Sean Manaea, who had a solid season last year, goes back to the Mets 3 years, $75 million.
Yeah.
He turned that last year into 3 years at $25 million a season. He got more than Yusei Kikuchi.
Yeah, Kikuchi, what did he get? Like
21, 22?
Yeah, I was going to say 22, something like that.
I think he would get 366.
Now, you talk about, somebody mentioned earlier, I think it was a text line, or maybe on the morning show, like somebody having a punchable face. One of the most punchable faces in all of sports.
Jeff Passan.
Yes, but from an athletic standpoint, somebody that plays instead of talking about people that play.
Garrett Cole.
Yes, also true. Also true. And very Astro-related as well, because the Astros have faced this guy in the postseason before. Jock Peterson plays the outfield, has been a designated hitter, has and very similar because of the punchable face and the team that he used to represent, a la the L.A., what do you call them? The murderers? The drug dealers? Which ones?
Well, now they're the boner bumpers.
The boner bumpers. The L.A. boner bumpers. He is no longer a boner bumper, but rather
He's
a junk grabber.
Yes.
Perfect. Jock Peterson signs with the Rangers, 2 years, $37 million. Was this a guy you were honestly anticipating the Astros taking a little bit of a look at?
I was hoping they would. And the reason being is we keep hearing Dana talk about they'd like a left-handed hitting outfielder. And to be honest with you, Jock Peterson, not much of an outfielder anymore. You'd play him in left field. He's barely playable in left. He really is a DH at this point in his career. But he's about a left-handed bat that just assassinates right-handed pitching.
Mm-hmm.
All this guy does is rake against righties, 900-plus OPS, destroys right-handed pitching. Can't hit a lefty to save his life, but destroys right-handed pitching. And for him to be able to get $18.5 million for 2 years to be a DH, and really a platoon-heavy DH, he's the heavy side of the platoon, but that's really good money for a guy like Jock Peterson to get. The Rangers have gotten their money straightened out. Remember last year, they weren't sure what was going to go on because, they're part of that Diamond Sports Group bankruptcy with their Bally Sports, all those Bally Sports. Well, that's all kind of got bought out. I think FanDuel has put the money.
Yeah.
So they feel like they've gotten their rights fees set. They're comfortable. They're back to spending money. They brought back Nate Eovaldi. They bring in Jock Peterson and the junk grabbers 4 hours north of here, spending more money as they look to kind of rebound from a really, like, they won the World Series by spending a truckload of money. Then they had a cut salary and they stunk.
Yeah.
Now they're spending money again.
So money, you really good players get money. The Astros need a really good player. In my opinion, still, I just disagree with anybody that says they're done making a splash. I don't think they could afford to not make another quote-unquote splash. If you're going to tell the fan base, hey, we're still trying to be competitive, we still have ALCS and World Series goals in mind, you cannot say that and not try and fill a void left by Kyle Tucker being traded to the Cubs. You're missing 30 dingers, 30 stolen bags, a complete durable player. Who's out there for the Astros to consider, given the fact that, some of these guys that we just mentioned are now off the market?
Well, if they're looking for a left-handed bat, there's slim pickings. In fact, if you're trying to get a lefty, your best move might be, and I'm not always a big fan of signing guys coming off career years, but Jurickson Profar probably fits the profile the best. He's a switch hitter, and his numbers last year against both righties and lefties, pretty similar. He hit successfully and for power against both righties and lefties. It's also the first year he's ever done it. But he really good numbers with both right-handed and lefties last year. And, a guy that you're probably talking about as a left fielder. I don't know Jurickson Profar play right field. Probably looking at him as a left fielder, which gives you your lefty bat, but doesn't give you somebody who has an arm to play right field.
Switch hitter.
Switch hitter.
Yeah. Okay.
To me, one of the issues they have is they really need somebody who can play right field that has the arm to play right field. And the only guy in their system right now who's probably ready to play at the major league level who has that arm is Pedro Leon, and I don't know how much they trust him to. I think Pedro Leon has to win a job in spring training as opposed to, hey, we're going to put him here. You'll notice when Dana was talking about, well, we got Chaz and Jake, and then we got Mauricio Dubon and Taylor Trammell. He did not say we had Pedro Leon.
He freaking said Taylor Trammell and not Pedro Leon. Like, the guy that you called up stifled a great season of his, by the way, in the minors last year.
By having him sit for a week before you play.
Sat his ass on the bench for a week and made him cold. I don't know if he ever regained form, but I've been a Jurickson Profar fan for a few years. I've really liked what he's done. He's just a baller. He's a baller. He's an athlete, a versatile guy. How much would he command?
Well, he's coming off of a really good year, so you're talking about he's probably looking.
But he's 31, 32, right?
He's probably looking for something 3 years and $20 million a year. And that's richer than I want to give a guy coming off a career year.
Yeah.
Like, he's coming off a career year. I don't want to make that kind of. You tell me 1 year and $18 million.
See, that's where I think the Astros go.
I'd be okay with that. It's a little richer than I like, but if I move Ryan Presley, and then finagle whatever I'm going to finagle later, because your actual tax is calculated at the end of the year. So during the year, you can finagle. I'm okay with figuring out, all right, if I'm a couple of million over, I can finagle during the season and get under.
All right, coming up next, it's time for our bandwagon segment. If you've never heard it, you're not going to want to miss it. It's next.
What does D'Amico want to see? 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Bandwagon.
I'm on a board. Yeah, he's been off the wagon 2 years. Off the wagon? I think it's off the wagon.
I think it's on the wagon. You're back on the wagon.
Right off the wagon.
What the hell do you know about wagons? I know enough not to get on them.
Told you.
There's lots of...
It's time to get on or get off. Play some bandwagon.
Bandwagon, baby. Let's go. What do you got?
Bandwagon. All right. What if I said to you, Beyonce and fingering?
Oh, boy.
So, Beyonce...
You going to make me uncomfortable on this one?
I don't think so.
Okay. Okay.
If Beyonce had a halftime show that drew a lot of attention, a lot of people all over the socials and the medias talking about the amazing show put on by Beyonce. And then there was this little bit here about, did Beyonce do something that the NFL greatly frowns upon involving her fingers?
Okay. I didn't notice this. Let me hear it.
At the very end of her set, which I guess she played all hits. Now, I am not a purveyor of most Beyonce songs. I might know a couple.
Do you know the country stuff now?
Not at all.
Okay. She did a little Dolly Parton yesterday.
So that I recognize. Because I know the Dolly Parton version.
That was not the version.
A little different. It's a little different.
A little different, yeah.
But at the end, she was up on that podium.
Yeah.
Another one that dropped the bang.
Bang, yes.
Well, at the very end, she did a little something with her fingers that the NFL doesn't like.
Okay.
She made a finger gun.
A finger gun.
Now,
on
the field, if you make finger guns, that's a 15-yard penalty. The NFL does not approve of the finger guns on the field. And there's Beyonce with the finger guns right there, her on TV at the NFL game with the finger guns.
Okay.
And the question is the NFL going to lose their minds over Beyonce making a hand gesture that, while she's wearing this rather attractive cowgirl outfit, makes the little finger guns. And I'm like, all right, this is like a country music type of thing.
Great picture right there.
Yes, very strong. This isn't on the field of play related, but it is NFL related. Could the NFL be unhappy with one baby over the finger guns? And Sean, I say to you, the NFL needs to get off its high horse about finger guns. Free the fingers. Are you on or off the bandwagon?
Pun very much intended, I'm sure, with the horse talk there.
I don't know what you're talking about.
It was Western themed, like cowboy themed, cowgirl, whatever. Like they had the white Cadillac, the horses, the cowboy hats.
They had both kinds of music, country and Western.
Assless chap situation going on with Beyonce's booty. I mean, there's going to be guns. Now, she's done things before with her fingers in performances that I thought, you'd caught in this one yesterday that maybe the NFL wouldn't appreciate. That's where I thought you were going to go. And maybe she did or didn't do that. But, yeah, the whole gun thing, I mean, it's all a part of the theme. I don't think they should have a problem with it. Hopefully they haven't said anything about it, because if they did, stupid. I think they probably fall more along the lines of, hey, we're the same, shield that a few years ago at halftime had freaking Dr. Dre, Snoop Dogg, and Eminem perform. And we knew exactly what we were doing then. We know exactly what we're doing when we have Beyonce perform on Christmas Day at an NFL game in Texas. So I don't think they're going to say anything about it. So am I on or off the bandwagon?
You want them to get off the high horse and free the fingers.
I am on the bandwagon.
On the bandwagon.
Yes.
C-Sex.
Yeah, I'm on also. I mean, this whole gun fingers or whatever.
Sorry, I just read a text.
No, you're good. It's just it's ridiculous. I mean, let these players celebrate the first down celebration. It's just a gun. It's no big deal. NFL's just being soft.
I didn't mean to interrupt you, but
no, you're good.
Read the 281. Third from the top on the text line. I can't read that. I can't clean that up for people on air.
It involved Diddy.
And Beyonce.
And fingers.
And Beyonce. Yes.
And I don't have to tell you I am totally on this bandwagon. Free the fingers. I want every player in the NFL not just making finger guns, but I want them with finger M16s. just blast everybody.
Oh,
get the whole hands, get the whole arms involved.
Watch the decibel level on that sounder, Chris. Scared the crap out of people.
So that is a full bandwagon. However, there is one prominent media personality who is not a fan of the Bay.
Okay.
And that media person is Dave Portnoy.
That dude.
Dave Portnoy made a lot of positive waves recently when he found out about a veteran-owned pizza shop in Maryland that was going to close its doors because it didn't have enough capital.
Yeah.
So he gave him $60,000, did a super pizza review for them, and drove a ton of business in.
Yeah.
Saved their business. Like, Merry Christmas, I'm saving your business.
Well, the key in that whole thing is for that pizza joint to not suck.
They didn't suck. They just didn't have the business.
Yeah.
So Dave got them the business and gave them 60 G's to get themselves square.
Good job by him.
So awesome job by him. But apparently he is not much of a fan of the Bay and the Beyonce.
What'd he do? What'd he say?
He said, Beyonce has been lost since Destiny's Child. Of course, Destiny's Child broke up 18 years ago. And the show with Beyonce included Post Malone. Did he say yes, ma'am to her at one point? Shabuzi, Raina Roberts, Tanner Adele, Brittany Spencer, Tiara Kennedy, I don't know any of these people, and her daughter, Blue Ivy Carter, danced.
Well, you know Post Malone.
And I know Post Malone.
Post Malone was there yesterday?
Yeah, he was.
I know Post Malone because he's been in things that I've watched.
Yeah, how did I miss that guy? Where was he in performance?
He was there. He sang and everything.
Damn, okay.
He had previously, if there was during the Super Bowl 2023, he wrote Rihanna greater than Beyonce, not particularly close. I'm certainly not going to poo on Rihanna because she's amazing. But, I don't know. Do you believe, are you a believer with Portnoy? Beyonce, overrated on or off the bandwagon?
I mean, overrated. I mean, all these stars are, overrated to a degree. But, I mean, she's freaking hot, dude. Like, just stop. Like, y'all got on to me about a month or so ago whenever this was going to be a thing. Like, oh, Beyonce at halftime. I'm like, I don't give a damn. I don't care. Like, it's Texans-Ravens. I don't care about Beyonce at halftime. Now, I very much cared about Beyonce at halftime yesterday because the game was ass. So I became more all about it yesterday than I was. But, I mean, Beyonce's Beyonce. She's hot. Don't give a damn about her country music career or singing career in general because I don't frequent her music, but I do frequent the images, that Beyonce poses for and things like that. I very much enjoy it. So I am not co-signing Dave Portnoy's thoughts or opinions on Beyonce.
Not on he is off the wagon.
Off. I'm off too. To sit here and say that Beyonce's overrated is ridiculous. I think he's just trying to get clicks and attention off of this. Like,
yep,
just not trying to be like everybody else.
But you know what?
A contrarian.
Yeah, exactly. It doesn't make
sense. Is Dave
not.
Portnoy single?
Probably.
Rihanna is still single, correct?
No. She's married and has a kid with A$AP Rocky.
With who?
A$AP Rocky.
I guess that's a person.
Yes, it is. It's a rapper.
Okay.
A$AP Rocky?
Yeah, ASAP and then Rocky.
Okay. All right.
Somebody chose that name.
Get with the times.
Somebody actually chose that name.
Well, A$AP is basically like his brand, like what he calls like his whole music group.
A$AP is in as soon as possible?
I don't know exactly. I can't remember what exactly.
Only thing I've ever known A$AP to mean. But here's my definition of overrated. If you get up on stage and don't say a frickin' word, and I still want to watch, not overrated. I'm off that bandwagon.
There we go. I'll ring that bell for Beyonce, baby.
All right. Are you a speed demon? A recent survey says nearly 50% of drivers admit to speeding 15 miles per hour or more over the speed limit. 36% said they speed on residential streets, too. 15 miles per hour or more over the speed limit usually gets you the bigger fine.
Yeah.
Usually if you're like on a highway, like here in Texas, if you're 10 miles an hour or over, unless it's a school zone.
You're good.
If you're 10 miles an hour over on a highway, yeah, they don't really care. When you're 15 miles per hour or more, that's when you whoop, 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 starts coming in. 27% said they had no problems running red lights.
Damn, 27%?
It's a lot of people blowing through red lights. That's why we're all paying high car insurance rates. But 50% saying speeding 15 miles per hour or more was dangerous, but they still did it. Sean, fines for speeding should be doubled for every 15 miles per hour over the speed limit someone is going. Are you on or off the bandwagon?
Sure, double them. I mean, what? I just don't want to get caught because, whatever. Any ticket that I get, it's just gonna it's gonna hurt.
So, for example,
my wallet
if
situation.
you're doing if 75 and a 60 is supposed to be 250, it would be 500.
I mean, I don't like that situation. So, ultimately, no, don't double it. I would be off that bandwagon.
Are you a speed demon?
I am, yeah, 100%. Because, 60 in the city limits on these highways is absolutely ass. It's ridiculous. And
you're lucky you can do 30 most of the time.
I call BS, by the way, on the 50% number, like relative to at least the city of Houston, because I feel like it's only about 30. Like, more people need to be speeding, and if more people speed, the less the cops can do about it. Like, we need to join together and just take it upon ourselves to increase the speed limit from 60 to at least 70. Like, they got it to 70 on 99, and I would be cool with 75. But if it's 70, you could really go 80. If it's 75, you could really go 85, according to your logic and mine as well. But far too many people are slow asses in the fast lane. You know this. If you're listening, you would co-sign it. But yeah, don't double the damn fines because it already hurts.
I'm off. I mean, it usually when it's a 30 limit speed limit, I'm going 45.
Boom.
And it's mostly because I just feel more comfortable going a little bit faster. 30's just too slow. 30's just too slow.
Officer, I just feel more comfortable this way.
30's just too slow. So yeah, no, I'm off because I definitely don't want to pay double the price if I'm going 45 into 30.
See, my being on this bandwagon has a caveat.
Okay. Can't wait to hear this one.
See, I am all for, if you're going 15 miles an hour over the speed limit, club them over the head on residential streets.
Uh-huh.
There's kids.
Chris.
There's kids on residential streets.
Chris.
You cannot be doing 50 miles an hour on the back streets when there's kids on their bikes or on their skateboards and out in the street. That's where, if you're speeding in residential neighborhoods, you are Satan incarnate, and I hope that, your nuts rust off.
Chris.
Whoa. Whoa.
However, on the highway, I am in favor of abolishing speed limits.
Ooh.
I do not believe in it's freaking highway. Highway speed is whatever highway speed is. We don't need to have speed limits on highways. There's no traffic lights. There's no stop signs. There's no people. There's no stores. Let us friggin' drive. Get out the damn way.
See, the speed limit works the opposite as well. It's like, hey, your slow ass has to be at least this fast. That's kind of where I'd like to see it enforced most. Like, people that are driving slow as hell need to have their butts pulled over.
Yeah, if you're doing less than 60 on a highway, and it's not because, it's bumper to bumper traffic, you should have your flashers on.
Fire them into the sun, and before you do that, get them with
Don't even fire them into the sun. Fire them at Pluto. It's way colder.
Naked, axe-wielding Lizzie Borden. I bet they'd go faster then. Yeah, boom. Upswing, as you say.
So I am all for the speed limit super penalties on residential streets. I am all for no speed limits on highways.
Love it.
Also, on residential streets, I am very keenly aware of driving the speed limit because there's tons of kids in my neighborhood. Kids, dogs, they're everywhere.
Yeah, you don't want that.
On the highway, I might have a little bit of the lead and the
If
foot.
I go 5 over on a residential, my wife is like freaking out. I'm like, yeah, and I make the joke,
The educator
she's
in
like,
her.
Babe, there's kids, and I'm like, good points.
50 points.
Death Race 2000
points. Let's stack them up.
with David Carradine and Sylvester Stallone.
Her commentary's got my 4-year-old as like a Uber backseat driver now, man. He's relentless. He's
So-
like, Dad, watch out, slow down. He'll get mad. He'll kick my seat.
I used to have my daughter with me all the time because, back then the mortgage business was in a mess in 2009. Mortgage business was a mess.
It was?
And we didn't even have an office. We would work remotely.
Mhm.
So anytime I had to meet with my staff, I'd have to meet with them at places where I could bring water. And, so one day we're basically having a meeting at a Pizza Hut so that I can give her pizza and she could just have all the pizza she wants, little buffet.
Yeah.
I give her my iPad and she plays on it. And as I'm pulling in, some idiot tries to jump the curb in front of me, and I stuck out my finger and yelled, "Bleep you, a-hole," very loudly. And
beautiful.
Forgetting
Yeah.
I have a parrot in the back of the car. About a week later, she's in the car with Mama.
Yeah.
And
This is great.
Mama beeped the horn at somebody, so my precious little princess stuck up her middle finger and went, "Bleep you, a-hole!" And let's just say that there was a conversation had that night that did not go in my favor. That is the
As
bandwagon.
Patrick sheds a tear, that's my girl.
My girl.
Holy smokes.
She is Daddy's princess.
All right. How many of you wanted to say bleep you a-holes at the Texans yesterday? We'll continue to discuss.
At what point in the game?
Yes. When were you there? Coming up next, do not gloss over what Daniil Hunter had to say after yesterday's game. I will have that audio for you next. It's Area 45.
It definitely wasn't a Factor. Sports Radio 610. Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
I mean, they're good football. They're great football players. Lamar, he can dual threat. Derrick Henry, that's the best for his position. So I feel like the biggest thing we could do is just game plan better.
That was Texans' Danielle Hunter in the locker room after the Texans' embarrassing 31-2 loss to the Ravens on Christmas Day. For probably most of you, you didn't let it affect you, but for the thousands that paid hundreds of dollars, spent a number of hours on site yesterday and fought the crowds in and out of the stadium, probably, it hit you a little bit different, I would say. I felt like that game hit the Texans a little bit differently as well, and for the few and the proud that actually made themselves available for the media afterwards, they vocalized as much. Did you catch what Danielle Hunter said in response to, I believe, a Randy McElvoy question? Shout out Randy Mack, KPRC, Local 2 sports director. Great work. I think it was Randy Mack that asked Danielle Hunter what the Texans could have done better to prepare themselves to show out against the Ravens on Christmas Day better than they did. Danielle Hunter, do you have that clip one more time, Chris? Here's what Danielle Hunter said. If you missed it, don't miss it.
I mean, they're good football. They're great football players. Lamar, he can dual threat. Derrick Henry, that's the best for his position. So I feel like the biggest thing we could do is just game plan better.
Biggest thing we could do is game plan better. Biggest thing we could do, he didn't say tackle better. He didn't say execute. He didn't say, fit our gaps, get to the quarterback, wrap up. He said game plan. Well, who game plans?
Yeah, it's funny. Right after you posted that video, I wasn't even 2 minutes up. I quote tweeted that with, pay attention to what Danielle Hunter is saying here. Because like you said, he didn't say we could have played better, we could have been smarter, we need to work harder, we need to watch more film, we need to put it behind us. No, he said we need to game plan better.
Yeah.
And players don't make game plans.
Nope, they do not. And that's a defensive player talking about from the defense's perspective, what they could have done better. He said game plan better. Well, D'Amico Ryans out of the chute. First response at the podium post-game yesterday. This is what D'Amico Ryans had to say.
Again, always a blessing when we get the opportunity to play. Again, on the stage, we got to play it on today. Thankful for that opportunity. Of course, the game didn't go how we wanted to go. We didn't play our best ball, and all of that starts with me. It was just a lack of execution. All right. If we want to beat a good team like that, you have to execute. We didn't execute well. Credit to the Ravens, really good football team. They came out, they played really well today, and obviously we did not. We'll take the next couple of days here to, look at everything, starting with myself, and everything starts with me. But as a team, we just stay together, figure out a way to come out playing better football.
All right, so a few things that I noticed there regarding D'Amico Ryans. Now, granted, take into account this is Week 17. It's Christmas Day, a big-time opponent. And, yeah, you've heard some of these things before, maybe in separate iterations throughout the course of the season where, yeah, it's on me. Sound very Gary Kubiak-ish. Shouldn't be surprised. Starts with me. We didn't execute. You've heard that a billion times this year, basically after every single game. And it's one of those things where I felt like D'Amico echoed exactly the vibe of at least Danielle Hunter and some other defensive players in that locker room post-game that felt the same way. Like, we just didn't do a good job. Now, D'Amico, when he's asked about use pivots to defense, and he did basically on the next question when he was asked about CJ's game, and he started talking about defense, which I don't really particularly like. I want to hear his thoughts on his quarterback and tell me why he was ass that day. He did not do that. He pivoted to his defense. I get it to a certain degree, but you're the head coach. You're not the defensive coordinator. But
he's the head coach and the defensive coordinator.
de facto defensive coordinator. He's got a guy who owns that title. His name is Matt Burke.
And he says, yes, sir, no, sir, whatever you say, sir.
Sure, but I'm just saying, like, you're the head coach. When you're asked about your quarterback, answer the question about your quarterback. Don't pivot to the defense. Don't protect it. It's going to come to a point in time where you just can't. And people are going to demand answers a little bit more pungently than they are right now.
Is that maybe part of the problem? Is it maybe part of the problem that because D'Amico is both the head coach and the DC, and he's so involved with the defense, he's not really involved enough in the offense? It's allowed Bobby Slowick to have essentially carte blanche, and this year, Slowick has peed all over himself.
Yeah, there's some people out there. I mean, maybe there's something to that. There's some people out there that think Bobby Slowick and D'Amico Ryans maybe should flip-flop, or at least Bobby should be the defensive coordinator since he knows how to shut offenses down.
He does.
Somebody on the text
knows
line,
how to shut down one of the best young quarterbacks in the league.
Yeah, shout out to whoever that was on the text line that sent that in about 2 hours ago. I stole it, but I heard that from D'Amico after the fact. I mean, I was right there front and center, and Daniil Hunter said what he'd said. Me and my crappy, audio quality on my iPhone 14 for that. My apologies.
Yeah,
but
we got to upgrade you to a 16 Pro.
Yeah, man. Sorry. The camera's bad, it looks foggy, and now the audio's apparently shaky.
But I did think this was interesting between the video that you had of Daniil saying we need to game plan better.
Yeah.
And then the audio you have of D'Amico saying we need to execute better. Those are two very different ends of the spectrum.
They are. But I think there's something synonymous there. It's just Daniil Hunter, he's had opportunity, PC. He's been one of those guys that has made himself available after games, no questions. Not like I'll get to you later this week like Joe Mixon polls or Stephon Diggs polled or Nico polls or Azeez Al-Shire polls. No, Daniil's there. He's going to make himself available to the media. He's had opportunity upon opportunity to be very forthright, very frank, and use some choice words. But he chose yesterday, on Christmas Day, to say what he said there. And a lot of people probably can kick it under the carpet, and you might have glossed over it and miss it. But I think it's important, and I think it's something that needs to be talked about and is going to force a lot of us to maybe listen a little bit more intently going forward to what's really being said, not just by him, but other players in the locker room, and namely D'Amico Ryans.
I will say this in defense of Azeez. After something bad going on, it's probably just as well Azeez doesn't talk, because if he talks, that dude is definitely getting fined.
Early this season, he's had the opportunity and has chose not to, but I listened to that, and now I'm thinking, is there time to improve? That was a question that was actually asked of one John Mechie after the game. Is there still time to improve the problems that are continuously plaguing this team before the postseason? Here's what Mechie had to say.
I think we have everything we need through and through, players, coaches, everything in this building that we need to be a great team. I think we just got to focus on ourselves and just get better.
Is there time to get to that level?
Absolutely, there's always time. It's just where your focus is, how focused we are on the details and how serious we all take it.
How serious we all take it. Is your focus on the details, and are you being serious about it? This goes back to a conversation, PC, that we had earlier in the show. It's the preparation within the week. It's how you're attacking the day-to-day, the week-to-week. And that's how you eliminate, the same old mistakes, the same old issues that plague you week in and week out, whether it be a win or a loss. How are you attacking that? And it's brought up because it's at the forefront of their minds. When you hear lack of energy, you can throw that away as like, well, that's just what guys say. That's player speak. I mean, some of it maybe, but that's been a constant in losses. Energy, not showing up.
Isn't that D'Amico's specialty? He's the super hype man. Guys want to run through a wall for him.
Sure. And
so where's the energy?
Well, and D'Amico said that starts with me. That's on me. And you know what? That's right. Connecting dots. The words that are coming out of people's mouths start to mean a little bit more, and you don't pass them off as just coach speak or player speak. Let me get the hell out of here. No. If you're saying it, it's at the forefront of your mind. And it's an issue that's constantly being talked about. Go back to that stretch in the season where Joe Mixon, Jimmy Ward said what they'd said multiple times about player meetings. We need to have another meeting. We need to have another meeting. We just had a meeting. We need to have another meeting. I mean, at some point in time, if you feel like you need to have that many meetings and energy is still a thing, not showing up, taking advantage of your opponent, or taking advantage of the situation going into a game, like you think too little of your opponent or you think too much of yourself. We know that to be fact this year at least twice against the Vikings and against the Tennessee Titans. They did as much of that. They said as much. Jimmy Ward and Joe Mixon particularly.
Clearly a lack of accountability
yeah.
in too many people in the locker room. And unfortunately at this time of year, that's not something you could fix until the offseason. But the Texans are a team that generally turns over a lot of people every year. I would expect that whatever they know, obviously within the building, they know where their quote problem people are.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm interested to see how many people are out, whether they're cut, whether they're waived, whether they're traded, not recent, whatever it is.
Yeah.
How many people from this team are not going to be here next year, particularly people who played some sort of a prominent role?
I'm glad you brought that up because I want to hit on that a little bit. It was a question that I actually asked of Reggie Atatula at the end of the game yesterday in regards to the turnover of the team. So I want to hit on that a little bit, and we'll continue to take your phone calls, reaction texts. Final segment coming up next. We'll talk to the fellas on the drive, all that and more. It's Area 45. Stay put. Sports Radio 610.
What does D'Amico want to see from his team after an embarrassing... Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
In for John Lopez and Reggie Atatula, we are Area 45. Patrick Creighton, he is him. I am me, Sean Bijani. Chris Santiago got you for about 16 more minutes.
Not lazy.
Not lazy at all. However, you will be tomorrow. Happy vacation days coming up, by the way. Well deserved.
I am going to be very lazy. Actually, after this show, I hit the vacation. I'm off until January 6th. So
gonna miss you, bro.
Lazy. I am going to be quite lazy.
How angry do you think PC's going to show up on January 6th, 7th, 8th, whenever our next show together actually is going to be, if in fact the Texans are ass between now and then? Like, so much can happen, really.
Dude, I'm so out on the Texans right now. Like, I'm expecting them to go to the Wild game, get their asses kicked, and then we can start talking about baseball again.
All right, so and there's that. It's the wild card game. That's it. That's the next game in which the Texans have a chance to remotely do anything to move the needle for, I think, fans, period, in general.
Wild card game, fire Bobby Slow. Like, that's it.
What if they win the wild card game? What if they beat? They're slated right now today, 11:46 and 1:46 and 5 seconds now. They are slated to play the Pittsburgh Steelers. Host them at NRG. What if the Texans beat the Steelers? Does that move the needle?
Are they winning a 3-point game where both teams look like straight ass?
Patrick, it doesn't matter.
It matters.
It doesn't matter how it looks.
It matters to me.
We just got to get the dub.
It matters to me.
I was being D'Amico there.
If you look like total ass against a team that just happens to look like more ass than you, because the Steelers are also kind of in they can't get out of their own way right now.
Right.
They've clearly got some issues. We talked about that earlier with the comments from Cam Hayward and TJ Watt, that there are some guys there who are just not pulling their weight and don't care.
Mm-hmm.
So the Steelers are in a bind. The Texans are in a bind. You're literally taking two teams that right now are playing their worst football and slapping them together. Whoever wins that game is going to the next round to get obliterated. What did the Texans do last year?
Got obliterated. By the Ravens.
If they go to be obliterated, particularly if they go to, well, they're the 4 seed, so they would play Kansas City. They go to Arrowhead and get their teeth kicked in. Round. The team is no different than last year, just the offense sucked more.
Yeah, and Kansas City, at least, is evidenced by their performance against the Steelers yesterday, look like they are, kind of kicking it into postseason gear.
They're finding third.
Yeah.
They're finding third gear.
Here in a few short minutes, we'll toss it over to the fellas at The Drive. Ron Hughley, Clint Stoerner. They're on location today.
They're at B-Dubs in Cyprus. Buffalo Wild Wings in Cyprus.
Yep, so make sure you go out and see them, get you some eats and drinks. We'll do that in a second. Let's get out to Charles. Charles, my apologies, man. I appreciate you waiting around to get on with us. How we doing?
I'm doing great. I got a little bit of a different take, okay? One of the things that I keep hearing about is our offensive line. Our defense is all about swarm. It's that blue-collar mentality. Not our offensive line. No, they want to be a bunch of yuppies that go out to brunch every day and have manicures. I want to see who gets fired is our front office staff who's responsible for extending those contracts and also deciding that these are the offensive linemen who are swarm capable. No, we need blue-collar guys up there. I'll hang up and listen.
Appreciate you. I can't disagree with that at all.
They're not firing Nick Caserio.
No. I'm talking about the offensive linemen. You need tough guys. Like, if you're going to, was it you that mentioned this earlier? Like with a bully ball thing. Like,
yeah, they're a finesse team on offense that's trying to play like a power team, and
they're not. They are absolutely not. Now, maybe I could see Juice Scruggs maybe being that kind of a guy. I could see maybe Jarrett Patterson developing into that kind of guy.
Kenyon Green was supposed to be a power guy, right? He's a road paver. He's a big run blocker, but he can't pass block against peewees.
Right, and Laramie Tunsil is a really good pass blocker, but not a
ZFG about the run game.
And sometimes just because of whatever assignment that he particularly is keying on, like the Chris Board free rush sack on CJ Stroud yesterday. Like, okay, when you're actually engaging with an individual, I get it. Like, mano y mano, You're going to out-physical your opponent more times than not if you're Laramie Tunsil. But the other part of the equation, too, is knowing your assignment. And too often, I just feel like he either doesn't know the assignment or the Texans, call pre-snap is just ass. Like, I asked this question of Reggie Atatula yesterday. Tell me what you think. That Chris Board free rush sack that Stroud took, right, where Tunsil nor Mixon laid a fingernail on him. What would you rather have pre-snap when you call your protection? Big-ass Laramie Tunsil take on a linebacker in Chris Board, okay, the free rusher, off the left edge, or Joe Mixon?
You want listen, if Laramie doesn't have a blocking assignment, I want him to be the guy who's going to pick him up.
It was 3-on-3. You just bump protection down right. That's it. Where Joe Mixon is at, he's already pre-snap out-leveraged by that guy who's playing a freaking outside technique on Laramie Tunsil. It's just fundamental, very basic. Doesn't mean I'm right in terms of what they called, because clearly it wasn't executed. I'm just saying, from a smaller human to a much larger human, running back to linebacker, okay, to left tackle to linebacker, and who's got more leverage on whom. That's all I'm saying.
Well, normally, from the running back point of view, right, if you're a running back and you're in protection, all right, your first responsibility is there a corner or a safety that's going to come free? You got to pick him up.
Mm-hmm.
Number 2, is somebody coming up the middle that's untouched? You have to pick that guy up. He's untouched. You've got to save your quarterback. Number 3, is there a guy coming off the edge who's engaged but is winning his engagement, so you got to go give him a chip?
Yeah.
You're kind of so it's pre-snap, you're looking outside for DB. Once the ball snapped, first look is up the middle. Second look is to the outside of somebody getting beat. Next look is to the inside of somebody getting beat.
Yeah.
So when you got a guy that's, basically a linebacker, an edge rusher, who's getting a free run, yeah, as a running back, you were totally disadvantaged because that guy's got a full head of steam and you're stationary.
Right, but if the pre-snap protection call is that's me, and then you've got the left guard, over the takes the 3 technique, and you've got the center who takes the shade, and maybe there's a backer up the middle that would become free. That's the running back. That running back has far more opportunity to out-leverage or at least be on an equal playing field with that middle protector than outside, who is already pre-snap out-leveraged. That's just, from a fundamental football standpoint, I don't understand it, and it's happened far too many times this season.
No,
That's
we don't know what the call was as far as who responsibility was what. But if you're Laramie and that's the only guy near you, why would you not pick that guy?
I don't know. It's been multiple times. I told you I wanted to ask you about this because you mentioned it last segment. You were talking about, turnover. What does this team look like in 2025, I think you were alluding to? How much turnover is there? I asked Reggie Atatula that towards the end of the game yesterday, and I said, did you know that from 2022 to 2023, the turnover rate on this football team for the Texans was just over 50%? It was just over a 50% turnover rate.
Through their rebuilding years, they would turn over 50-60% of the team. Everybody was on a one-year deal because they knew they were in a rebuild. They were literally just filling bodies to make sure they hit their minimum payment requirements and trying to draft as best as they could.
Keep that in mind. Between last season and this season, in the off season that they did have and the bodies that they brought in, there was a nearly 48% turnover rate.
Because they still had all those one-year contracts that then they had to replace. This year, though, they'll have less money. So there may not be as big a turnover unless they start finding guys who they're really trying to punt out of here. A lot of these guys are signed to multiple-year deals now, so they don't have as many one-year deals. Now they got a lot of 2- and 3-year deals.
Yeah.
Danielle Hunter's got a 2-year deal.
Like that one.
Shaq Mason signed till 2027.
Don't like that one.
Dalton Schultz till 27.
Don't like that
Al
one.
Shire to 27.
Like that one.
Danico through 26.
Yes.
Mixon through 27.
Yes.
Jimmy Ward through 26.
Don't like that one.
You've got a lot of guys.
Go ahead. Say Laramie Tunsil, please.
Oh, Laramie Tunsil signed till 27.
Say Titus Howard, please.
Titus Howard is signed through 27.
You see where I'm at?
Jimmy Ward to 26.
Yeah.
Tim Settle, 26. Foley's a free agent. 25. They got I think they got a club option.
I like the Santa Settle contract. I like that one.
You've got a lot of guys here who most of the guys who are signed later than that are all draft picks. Mm-hmm. Everybody here is a draft pick. None of these are free agents. These are all guys they draft.
I just started thinking, what does the turnover rate look like this offseason with this football team? Because we went through, there are a handful of contracts with more than 1 year that are not expiring this offseason that I just don't like, that I was a big proponent of. And you and I were doing the show this offseason, and I think maybe agreed, maybe we didn't. I don't know. I know I was here one of their off-season priorities. In fact, maybe their top one at the time for me was, you got to sign up Dalton Schultz. I mean, he was like him and Noah Fant and nobody else on the tight end market. And so stick with the guy that CJ really, really loves and had some success with. Took a little bit to develop some chemistry with last year, but you did it. You liked it. He saved your season. Looked like a reliable pass catcher. Blocking somehow has gotten worse.
He just looks indifferent to it. It's not that he's
it's never been
blocking
good,
guys and losing battles. He's just not engaging.
No. And there's just, to me, it's.
If you're going to play like that, just dress him up like a matador so that he can yell, "Ole!" as he lets them run right by.
Yeah, I just think there's something much bigger at play.
King of the lookout block.
With that situation on the offense, and it's not something that is going to be fixed. But, the effort level can be fixed, at the drop of a hat. It is a question of just will. It is a question of want to. And John Mechie said it last night. We just played the cut. Is the focus there? Is the work ethic going to be there? How in it are you? And Daniil Hunter basically said the same thing. D'Amico Ryans at the podium said the same thing. You've got 1 week to kind of figure this, really 2 weeks to kind of figure this out. If you use this as a bye week going into this Titans game, you sit your starters, a little time to figure some things out.
Let me posit something to you. Because the Texans defense, at least in the first half, was still fighting hard. I thought once CJ threw the pick to open the second half, that's where everybody just kind of got deflated, and the
plays later,
the mail it in was on.
Yeah.
When you hear Daniil Hunter saying we need to game plan better, talking about the offense, because the offense, whatever the game plan was straight trash.
I really don't think he was talking about the offense. There's no reason to really believe that, because, again, that question was asked by Randy McIlvoy, and it was, paraphrasing, what could you guys do to get a better result, against the Ravens? And it was defensive. It was a defensive-minded question.
But I wonder if he took it a different way, right?
Maybe.
They get the stop, then they get the stop again, they get the safety, they get another stop. They were trying to give the Texans some juice. In fact, they get the safety, then they get the big kickoff return by DP, and the offense comes out and lays an egg again. And it's how much can you ask the defense and the special teams to do? Special teams not named D'Angelo Ross. How much can you ask them to do before the offense finally does something?
Well,
they were so inept yesterday. Yeah. It's one thing that you're going 3 and out. It's another when you're giving the ball back.
100%, man. Let's toss it over to the guys on the drive. Again, they're out at Buffalo Wild Wings in Cyprus. Ron Hughley and Clint Stoerner. Ron, what's happening on Hughley?
Let's toss it over to the guy. As Clint Stoerner, I'm sure, is in his car right now, busting it from the studio as he got crossed up trying to get here to Buffalo Wild Wings in Cyprus. So he will be here soon. Again, Clint, don't get crazy out here as this weather is coming. I know you drove through Harvey, but it does not mean you got to drive like a bat out of hell to get here, man. Just take your time.
Definitely be safe.
And get out here safely, and then we can rock and roll for the next 4 hours. We got plenty of able people like myself and Tyler that can really run this thing through. But we'll have some fun today, man. Hey, to a point you guys were making, boy, it's something else. When you got two quiet veteran guys in Danielle Hunter and Robert Woods who have been on playoff level teams, just sliding in the little things they slid in.
Yeah.
My man said, we got the game plan better. Who the hell does that mean? What the hell's that mean?
Yeah.
Who is that to? I don't think it's maybe Matt Burke is who he's talking about. I wouldn't think so. I think it goes a little higher. Maybe over there looking at Frank Ross and saying, we got the game plan better. No, I think we know who he's talking about.
Yeah, 100%.
And he said it to the media, and Danielle Hunter knows with them big-ass forearms. He knows exactly what that means and how people are going to respond to him saying we need the game plan.
100%, Ron. You know, I'll ask you this, and I know you guys are going to talk about it, but I said earlier, you know, from Danielle Hunter's perspective, he's had opportunities to kind of throw some subtle shots, either at the defense or special teams or offense, whatever, this season alone. But he chose that moment at that point in time, Christmas Day, after that embarrassment, to do it. I think it's something that needs to be further discussed, and it's going to make us pay further attention to anything that he says, but particularly D'Amico Ryans as the leader of this football team as head coach. Ron Hughley, Clint Stoerner, they've got you from 2 until 6, live out of Buffalo Wild Wings in Cypress. Make sure you go by, say hello, Merry Christmas, get some eats and drinks with those guys. The Drive, because T-Mill is here, and he too is badass, is officially live.
That's right. The Drive is live. Make your way out, man. It's the day after Christmas. You need to get this Thursday night started. I see some people in here already looking to make some bad decisions. That couple over there, I know they are looking to make some bad decisions. You can come out and join us for some good food, some good drinks. Got some prize for you to win. All you got to do is sign your name, put it in our raffle box, and you'll have a chance to win. But we are at the Buffalo Wild Wings location in Cypress, so come on out, hang out, have a great time with us as we normally do. If you are on YouTube and Twitch, as you can see Tyler. Oh, Tyler's going without the hat today. Must have a fresh cut in the build.
No, I thought you'd like this look.
Where
no
is
hat.
Tyler going? Tyler looks like he's about to deal some cards. Tyler,
I cleaned up a bit today. I'm taking the lady to Trans-Siberian Orchestra after the show tonight.
I had to sit through that once with my wife. Yes, how about that? Had to sit through that to be able to get the free tickets to Monday Night Raw. So there you go. Tyler looks like he's just shown people his hands and that he is about to deal blackjack.
I've heard this before. I like the vest look for myself, but it does give off some blackjack dealer type of vibes.
It's the rolled up sleeves. Is what it is. That's what it is.
So hot natured,
It's the rolled up sleeves. like you got people looking around. Don't you dare put another queen out there.
I don't appreciate how giggly this is making you. I'm
sorry, I didn't know. I saw without the hat. I said, "Oh, here we go, no hat." Then I saw, "Oh, my man's out here on the floor." got some. All right, listen, we're gonna need some laughter because I'm thoroughly concerned about. About Tyler Milner after last night's performance.
Oh, yeah. We need laughter. You said it best.
Everybody, you can join the show as always. Those of you on YouTube and Twitch, hello, hey, Guy Gene, and all the others there. We appreciate you joining us. Those of you on YouTube and Twitch, also as well on the text line 713-572-4610. We'll be here till 6 o'clock. We appreciate you joining us. And I guess, again, if you missed it, Clint is on his way here. He will be in here shortly, potentially in this segment. Maybe segment is driving here as we speak. Crossed up a little bit. He was ready to work. He was ready to go, except he was sitting at the station.
Are you shitting me?
No, I'm not, Linda. He is on his way out here. As we said, take your time, Clint, and get here safely. All right, I don't know, Tyler and the people. I'm trying to put together, the sentence that I want to start with today because when we get to the afternoon, you got the post-game show from last night. that Sean and Clint did, and then Sean gets right back and going, and him and Seth do Payne and Pendergast, and then as you saw, you heard Area 45 took over in the loop today, and then we get here to 2 o'clock, and it gets to us, and a lot's been talked about, and Tyler, I'm trying to get the best sentence to understand or how to start with this, and for me is, what the hell was that last night? What in the hell was that?
I probably said that question in my head about 35 times the last 24 hours.
I mean, that was like, listen, man, I don't know that I knew that they were going to win that game. In fact, I didn't, right? When we talked about the 3-game set, I said I think they would beat Miami and I think they would lose to Kansas City and lose to Baltimore.
We sucked.
But not 31-2. Not like that. That was.
I'm sure they voted.
They did, Jim. That was a special kind of pathetic. That was. I am flabbergasted by what we saw last night. Like, I think there's a lot of things we can talk about. I don't know who you're more disappointed. I mean, all 3 phases sucked. Right, you had the special teams. You had a guy just run down there and just, I mean, who was that? Ross. He just went down there and just ran over the returner standing at the 5.
D'Angelo,
and then he stood up and looked around as if he was confused by why everybody was looking at his ass crazy. Like he didn't know that was a rule. Right, I mean, it was just insane. And you got a guy running out of bounds and refusing to come back in. That hit another penalty on special teams.
We sucked.
I mean, the defense, good God almighty. I don't know who you're more disappointed in, the offense or defense. And as I see a lot of people on the text line talking about, that's the same sentence I uttered. What the hell was that? And some of you may have replaced that hell with another word that has 4 letters that starts with an F. That might be it. And I see people texting in about C.J. Stroud. Look, 3 o'clock. Because I want to make sure Clint is here for that. 3 o'clock.
Hold on, so
we will discuss C.J. Stroud. It's Ron. You know what? I know that some of you are down. Hell, I might give you a day. You can just call me. Show. I won't even.
Get a show pass today.
I won't even correct you. That might be it. But I'll be honest with you. No, I want to hear from you, Tyler. I want to hear from a Texan fan. What were you sitting there thinking when you because I certainly have a feel. What were you sitting there thinking when you were watching that performance? Because it was an ass kicking from the start to the finish.
Oh yeah. As soon as that kickoff, got that game started yesterday on Christmas Day at NRG Stadium, it was not only an ass kicking, but paired with that, if you're like me, it was just total frustration, anger, and embarrassment. We keep hearing, and I love the message, but we keep hearing since his arrival as head coach, we hear D'Amico Ryans and company over there at NRG telling us week in and week out about how they want to establish this identity. This is a new path for the Houston Texans. This organization's ready for that next step. We want to put ourselves in that upper echelon, that top tier of year in, year out NFL squads like the Steelers, like the Ravens, like the Chiefs. We want to be there. We're almost there. We're taking that next step. And then I see stuff like yesterday. I see that embarrassment of a football performance on the field at NRG, and you are still these same old damn Texans, man. And that pains me to say, as a fan, all you out there that probably hate hearing that, I hate saying it. But this is the same organization it has been since 2002 right now, and I'm not being hyperbolic in my own mind, I don't think, because you're just not there. You are just, even the years where you're making the playoffs, man. This team's last win of 2024, I hate to tell you out there, I hate to tell you this. The last win you will see the 2024 Texans get has already occurred. That was probably, the beginning of this 3-game stretch.
They can beat the Titans next week.
Who did they play before the Chiefs? I'm so angry right now. I'm black.
I know they lost to the Titans. So, that's okay, but they can beat the Titans.
Well, yeah. But this team is not winning. The 2024 Texans, you have seen them win their last ball game. It ain't happening. We all know they punched that ticket to the playoffs. They won in this crappy-ass AFC South division, and that's what it's going to be and what it's going to look like when playoffs get here. It's going to be one and done very quickly, hopefully not as embarrassing as yesterday, but I don't have my hopes up. This is just the same old Texans BS, man. It's the same thing.
Where are you at? We hear Tyler as he needed that therapeutic session. Where are you at? What the hell were you thinking?
I've never cussed so much on Christmas, man.
Yes, you have. I believe Tyler just got trashed last night. But
water was flowing.
I don't blame you. But what were you thinking when you were watching it? I will tell you what I was thinking here in just a bit. But I just want to bring this up. Like, listen, there are a lot of matchups, and we've seen this, and we watched the Texans this year go 1-5 against good teams. The one win against the Buffalo Bills. All of the winning teams with winning records, they're 1-5 against. But this Baltimore Ravens team is a special kind of matchup for them. I mean, when you say boogeyman, they're in their
daddy
heads.
right now. Yes,
they are, guys. 90-21.
Oh my God.
That is the total score in the last 3 matchups. They faced them week 1 last year. They ended their season in the playoffs last year. And
Who's
then
your daddy now?
They faced them yesterday 90-21. And listen, the Ravens have zero concern about the Texans when they play them. No concern. And I'm telling you right now, it's 90-21. And I will tell you, yesterday, they didn't even play. I mean, they didn't even play the best in terms of complete focus. I mean, hell, they shut it down. That fella that Joe Mixon decided to get into a scuffle with before the game, who didn't see himself playing at all, he got in there and finished off the fourth quarter.
Who's your daddy now?
Like, they just shut it down. And I mean, 90-21 in the last 3 matchups of this team. And it's not like, all right, hey, man, the Ravens, they're unstoppable. You know, they're not 15-1 like the Chiefs. They've lost to the Raiders. They lost to Gardner Minshew at home. And you can't compete. They've lost to Jameis, crazy-ass Jameis. He put up 30-something on them. You put up 2. You can't compete. Hell, the Steelers beat them, and they didn't even score a touchdown. The Commanders competed. The Cowboys, by the way, I don't want to rub it in a little bit. The Cowboys are 7-8 right now. I'm just saying. The Cowboys,
Cooper Rush, baby.
Their record and the Texans' record are a little too damn close for comfort right now. By the way, we've been thinking about the Cowboys season, but you know what? They lost to them by 1 score. They competed. The Texans don't compete against the Ravens. It is the damnedest thing when you look at the players they have, and you say, well, hell. The Raiders beat them. The Raiders beat them. Yeah. And it's 9-21 in the last 3 matchups.
Daddy Baltimore right there.
It is the wildest. It's the wildest damn thing that I can see. And listen, I'm going to say this. This is what I was thinking as Clint Stoerner. Everybody stand up. Give Clint a hand. Give Clint a hand as he walks in. Clint Stoerner slides in here. He is taking his walk. There he is. He's going to get the headset going. We'll get his thoughts here in a second. Listen, I'm going to tell you what I was thinking when I'm watching this game, we'll get Clint's thoughts right now as he puts on the headset. But I'm watching this game, and honest to God, I'm thinking, if you are looking to be a championship organization, everybody is on the board. Not named Cal and Hannah because they can't be. Not named D'Amico because D'Amico is a good coach.
Hold on, Joe.
And then, all of your young players of note, like Will, like CJ, like Nico. We understand that. But everybody else's ass, they are at least on board for a conversation of, do we need to make a move? Do we need to do something different? If you're talking about trying to win a championship, and you notice the names I've left out.
Sure as hell better not be talking about that right now.
Nick, Bobby, Bert, anybody else. Everybody should be on the table except for the McNairs because they can't be. D'Amico and the young, really good players that ain't going anywhere. Everybody else, there should be a conversation in the offseason if you're trying to get to a championship level.
Wow.
Because you're just not anywhere close. And yesterday, Clint, was more than just losing to a better team. There was more to it than that.
Oh, yeah. Well, there's no doubt about that. I mean, there was a lot more to it. You go into that game, and you go into the game, and the hope is that your defense stays stays course. I mean, they've been really good, and some would say Super Bowl caliber defense leading up. So just kind of stay the course and show some good signs. And the hope is that the offense can get something going. I'm not even worried about winning and losing. Just get something going against a good football team and show that you're moving in the right direction, and show that in 2 weeks when the playoffs kick, you've got something to lean into from an identity standpoint. Show that you can get beyond the injuries of Tank Dell and Steph Diggs, and again, you've got something you can lean on come first round of the playoffs in NRG Stadium. And the reality of it is, what we saw was a total embarrassment across the board. The offense got worse. The defense got exposed in a way that they haven't been exposed all year long. And so as a team,
we sucked.
Yes, Tyler, you did. As a team, you literally go into the game thinking, it's going to be pretty difficult to take a step back. We just got to show up, and we don't have to win. We just have to show up and do some positive things. And at the end of the day, you took a huge step back on several fronts. And so, yeah, it was an ugly day in Texans Nation, no doubt about it. And I do think I'm not going to get too far. Because it's emotional time right now, right after that loss. Right, it's easy to go a little bit overboard, but I don't think it's a stretch that the identity of the offense has to change in a major way. The defense was not good, don't get me wrong, but there's been enough good all year long that you can lean into it and make a few adjustments, and I think you still got a defense where you can win a championship. This offense has been bad long enough to where we gotta really start questioning the overall identity of the offense and who's running the show and who is
participating in it. All of it.
Yeah, when I say running the show, I ain't talking about just Bobby. I'm talking about the guys that ultimately, because really, what I'm talking about, to be completely honest with you, is has nothing to do with Bobby. The willingness to be extremely soft across the board, the acceptance of it, the almost like the entire offense is just okay with it. Everybody's comfortable with it. The organization seems to reward those that are the least workers, the least physical guys. Like, that is a major problem on this offense, and to me, again, that Bobby's a different conversation. Bobby's got to step to the plate as well. We got to have a conversation about him. But what is allowed and what is accepted that on the offensive side of the football is unacceptable, and it shouldn't be a surprise to anybody what we've seen if you really watch week in, week out, and how they handle the offensive side of the football with this organization.
Were you surprised it looked that bad, though? Like, overall,
I was really surprised in the defense. I was surprised that the defense got ran through like messed through a goose. I mean, that was embarrassing. That was effortless. Anytime Lamar Jackson is throwing the football less than 20 times and the Ravens are scoring 30-plus points, you've got problems.
In 3 quarters?
Yeah, not to mention he did it in 3 quarters. Yeah. But you've got major problems. That means that the Baltimore Ravens are running the football at a clip where they're staying ahead of the chains, they're converting first downs, they're scoring points, and there's no need to put it in the air, right? I mean, so it was, the defense caught me off guard. The offense was just more of the same. You just ran up against a super physical football team that's got some grown men on the other side, and you didn't have answers.
All right, as we continue, we are live here, Buffalo Wild Wings in Cypress. Come on out, have a good time, and enjoy yourself. Also got a chance to win a prize here as well. Put your name in that raffle box, and you'll have a chance to win. As we continue to react to yesterday's worst loss, not just of the season, but I would say in the D'Amico era, as they lose 31-2 to Baltimore at home on Christmas Day. When we say this was deeper than a loss, just a loss to a good football team, it was. And when you hear one of the most quiet leaders, veteran players on the field say what he said, it feels like D'Amico's got bigger problems than just losing to the Ravens. We'll discuss that coming up next.
Oh, no! We suck again!
It definitely wasn't a Merry Christmas for the Texans. The Ravens. Better way to close out 2024 than with some early fireworks at NRG Stadium. Hit up KindersTexasBowl.com now for tickets and more information. And hear the game exclusively here on Houston's Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610. It's a Thirsty Thursday with our friends at Bud Light on Sports Radio 610. Live from Buffalo Wild Wings off 290 and Cypress, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome in as we are live on a Thirsty Thursday. And hell, after yesterday's game, maybe you might want to just bury yourself in multiple drinks. And
7 beers right now.
You could go 7 beers right now if you like, or you could just skip on to something a little bit more.
Yeah, or 4 whiskeys.
More aggressive. And you could do that right here at Buffalo Wild Wings. We're at the Cypress location, so come on out, hang out with us. As we said, we'll be here until 6 o'clock. Clint, listen, this is a type of game where the dude that's leading the show is the one you look at. We heard a lot of things, Clint, after this game. Multiple players saying, yeah, man, we just didn't have the energy. We were flat coming out, flat coming in the second half. And then we had other players saying, I thought we had good energy. CJ said, I thought we had good energy. But then after I threw that pick, it seemed like we're kind of flat coming out of the third quarter and all this. You heard so many different things.
It's bullshit.
From players. D'Amico Ryans, and D'Amico said repeatedly it starts with him. But, Clint, for me, when I hear a veteran like Danielle Hunter, who has been in playoff teams, have played a lot in this league and has seen everything from the high to inept, come out, Clint, and a guy who rarely speaks, and a guy that I believe knows when he says something how it will get taken. Clint, when he said, as a defensive player, the biggest thing we can do is just game plan better. When I heard him say that, along with everything else that's been saying, I was like, man, that points right to D'Amico. And this is, like I said, bigger than a loss to a good team. Now it is, what's the confidence level that the man at the top can fix whatever this issue is? I think that's potentially where we are right now with D'Amico Ryans.
Yeah, look, I think when we hear Danielle Hunter make that kind of comment, I wonder if that's coming from D'Amico standing in front of him in the post game saying, hey, man, that one's on me, fellas. I got to plan better. I got to put you on, like, and really emphasizing that. And somebody throws a mic in front of his face and he just repeats what he just heard. Or is it legitimately a veteran player that is clearly a leader and carries some serious weight in the locker room, even though he doesn't speak much, carries some serious weight in that locker room? Is he really ultimately questioning what the plan was against the Baltimore Ravens?
If it's the former Clint, I'd be surprised that he would say it.
Oh, yeah, no, I agree.
Yeah, I'd be surprised. But no, but to me, that all of that points right to the head coach. Like all of that he said, and we weren't ready, we didn't have the energy, we didn't have the whatever pointed towards him.
I think the biggest, we can talk about energy, we can talk about the 2 games in 4 days, which teams do it all year long, going Sunday to Thursday. They went Saturday to Wednesday. We can talk about the 3 games in 11 days, whatever. There's 2 other teams that had that same schedule that didn't have a problem with it, the Chiefs and the Ravens. But that's all one thing. But if you really look at now, it may be. I haven't seen the All 22 yet. I plan on watching that tonight. I have not seen the All 22 yet.
Oh God, are you ready for that?
Well, yeah. I mean, I'm ready, more ready for this than any of them, to be honest with you. They were started with a 4-down line. They went to a 5-down line. I think the biggest takeaway defensively. Now, it was piss poor, no doubt about it. But the biggest takeaway for me defensively is you ain't got the dudes up front to handle that.
It was something that we wondered before the season started.
They had to adjust and go to a 5-man down line at times, and you don't have the interior presence to do that. Now, I know all these cats that been on my case all year long about, oh, boy, them D tackles look fine now, don't they? They ain't hitting me up this week. I mean, them same cats have been on me on social media talking about that. Boy, you really beat the dead horse. Them D tackles before the year started. This is that. Guess what? The desperate need for interior defensive line that arose last year after Baltimore did what they did in the playoffs. Now it's coming to light once again after Baltimore did it to the Texans once again. Like, you don't have the dudes, whether it's two monsters inside that can hold their own against that kind of physicality up front, or when you go to a down 5 group, do you have 3 interior defensive linemen that can hold up one-on-one versus that level of physicality? You didn't even have that. And then you fast forward into the second half, and this is the third quarter when it was still somewhat in reach, or still at least you thought you had a puncher's chance. You look up, and you got 93 and 72 out there inside.
Yeah, what was that?
You ain't got – I mean, here's the deal. The reality of it is, when we're talking defensive football, the guys that are starting and being difference makers on this team at the interior defensive line position need to be depth. If you're relying on Mario Edwards Jr., I love Mario Edwards Jr., I get it. But if you're when you got to – when him stepping up in training camp is like, wow, man, we're lucky. We're worried about Foley, Fatukasi not being healthy. Like, you got problems. And then when you get into a game and you look up and 72 and 93 are in the game in critical – I'm still talking the first 3 quarters.
Yeah, you could – where's Tim Settle?
You got problems, right? I mean, so the reality of it is, I think defensively, beyond just being shocked that they got ran through, the real problem lies with you don't have the depth or the caliber players from an interior standpoint to deal with what the Baltimore Ravens can throw at you.
Yeah.
You don't have that. Look, I'll be honest with you. If the Lions decided they wanted to get down with it like that, you don't have what it takes to do with them either. If they want to let Jared Goff, throw it, intercept 5 interceptions, then you can play with them. But the reality of it is, if the 49ers are healthy and you run up against them, if the Eagles are healthy and you run up against them kind of cats, they're going to do the same thing. It may not be to the tune of your offense scoring 2 points.
We just talked about it in the first second. This matchup, 90-21.
Yeah.
The last 3 games, they've absolutely just
I mean, that's by the way, on average, that's 30-7, folks. That's 30-7 on average when DeMeco Ryans has played. DeMeco Ryans' coach team has played the Baltimore Ravens. It's embarrassing. And I think defensively, the embarrassing part of it is you just flat out quit. You just got ran through. You gave yourself no choice, no chance. But the reality is you're still a few pieces away defensively to match up with a handful of teams that are the more physical football, offensive football teams in the league.
Yeah. Wow. Yeah, it was a rough one. Yeah, they as you said, they got some. Obviously, they know this. They got some stuff they need to fix and get together moving forward. But we'll see what they're able to do the rest of the way this year, as they obviously still have one more regular season game, and then they'll host a playoff game coming up as well. All right. Before we get to CJ at 3 o'clock, because I can't wait to hear the thoughts, and I see that's where many people are going. We'll get there at 3 o'clock. Lighten it up, man. I finally kind of realized, I am kind of weird. I am kind of a strange cat. Not as strange as, have you seen Tyler yet today?
I have not.
As strange as the blackjack dealer Tyler Milner. But
I'm a weird one.
But I'm a strange cat. We'll discuss that coming up next.
What does DeMeco want to see from his team after an embarrassing 31?
6812. That's 800-575-6812.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
It's a Thirsty Thursday with our friends at Bud Light on Sports Radio 610. Live from Buffalo Wild Wings off 290 and Cypress, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Ball out quick, baby. All right, welcome back in as we are live here, Buffalo Wild Wings in Cypress. We'll be here until 6 o'clock here on The Drive. There is Clint Stoerner. He is here with us. Myself. Clint came in a little late, but he got in here, y'all. He got in here, man.
Came in hot, baby.
He came
real hot.
He was right there. You go. Look at Tyler, Clint.
Is it all black? Is it black on black?
It's black on black, baby. And and I'm looking at that vest. That vest ain't just straight black. There's something. Look like there's some sort of a design on that.
Oh yeah, I got a nice pattern, floral pattern on this all black vest.
Yeah, I saw that. I thought it was from a distance. I said, "That's a little something." Is that snake skin?
Yeah. So those
are the pants. Do the pants have the same match?
No.
Damn, that would have been cold. That would have been cold-blooded if you had the pants in the same material.
I got the red tie though with the snowflakes on it as well. A little festive.
Yeah, man. Give me a hit. I need a hit, man. I got this. I got this 3 and this 9. I need a hit. Give me a face card.
I look nice. It's not just a blackjack dealer look, okay?
Blackjack dealers look nice too.
You just begged for a bust, by the way, Ron.
Did I?
Yeah, 9-3 and a face.
Oh, I sure did. Didn't I?
That'd be a bust.
Sir, are you sure?
I said
another 9, baby.
Give it a 9.
Now the whole table's eyeballing you, pissed off.
Give me a face card. I've met so many people out there. Listen to this dumbass.
He's not a gambler, y'all. He's not a gambler.
Tell you, man, they almost got me at blackjack. I told you that first time I went. Took $15, turned it into $111. Playing that $5 table, baby.
They almost got you, huh?
No, they did get me there for a little bit. had a tough go for about a year, just traveling up there by myself and not telling anybody. When I had class early. All right, as I see my man Bill on the text line, said it makes it easier. A couple of IPAs down my neck so far. Makes lifting between segments easier. Not going to lie, the Texans ruined my holiday. Bill, you banging out IPAs and lifting.
Cheers, brother.
It was that bad. It was that bad. There's no doubt.
I do want to apologize. I do want right now, for those of you who had to work yesterday, like I'm talking about work for the game and have some time missing away from your family on Christmas. I know that must have been a tough one, having to kind of go through that one. So, I do apologize. Hopefully you got some time with your family outside of that yesterday, because I know that was
mother of God.
That was a struggle for many. But hopefully everybody had a good Christmas outside of that game yesterday. And I got to be honest, and I'm watching my kids yesterday. We had a good Christmas morning. Then we rolled out there to NRG. But when I say we, myself, like I can honestly say, fellas, I think I was I guess I was a strange kid. I'm looking at my kids. They got the PlayStation 5. I did not buy it, but they got the PlayStation 5, and they are into it, boy. They all just playing. I just never gave a rip about video games. Never ever did about video games. Never watched cartoons. Our kids all got bikes. Here is a now I can tell the story.
No one gave you a bike when you were a kid, right? That'd have been messed up.
My mom did. When I ran it into that parked car, and then I retired it.
That's right.
But no, like now I can tell the story. The reason why I fell through thought the kids may be listening. The reason why I fell through the attic is because I was putting bikes up in the attic for Christmas, and then on my way trying to pull the last one up, I fell right through the attic. But they got bikes yesterday.
Do you dirty, man.
Our kids riding bikes around the neighborhood. Clint, I mean, after that running to a parked car, I retired the bike thing. I must have been a strange-ass kid. Didn't ride bikes, didn't play any video games, just watched SportsCenter, didn't watch cartoons. I'm looking at them, I'm like, well, I probably was a strange-ass kid. Cheap from my mother, I'm sure. But it's a strange-ass kid. Just never got into any of that stuff. Never did. But I'm looking at them, and I can just see, well, they about to cost me cash. Because they up there, I mean, all of them just rolling in that PlayStation 5, riding the bikes all around. This is strange. I was just strange.
You never got into like the Maddens or NCAA football, like being a sports kid, like you still didn't get into those?
I've never played.
Oh, hello, ma'am.
I've never played Madden.
Yeah, I didn't.
Not one time.
I mean, I played them all a time or two, but I just knew they were the devil, man. I know a bad thing when I see them, and I had to get away. And
your passion and hatred for video games is so genuine and real.
Yeah, when did that start?
I've never been a big fan, but when I started working with kids and doing camps and training quarterbacks,
and you saw how it took over their lives.
Well, when you watch
instead of watching film.
Just instead of sleeping. How about that? When you watch, when you got a camp and you got 20 kids in there, and half of them show up and can't hardly open their eyes. They're so crusted shut at noon. It's like, man, what are they?
He is laughing. I feel like Tyler's laughing because he's experienced this.
He did it last week.
Sorry, Clint. I was up all night playing COD. I was playing Call of Duty all night. My bad.
And you just watch them kids that can't focus. They can't pay attention. They can't stay awake. They can't. And you talk to them about it, and you get to the root of it. It's like 99% of them was because they stayed up until the wee hours of the morning playing PlayStation.
Yeah, I don't want them to do that.
Or whatever, playing video games, whatever it is. That's so I became I went from a guy that just didn't understand it, didn't get down with it, thought it was a waste of time, to a guy that was just like
video games of the day.
Yeah, I think now we live in an age where everybody's got a pad or a phone, and you just throw it in front of their face, and they just start playing with it. I personally don't like it.
Text line texting in, Ron, are you sure you were a kid? Fair. Fair. I watch SportsCenter a lot.
Yeah,
really enjoyed that. And then walked around and played pickup baseball and basketball games. That was my thing. Didn't ride bikes. Walked to them.
You throw a bike in there, and we were pretty similar there. We hit that old screen door. We hit that old screen door when the sun came up, baby. Man. And we was.
Is that my boy Ron?
Yeah,
I was out. I was out. No, I had to get that. You were in the kitchen, fat boy. Your mama, for starters. And second, I don't pass on a good meal. I really don't. I don't pass on a good meal. No, it's listen. And when you say that up all night, I watched Nicholas. Nicholas was up there. He's 4. He was up there on like that. It's not Mario Kart, but it's like Mario Kart with Disney. Like it's like Mickey and Donald and all that.
Now his favorite characters.
Oh man, he was on there, and I could see him. I mean, he was up there for a couple of hours on that bad boy, and I'm like, hold on, man.
Well, it's like
Trey woke up this morning. I walked down to go check on him at 8:00 this morning. He had already. They took it upstairs in the big thing. He was already up there
getting after it. Yeah, that's it. I realized like my competitive gene is not good with because I can't put it down because if it's a game, I get mad and throw the remote. If it's like Madden or something, I get mad. I'm putting dents in walls and breaking remotes.
Remember Tyler ruptured his wrist.
Yeah,
on a fumbled kickoff return.
Man, yeah, I jacked my wrist up good on that button.
And then if it's one of those games that has an ending, like you got to conquer the game. Hey man, I'm.
You in it to the end.
I'm in it, man. And this is back when you could go. I could have just walked down the street to the stop and go and bought the magazine with the cheat codes in it.
Oh, you wasn't doing that.
I can't do it. Man. If I'm gonna beat it, I'm gonna do it the right way. I look over and I'm playing Zelda at 5:00 in the morning. I said, "What the hell am I doing? Are you kidding me? I got practice in the morning, man. What the hell we do? I got homework I ain't done. Mama's gonna be, Linda's gonna be screaming at me. I'm done with this. Tomb Raider's the one that got me. Tomb Raider's the one. Laura Croft.
Laura Croft. Is it Croft?
I think it's Croft. But either way it goes, I'm talking about that old shapely gal.
Oh yeah, very shapely.
Yeah. She's the one that got me. She's the one that I realized, like, hey man, it's 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning. What the hell am I doing?
She was so shapely. Angelina Jolie had to play her in the movie.
Yeah, I had to quit her. That's when I quit video games.
I promise you, I've heard a lot of these games you're talking about. I've never played them. I think the only video game I've ever played was Sonic the Hedgehog.
Yeah, I didn't do
that was one I played a lot on the old Sega Genesis.
That's it. I've never played Madden. I've never just never done it. I know I'm a strange cat. It's all right. Got to be great in other areas.
Zelda was one that I got addicted to all night, and then Tomb Raider, and it was.
I take that. I did a little Nintendo. I played a little Super Mario Brothers. I did a little bit of that. That Duck Hunt, that combination game. I did a little bit.
Oh yeah, that was a fun one.
But that was.
Freaking dog mocking you when you miss the duck. A-hole. Popping up out of that grass laughing at you.
That boy's great. His wrist. All right, coming up as we continue live, we'll do our grade. Our grade for C.J. Stroud. And then we got to have a little conversation about C.J. Stroud because I know Clint's got some strong feelings about what he saw yesterday from the Texans' second-year quarterback. But again, text in 713-572-4610 as well as you on YouTube and Twitch. His grade, 17 of 31, 185 yards, 0 touchdowns, 1 interception, and a passer rating of 59.2. We'll discuss C.J. Stroud coming up next.
God bless, brother.
It definitely wasn't a Merry Christmas for the Texans. The Ravens came into NRG and delivered an embarrassing 31-2 loss to D'Amico's crew. With the playoffs just 2 weeks away, can C.J. Stroud and company rally to make a run deep into January?
Insider access, exclusive content, Sports Radio 610, the Texans.
I really don't think that I'd be here today.
See how we help warriors combat stigma at woundedwarriorproject.org/combat stigma.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here on Postseason. It's a Thirsty Thursday with our friends at Bud Light on Sports Radio 610. Live from Buffalo Wild Wings off 290 and Cypress, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, we are back live here, Buffalo Wild Wings, Cypress. Make your way on out here. We'll be here till 6 o'clock. Great food, great drinks, great staff, and you got a chance to win a prize as well if you put your name in our raffle box. All you got to do is write your name. We got a raffle box right here on the side here, and you have a chance to win a prize a little bit later on in the show. But let's get down to business. C.J. Stroud. We grade him after each game, Clint, and C.J. Stroud versus the Ravens was 17 of 31, 185 yards, no touchdown passes, no touchdown runs of any, no touchdowns of any kind, one interception, passer rating 59.2. Many people, including C.J. said it was the worst game of his career.
Oh my God!
It was a struggle, and I see many people texting in their thoughts and their grades. Toby goes F- on YouTube and Twitch. I'm seeing people on the text line just said, hell with the grade. CJ, are you okay, bro? D- from the text line as we do this every week, send in your grades for CJ Stroud. And I'll go first because I know you want to discuss a little bit more into it, and I'm really curious your thoughts on what you saw from CJ. But for me, I'll go with D in this just because yes, he was really bad, but I also think there were things around him that were really, really bad that helped cause some of his issues. And so I'll go D and not go full F from him yesterday. So a D for me on C.J. Stroud, who this is the worst I've seen him play at Ohio State or here with the Texans. Your grade for C.J. yesterday?
It's an F for me.
Yeah, I thought
this is the worst C.J. Stroud that we've seen. And it's through and through, and it's to a point. This is the first time that I've ever really been concerned about CJ. Right? I mean, I think there's
moving forward concern.
Yeah, I mean, who is CJ Stroud? I mean, last year was great, but at some point you see. I saw a graphic earlier since he grabbed Caleb Williams after the Chicago game and told him to learn from his mistakes. I mean, CJ's thrown like 16 touchdowns, and I can't remember as many touchdowns as he's thrown interceptions.
Oh, no.
I mean, the record I think is 7-7, and so anyway, it's not been good. But I'm at a point where as impressive as last year was, this year is as or more concerning, and I don't really know who CJ is. Look, I mean, you look at that game yesterday. Forcing the cover and throwing the ball, forcing the football to Xavier Hutchinson, turned into an interception. The most concerning is, there's 4 misses in about a 5-play span that are just unacceptable. The dump off to Dalton Schultz that would have been a huge gain, if not a touchdown. He somehow missed that. The overthrow of Nico Collins on the corner route when he's wide open, and Nico's 6'4". I mean, his catch radius is probably 10+ feet high and 12 feet wide, and you somehow threw a ball that he couldn't even react to. That miss was awful. There's a John Mechie on an out route miss that was awful. Shortly after that, there's a check down right before the interception that was thrown to Xavier Hutchinson that was Joe Mixon's just a check over the ball, and the ball's thrown at his feet instead, where he could have caught and turned and at least got you in second.
He had him earlier in the game too, where he just threw it way ahead of him.
Yeah,
and he couldn't get to it in an easy 10, 12 yards.
There's that one too. So that's 5 misses, and I think all of that occurred in a matter of about 6 or 7 plays. I know 4 of them were in a span of 5 plays. And you just can't afford to miss those kind of opportunities when your defense is getting ran through by Lamar Jackson and Derrick Henry. You got to at least show the potential to match the score, keep it close, apply a little bit of pressure to their offense where they can't just sit back there and run it and afford to be in second and long. If they do get stopped, they got to at least get creative and throw the football around the park. The offense never did that. So forcing the football on the interception, missing the simple throws. I probably should put missing this early on. I thought the post-game presser was absolutely brutal with C.J. Stroud. The tone, the nonchalant, there was more hurt and more pain over Tank Dell's injury last week than being embarrassed on Christmas Day on Netflix. I just don't understand, the mindset of the quarterback right now. Which bleeds into the leadership style and how soft this offense is and what is CJ's ceiling from a leadership standpoint? Like, I left this game asking myself is, you better go find a Trent Williams, a Deebo Samuel, a Christian McCaffrey, like proven like dudes that are the best in the game, that are straight dogs, because your quarterback and your head coach aren't going to bring that to the table offensively. Like that's where I'm at with C.J. Stroud. So this is it goes beyond just the field for me. I mean, I thought all of it was a mess.
Tough watch for you. He's becoming a tough watch for you.
Yeah, C.J. Stroud is becoming a very, very difficult watch for me. And again, it's because of all the things I just mentioned. Like, and I understand there's reasons. The protection was not good once again. The run game was not good once again. The play caller was not good once again. The options at him at receiver, the guys aren't creating a ton of separation. I understand it's not ideal circumstance.
But as you're saying, the quarters, it wasn't like the quarterback was good and everybody else struggled. Like, he didn't help everybody else either.
Well, he was not good, which again, that in a vacuum is fine, but the body language and the appearance of just quitting in the second half when clearly the game was over, but you're still in the game. Joe Mixon is still in the game. You're throwing go routes 10 yards out of bounds to Nico Collins. I mean, it's just like the whole thing was just a very, very difficult watch for me. And if we're being honest, like, this has been C.J. Stroud for a good stretch this season.
See, I think I'm glad you brought that point up, as I see a lot of people are texting in their thoughts on it, and many seem to be on the same page with you. But it does feel like this was finally from some people, and I'm not saying that nobody was saying anything about his struggles, but it does feel like, Clint, that now it felt like a lot of people are looking and looking square at C.J. and almost like, Christmas Day was the day that maybe the honeymoon period ended for a lot of people with C.J. Stroud. It almost feels like people think, oh, my God, he just played bad today. But as you're saying, like, he's been kind of inching up to this, right? This didn't just come out of nowhere, and it's not just one to denounce like, all right, man, it was a bad game. Like you said about the defense. Maybe the defense just had a bad night.
Yeah, I can take that. I can take that angle with the defense. I can't take it with anything offensively, and I can't take it with C.J. Stroud at this point in time. It's there's just the reality is I think it's more than accurate at this point in time to realize that, yes, I don't doubt C.J.'s tangible ability to throw the football. I don't doubt his ability to again make all the throws across the field and from the pocket be that ball placement specialist. I think that's still in there, but I'm really questioning like the leadership style. I'm really questioning the ability to handle adversity. Like we said this last year, Ron. You can vouch for me on this one. It's easy to lead when you're exceeding expectations. Yeah. It's easy to get up there and have all the right things to say when you're winning 10 games, going to the second round of the playoffs after this fan base and this organization has been embarrassingly dysfunctional. It's going to be a different story when the expectations are up here, the schedule, the competition is up here, your play, the team's play maybe isn't, and you've got to figure out a way to draw guys together and bring this thing together and get it right and right the ship. Again, there's multiple people that have C's on their chest, if you will, particularly on the offensive side of the football, that I think in that department are failing miserably. But, I mean, who in this day and age doesn't start with the quarterback when that's the case?
Yeah.
Like, yeah. I'm at a point where I don't know. Like, I'm going to be honest with you, after last year and even early this year, I was like, hey, I mean, CJ's the dude here for 10 years. There ain't no doubt about it. Like, as long as you can keep dude here, as long as you don't run him off like you did.
Now he's gotten into the category of,
I mean, you're year two.
Hey, man, I ain't just giving him this contract. Like, he's gotten into that category for you.
Yeah,
right?
I mean, I would have been good. I would have been cool if they'd have inked that contract after 3 years.
Yeah.
And next season, as soon as the season's over, get that. Hey, man, he's got work to do to be in that category. For me, it's becoming a very, very tough watch.
What's the number one thing for you? What's the number? Is it the missing throws? As you went through it, he's just missed so many throws. Is it the forcing the ball? Is it hey, listen, somebody isn't playing the way the way things were structured last year. Somebody isn't doing that. Maybe it's Bobby, whatever. Somebody isn't getting the ball out quick, doing all that. Or is it, as you put together the overall leadership stuff? What is it that is just getting you the most?
Well, it's all of it. I mean, it's the whole thing. But I'm not worried about the physical play. I'm a little concerned about the inability to adjust. And again, he's a young quarterback. He needs help. The quarterback coach, Gerard Johnson, and Bobby Slowick, and all these guys, they all have a stake in this. But at the end of the day, as good as he was last year, I'm shocked that it hasn't been more simple for them to, over a bye week, go, hey man, this is kind of where we got to live in this other area. But instead, we're still talking about explosive. We're still talking about being aggressive. We're still talking about, that kind of stuff instead of just playing smart, winning football. But I think probably the most concerning thing for me is like you learn a lot about people when they are in adverse moments. I'm surprised of how CJ has dealt with the adversity that has been this year. I mean, there's the inability to just like authentically say this is embarrassing, that was awful, we're going to get our ass kicked next week if we keep doing this by the Titans, much less in the playoffs. It's just the ho-hum press conferences, the tiptoeing through the tulips of guys on rest days here and
things are fixable
and allowed to just be softer than hot butter on the field. And it's just, hey man, nobody's playing time is threatened, nobody's questioned. The head coach won't even comment on C.J. Stroud. Hey man, what'd you think about C.J. Stroud? Oh well, the Ravens were really good today, man, and the defense didn't tackle very. Wait, we talking about C.J. Stroud? What the hell are you talking about? We didn't talk about all that. We're asking about C.J. Like the inability to hold. And I only say that because to me that means that they don't feel safe enough to say, yeah, the quarterback didn't play well enough today. We can't turn the damn football over against Lamar Jackson and Derrick Henry. We got to find a way to stop the bleeding when they're running down our throat. We got to find a way for the offense to keep Lamar Jackson on the sideline. We got to be better. Bobby's got to be better. CJ's got to be better. I mean, this isn't it. Like the inability to do that is mind blowing to me. And the only thing I can think of is they've got to do it because they're worried about like CJ
the way he handles it. Yeah. And to the point that you're making in the press conference, there was a point in the press conference yesterday, and I do want to play it because there was a point yesterday in the press conference that I didn't love at all, Clint, and I thought. Following when you talk about the leadership stuff and the stuff of like this is the guy that's going to kind of have it together, the guy we're following, the guy that's going to galvanize the team and stuff that we've seen here of late. When he talked about, he was asked the question, what's the difference between last year and this year? And I didn't love this answer, and I think this is a little bit what you're talking about in the press conference yesterday.
You tell me, I think – I try to approach the game the same way I did, and even, I think I'm seeing it better than I ever have, just a little banged up, so I'm not really making plays, and that's a terrible excuse, but, really just not making plays. That's really the difference between last year and this year for me is just not making enough plays. So, there's times where, the plays are to be made, and there's guys open, and I gotta find a way to, make the play work, make somebody miss, or do something just that I'm capable of doing, and winning us a football game, that's really, up to me to lead our team in those times where guys are open, and, ultimately it's just me making plays. That's really how I look at the difference between this year and last year, which, can be fixed.
Well, two things jumped out to me in that is one is him.
They're all fixable.
Him excuse, like the banged up excuse. I don't know if he means himself or if he means, Tank and Diggs and then the Nico was out. I'm not sure which, but make an excuse from that. And yesterday seemed like more than just not being banged, the guys being banged up. Yesterday seemed like what we have seen is him just being off on throws that, as you would say, he's made in his sleep since he's been throwing the football. But then also I'm seeing it better than I ever have. And that one is hell in your quarterback, and maybe you have seen things better than you ever have, but played worse, and the results didn't come out. But those two things jumped out to me of, like, when you say some of the guys with the season on the chest, and we can hear some of the excuse making and not reading the room and understanding, like, hey, man, that ain't it. That ain't the game. And then, like, it's odd to hear him say, I'm seeing it better. I'm seeing it better than ever, and you're still making the mistakes that you're making. Those two things really jumped out to me listening to that press conference.
Yeah, I thought the press conference as a whole was a mess. I'll be honest with you. I thought the tone was a mess, and I'm paraphrasing, but, he was asked about, are you worried about – oh, no, I'm not worried about it. No, this is something you need to worry about. Like,
we suck.
That was, again, flat-out embarrassing. So, yeah, whether it's making excuses or not, like, I'm the kind that when stuff like that happens, man, you can see it on my face. You can hear it in my voice. I'm hurt, boy. Like this is a low point for me, and it just doesn't register. Go right back to we can fix it, and man, it's execution, and it's this, and really that's what this is. This is all of that coming to a head all year long of the nonchalant, just we'll be all right. We got to fix it. It's all fixable, and then you go out there and walk through for 3 days, and it don't get fixed.
Yeah.
I mean, that just
the real accountability.
Yep,
being held, and the real, like, we're really gonna change things. How much is that happening? Yeah, man, as you said, man, he's a bit just not anywhere near what we thought he was going to be. And not to say that he can't get there. I know that your thoughts have kind of changed a bit on him from where it was at the end of last year. And obviously, we always talk about hell, you get new evidence, and we've gotten some different evidence from last year. But not to say to give up on the kid, because it's hard to look at what you saw last year was greatness, and the hope is that can come back in any however you can, that can come back. But it is an acknowledgement that it has dropped majorly.
Yeah, look, Ron, the reality of it is offensively they need to make some personnel changes, absolutely. Whether you were talking about the play caller or guys that are again starters on this team, do they need to find a way to move on from those guys? Sure. But the biggest change that needs to be made is mentality. And there's nobody that can impact that more than the quarterback. And if we're all being honest at this point in time, we know a little bit more about C.J. Stroud and him dealing with adversity. And we know a little bit more about this team and how difficult it's going to be to change that mentality. And does he have the ability to be that guy, or is it a matter of bringing individuals in that can? You'd like to think that your quarterback could do some of that at least.
Yeah. All right, coming up as we continue, our Man I Institute players of the game. This will be fun. Text in yours. Who is your players of the game? This could be a difficult one, but text in your players of the game. We will tell you ours coming up next as we continue live. Thirsty Thursday, Buffalo Wild Wings here in Cypress. Come on out and enjoy yourself as we continue the holiday season live right here on The Drive.
He sucks at football. What does D'Amico want to see from his team after an embarrassing 31-2?
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
It's a Thirsty Thursday with our friends at Bud Light on Sports Radio 610. Live from Buffalo's off U90 and Cypress, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome in as we are here on a Thirsty Thursday here at Buffalo Wild Wings. We're at the Cypress location, so come on out and hang out with us as we are about to give our Man Eye Institute Players of the Game. Someone texted and said, let's take that segment off bye week this week for the Players of the Game. And no, sir, no, we will do the difficult task of finding the Player of the Week, as Man Eye Institute expects us to find the difficult task of finding the Players of the Week. Now, I'm not going to allow Tyler to give us towel boys or water boys or the people who moved all of the speakers and all of the stuff at the half to get ready for Beyonce. I'm not going to allow.
Kind of where I'm going. So
I know it,
up.
and I'm not going to allow it to happen. All right, we're going to do the hard work for it, and you are too.
I would argue that it was hard work for me to find this answer. But y'all get this thing started.
There is nobody more that I am concerned about for the Player of the Week than Tyler Milner when they have weeks like this. And listen, the Texans haven't had that many like this, but they do. No, we will not shut this thing down. Our Man Eye Institute Player of the Game. Who is yours, Clint? We'll let you jump this thing off. Who takes the Player of the Game for you?
Well, this is an easy one for me. Kamari Lassiter. Look, I mean,
he scored.
Yeah, he was the leading scorer for the Texans yesterday. The defense outscored the offense.
You should think of me.
There you go. I do, and I think, Ron, one thing that we've discussed over the last week is, I'm not sure that there's not a more of an opportunity for Kamari Lassiter to impact the game from that nickel defender position than outside corner. And I have no idea where he's going to land, but it is becoming more and more evident that whether it's covering a slot receiver across the field last week and making a great PBU, or it's being the only positive in this game in terms of from a scoring perspective, and wrestling Derrick Henry down in the end zone for the only 2 points the Texans scored. So it's hard for me to look at this any other way. Kamari Lassiter has just been more, better than advertised at that nickel defender, and has been really, really good at playing the run, rushing the passer, playing with instincts around the line of scrimmage. And
they found something there.
Yeah, well, I don't know where they're going to end up because he was really good outside as well, Ron, but I do think that there's a real chance that they watch the film of him inside and they go, man, it's going to be hard to not want to see him more in there.
Listen, he almost killed number 36, I believe, on a blitz. I don't know who it was. They didn't have Derrick Henry in there, but they sent him on a blitz, and
yes, I remember. Yeah,
he almost took him out, and like he seems like he would be a really good blitzer, a physical blitzer from that spot. So yes, man, he scored the only 2 points. And when you talk about and I know Tyler plays that dog drop, because we talked to him last week this time. He's not a person that I look at that lacked energy or lacked being flat at all. I mean, I saw him out there playing his normal self. So, yeah, I would agree. Kamari Lassiter seemed to be himself. And like I said, I think they may have found something in this with him playing there. And again, like we and I'll be honest right here, and I always the first one to say it, I was very, very skeptical in the draft when they drafted him for the speed, for a lot of reasons. And it did seem like, I remember during the draft, that they potentially may have looked and wanted to potentially go with somebody else there, but they waited till other teams went up and got the guys they wanted. But Kamari Lassiter has been one of the best draft picks for Nick Caserio, at least through year one. And he's big time and now versatile, can play a lot of different positions and has played them above average. So, yeah, I agree with you. The only person to score for the Texans in the game. My Man Eye Institute Player of the Week goes to I'm going to give it to John Mechie. And, listen, he caught 5 balls, 48 yards, like nothing great. But, Clint, I think he could have had a much bigger day. I think there were times where he did his job, right? He created separation, and the ball didn't get his way, or he was underthrown, or it was thrown over his head, and he wasn't able to make a catch to add to the offense. So and another one we wondered about, his ability to separate. And outside of the time that he missed with that shoulder here down the stretch, John Mechie has really shown and improved himself. And so I thought he had a solid game yesterday that could have been a better game if the ball could have gone his way or gotten to him on multiple occasions. So I think John Mechie has done well for himself since really the Diggs injury when his play really increased.
Well, I was a little surprised that John Mechie wasn't in the Woods role. You know, it seemed like Woods was was made a little bit more priority of getting more run and getting more reps. And I thought for sure, especially in a game that really didn't mean much and then the game went as it did, I thought for sure that John Mechie would be the guy in that particular role. And maybe, with 5 catches, maybe he went that way eventually. But I thought out of the gate that John Mechie would be the guy that they spend a little more time trying to get the football to. So I was a little shocked there. But the point is similar to Kamari Lassiter, is John Mechie is a bright spot. He's coming. I do think he's going to be, quality depth on this football team, and potentially even more if he keeps coming. So, it was a good day for him.
Yeah. So shout out to John Mechie, Kamari Lassiter. I feel like I'm going to regret this, but Tyler, do you have a Man Eye Institute Player of the Game?
I do have one. It wasn't easy, like we've kind of laid out. Whenever you put a dumpster fire of a performance out on the field at NRG like the Texans did yesterday against the Ravens, 2 points, that automatically makes me think there really wasn't a Player of the Game. But I worked hard, thought about it, and I do love the return of H-Town Blue to this great city of Houston, and it's got to go to the grounds crew over there for the Houston Texans because that field looked pristine. That blue H in the middle of the field looked freaking cool. It looked awesome. Love that shade of blue. H-Town Blue is back. All the numbers were facing the right direction. The yardage markers were good, and they were straight lines for the most part. So shout out to the Houston Texans grounds crew. Y'all are this week's Man Eye player of the game for the Houston Texans.
Tyler, don't say it was straight lines for the most part. Like there were a couple that were slanted. They were all straight.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. I saw one part that was a little
what do you say,
off
30,
to the right, but
one of the hashes on the 30.
It was still an overall great performance by the grounds crew, and they are the Player of the Week. So shout out to those hard-working individuals. Thank you very much for putting that blue H on the field.
I want to say shout out to those workers as well, but as I said, I thought I might regret Tyler going to the grounds crew and pointing out the yard
thought Post Malone or Beyonce would definitely get that.
Well, people on the text line have gone with Beyonce in her performance. Was it? Speaking of that, how we feel about Beyonce's performance? I was standing next to you when it happened, Clint. How we feel about Beyonce's performance, and then one thing that may show the essence. Every time I hear D'Amico say things like, this isn't us, that's not us, and then we start to continue to see things that show that, no, this is you. Speaking of Beyonce, we saw something else that shows, no, this is you. We'll discuss that coming up next, but before we do that, guys, yes, it was Christmas yesterday, but it is still the holiday season, and if you want to get those great Apple
beautiful.
Whatever you love, find it on eBay. eBay. Things people love.
It's a Thirsty Thursday with our friends at Bud Light on Sports Radio 610. Live from Buffalo Wild Wings off 290 and Cypress, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
I knew, Clint, you've talked about this gentleman a lot. I knew Channel View's own Jalen Hurts was a smart young man. It is becoming an epidemic with these quarterbacks overspending and buying these gifts for their offensive linemen, whether they're worth a damn or not. And I continue to plead with CJ. You're not in this situation. You're still on the first contract. Let's be smart about this thing.
Oh, Brock Purdy's on his first contract.
And got them all Toyota Tundras.
Yeah, he bought vehicles.
All of them, about 12 of them.
Oh, my goodness.
We heard how ridiculous Russell Wilson did. I didn't even heard it. It's me and Brandon said, but I've never even heard of $10,000 for Airbnb. I understand the places that they go, but an Airbnb gift card, $10,000 for about 12 guys. That is just ridiculous. But Jalen Hurts, he got all his offensive linemen golf carts. Nice little golf carts, right? But he was smart, though. To me, that's doable, and I haven't seen anything else he's gotten them. But he didn't just do it with himself. Him and Saquon Barkley came in together and bought all of the offensive linemen golf carts. And meanwhile, their offensive line deserves it. They got one of the best offensive lines in football. Smart move from Houston's own, Channel View's own Jalen Hurts for going, hey, Saquon, man, hey, let's go into this thing together. I mean, they're about to have you rush for 2,000 yards. I mean, you need to let's go in this thing together. So smart move from him, but they can pull this thing down. Some of these offensive linemen don't deserve it. And now they're just buying all these things, 12 sets of them. It's crazy as hell. But good for you, Jalen. I can ride with that. Nice little golf cart. And went in and
split the cost with Saquon. Nice golf cart. Got their name on the side of them. They got nice rims on them. I'm assuming they got sound bars and stereo systems in them. So that's a solid move by the QB.
Jalen's father comes off as the one where it's like, hey, man, let's talk about this. Like, when I look at that man, he looked like if he'd have done what some of these quarterbacks. What is Brock Purdy thinking? Somehow somebody had to, like, Brock couldn't have played. He didn't pay full price for them trucks.
Well, I mean, look, Brock would not be Brock if it wasn't for that offensive line.
Yeah, but Brock's a 7th-round pick, man.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure he had some kind of Toyota deal that was.
I mean, he's got to have a hell of a deal. 12 Toyota Tundras. Come on, man, get the hell out of here.
Well, he won the prize, man. That's top shelf stuff right there.
Now he's about to get paid too, which comes out about it. All right, speaking of this music playing in the background, I appreciate that, Tyler. How you feel about Beyonce's performance? 713-572-4610. She seemed to steal the show. I'm not going to lie to you. I saw a lot of people hit the exits. As soon as that thing was over, 17-2 at the half, I saw a lot of people hit the exits. I'm not going to lie to you. I'm walking up to the game, fellas, and I saw people dressed for different events. I saw people in Texans uniform jerseys. I saw people head-to-toe Texans. I saw people in Baltimore jerseys. And then I saw people look like they was going to the Renaissance tour. I saw people in platinum. I saw people like in cowboy hats. Like they put their outfit together for these 12 minutes that they were going to get for Beyonce. But, I mean,
like B. Scott said last time he was on the Texans game at the Beyonce concert.
Oh, my God. I can only if you remember how that first half came to a halt at about 32 seconds. And D'Amico kept running and calling timeouts. And then there was an injury to CJ, and we're sitting there at 11 seconds. And then John Harbaugh called a timeout after a third down. And it was like, I know people was out there, damn it, get this thing on the road. We're here for the concert.
Where's Queen Bee?
Where's she at? But no, man, she was fantastic as always. I've seen her in person a couple of times. She was something else.
It got me to wanting to see a live show. I've never seen her live.
You ain't never seen her live?
I've never seen her live. Now, if that's the level of production that you have at a halftime game, at a halftime performance, I would imagine that an entire show is wild. So now, if I'm going to complain, I didn't appreciate the first damn near whole song was in the tunnel.
That tunnel, you didn't like the build up, the walkout.
I mean, I get it. It's for TV, and it was on the big screen, and I enjoyed watching it. But I was like, damn, when's she gonna come out of that tunnel? You got 70-something thousand out here waiting on you.
Hey,
come on now,
hey, Tyler. Hey, Clint's a commenter. He said, he said, where the hell is she? Where is she? Where is she? Is she coming out? Is she coming out in that car? Right there she is right there. I said, no, I don't think she's coming out.
Hey, she was in a car, and I'm watching her ride off, and all of a sudden
she's on that stage.
Car pulls up in that tunnel, and she's on that stage. I was like, how'd that happen? She had to have a body double. She had to.
Clint
she never got out of the car, and she just popped up on the stage in midfield.
When she started Texas Hold'em, Tyler, Clint said, how the hell she get on that stage? She was just in the back of that car, wasn't she?
I mean, she was in the back of that car. I thought, because I'm trying to watch. And then somebody came up and talked to me when I was trying to see how she got off the field. She stepped on that turf. I wanted to see how they got her off that field without people going nuts. And then I lost her in the scrum.
Like, how the hell did she get out of here? No.
Yeah. She brought Post Malone out. He was sitting on the back of old pickup trucks, with denim draped all over it. I thought that was a solid move. Her daughter was out there.
Yeah, that was
solid.
Yeah.
Shabuzi, big tall dude. Did you have that? Did you have
I didn't. His hair. Yeah, you asked me during it. His hair, I didn't recognize.
I mean, I didn't realize he was that tall. Or did he have stilts on?
I didn't. I don't know. His hair didn't look like. I don't remember his hair looking like that the last time I saw him perform on Thanksgiving in Detroit. But anyway,
I'll be honest with you. I had some family and stuff at the house during the halftime performance, so it was on the TV. But I didn't really hear much of it. Like, as far as, I'm sure she was great vocally, like she always is. But I'll tell you what, from what I was seeing, what I saw, it was a good performance.
Somebody just texted.
Never hard to look at. I mean,
my Lord!
Look, the reality of it is that where we were, the acoustics suck. I mean, you can't
you've always talked about that at NRG, though.
It's like going to the rodeo and expect. I mean, unless you've got like an acoustic Chris Stapleton, like she had so much going on, there was a lot of distractions. If she'd have been on the field in the middle of the field by herself, just singing, then it'd have been a different deal. But she's got so much going on. Yeah, there's a lot of noise around her. Yeah, there ain't no doubt.
Someone texted in and said she's hot, but the performance was awful. Like, I don't understand I don't know. I mean, to each his own. I just don't understand how you looked at the performance and everything she got in 10 minutes and be like, man, that performance sucked.
Yeah.
Like, I don't like how they put that together.
I think the thing is if when you look at the level of production, I know it wasn't a Super Bowl, obviously, but I think you immediately go to, because she used the whole field, multiple cars, dancers everywhere. You immediately go to comparing it to some of the better, Super Bowl halftime shows, and which I think is probably a tad bit unfair, given it was just a Netflix game, Christmas Day game.
And I think they have longer time than that. Yeah. No, man, she was fan. Listen, I mean, this may not be a shocker. I'm not a big country music fan, but like, I watch Garth Brooks, and Garth puts on a damn show. I can watch it and appreciate. Like, he is he looked like I would like to see what his Fitbit looks like when he gets done, because he sweats. The thing, even though it may not be, that dude's an awful performer. Yeah. That's weird. But one thing that is making the rounds is, if I'd have told you all, 713-572-4610, those of you on YouTube or Twitch, and I said, there's one player on the team that posted an autograph immediately after the ass-kicking 31-2, immediately after the game, and autographed shoes that he got autographed by Beyonce.
No, that was not Beyonce.
That was not Beyonce. Who
no,
was?
We cleared it. It was the artist that made the shoes for him.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say, all right.
I screenshot and zoomed in. It was the shoes. Whoever the artist that designed the shoes that he was wearing signed them and put on there, pair 25 of 70 or something underneath. So it wasn't Beyonce.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, shoot.
Which it doesn't matter. I mean, but immediately following the game.
Even worse now. I would have felt better if it was Beyonce. Now it's this person that is a no name, but directly after the game, he's out there putting a photo of signed shoes he just got after that ass kicking.
Well, the interesting thing with that is Laramie Tunsil, by the way, for those of y'all that are wondering. I mean, after that embarrassment, the first thing on Instagram it's an action shot of him from an angle where you can see the shoe, the inside of the shoe where it was signed, and then with it another up close shot of the shoe. I think he was just holding it at that point, and it was posted pretty quickly after the game, which. Most interesting, I told Sean this last night, the most interesting part of that is I'd probably not really give much of a rip if it was just like, hey, man, check these shoes. My artist did them for me. I told him I'd post. Boom, let me snap this picture. Boom, post it, whatever.
Hit the money sign again?
But my man had to go get that action shot that was taken from his right side from behind him, so his left foot was in the picture where you could see the shoe and see the autograph. My man had to literally go to somebody. My man had to go to somebody post-game and say, hey, let me scroll through the photos you took, man. Let me get one from me back behind me where you can see the inside of my left shoe when I'm in my stance. Or he went to a photographer before the game and said, hey, make sure you get a picture from this angle where I can see my shoe and we can use it. That's the interesting part to me, is that wasn't just a in the locker room, snap a quick pic, keep it moving. That was orchestrated. That's wild.
But right after the game.
Right after the game, man. Right after getting skull drug, man. That's right after giving up 5 sacks and rushing for about 42 yards.
What you said, man. That's that Trent Williams in him, huh? Yeah. Yeah, that's that wasn't a great look. And like when I said, like when D'Amico. And sometimes they say this isn't us. This isn't us. And
they're all fixable.
Like, man, this kind of stuff tends to happen more than once. Stuff like this tends to happen more than once. So, listen, interesting game. The halftime, I think people wanted the half, but obviously a tough day. We'll continue to talk and react to what happened on the field on Christmas night between the Texans and the Ravens. What you got coming up at the 4?
All right, it was an ugly game. The Texans got beat 31-2. It was absolutely awful on all fronts, a lot worse than anybody could have expected at this point in the season, if we're being completely honest. But I think the big question today is, can this be fixed? Do you believe that this can be fixed? Do you believe that the people in-house can fix the Houston Texans before the playoffs hit in 2 weeks? 713-572-4610. Shoot us a text. We'd love to hear your thoughts on that. Can D'Amico Ryans fix the Houston Texans by the time they kick off in the playoffs? That's next right here on Sports Radio 610.
He is highfalutin.
What does D'Amico want to see from his team after an embarrassing 31-2 loss to the Ravens?
I think you come back fired up and
Yes, Uber Eats, official on-demand food delivery partner of the NFL.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
What a son of a bitch.
Boy, this is getting weird quick.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Dive into the mind of former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner.
I like a good time. I like to have a party.
I know you do.
It's Dirty's Daily.
Well, it's one of them times when you probably don't want to live in the mind of O'Dirty. A place to live from a football perspective, obviously.
God.
It is not a pleasant place to be right now. I mean, the Texans went out there and absolutely got embarrassed. And here's the thing. Here's the most frustrating part of it for me, Ron. And I'm going to get to this can we fix it stuff. We talked about it last week, and my thoughts on the Texans, and I really felt this in my gut, was that at some point they're going to turn that corner. Like, I thought they were really close. Forget all the injuries. Forget the difficult schedule. Yeah, whatever. Right? Forget the Bobby Slowick stuff, the struggles. At some point, they're going to turn that corner. Whether it's next year or this year, I just felt really good about, hey, they started trending in the right direction a few weeks ago, and there's a lot more good than bad. And I know we discuss a lot of the bad, but there is some good, and there's a lot to lean into. And on a day where I didn't expect them to beat the Baltimore Ravens, I've said it time and time again, I don't think they're on that level. But I did expect them to go out there and continue that trend offensively, continue to impress. This is one of the worst pass defenses in football. And I understand they've been better over the last month or whatever, but this is one of the worst pass defenses in all of football. And I expected the Texans to go out there, and particularly in the pass game, be able to do some things that we can lean into and say, boy, that's a plus, that's a plus, that's a plus. It's going to help us in the playoffs versus the Steelers or the Chargers, whoever we catch. Man, there's some, we're moving in the right direction. That was my hope offensively. And then defensively it was, hey, man, just stay the course. Stay the course, show that you can contain an athletic quarterback, an uber athletic quarterback, show that you can bow your neck and you do have the guys to stop a downhill run attack that is Derrick Henry, and to be honest with you, I didn't think that was going to be. I thought that was going to be for sure. I thought the defense would for sure slow them down.
We sucked.
Yeah. And in reality, what we got was the offense going backwards in a major way. The quarterback going backwards in a major way, forcing the ball, turning it over, trying to be aggressive again, missing throws, the simple ones and the more difficult ones that are throws in the ocean, all of which came in a drive and a half span that when they needed you the most to stop the bleeding because of what Derrick Henry was doing. You know, you're out there missing, the quarterback's out there missing simple throws. The defense got ran through. To be honest with you, it was the fear of all fears with this defense is, could we get to a spot where one of the more physical teams that we bump up against kind of expose that interior presence or the lack thereof for the Texans? And they did that in a major way. You got defensive players coming out and talking about the game plan was the problem. And so it ended up being a terrible day when I thought even with a loss, we were going to pull some promise. There was going to be some good things happen, Ron. And I think that brings me to the point of, how confident are we that D'Amico can fix this? And I'm talking about fix this for the play. I know in the offseason you can shuffle the roster, you can shuffle the depth chart, you can fire coaches, you can do all kind of stuff in the offseason. I'm talking about, as a fan, I don't give a damn about the offseason at this point in time. We'll worry about that when it gets here. Right now, I want to know what this team's going to do to get this thing turned around by the time they kick off against the Pittsburgh Steelers. That's all I care about. The next time we see the Texans at NRG Stadium, can they fix this thing? Can D'Amico Ryans fix this thing? And this is where the question comes up, because I know a lot of people out there listening are like, man, what the hell is this guy talking about? Here's my frustration. And again, it's been going on all year long, but it becomes a bigger and bigger topic as the losses pile up and as the embarrassing losses pile up. Yesterday, I'm going to paraphrase a bit here, but I'm confident in relaying this message this way. DeMeco Ryans was asked specifically about C.J. Stroud and about the struggles of C.J. Stroud. It was specific about C.J. Stroud missing throws in the game that he doesn't typically miss. And DeMeco Ryans doesn't have the ability or the want to answer those questions, completely duck those questions, right? He was asked, Ron, about why is this football team 1-5 in the 6 games that they played against teams with a winning record. Ooh. Completely ducked it. Don't care about it. Doesn't matter. Right? Completely ducked it. Ron, I don't know that approach for DeMeco Ryans is going to turn things around in 2 weeks and is going to give us a chance to win a playoff game. I don't like what I'm hearing. We're going to start DeMeco. I don't like what I'm hearing from DeMeco Ryans in the sense of call it holding guys accountable. Call it calling guys to the table of like, hey, man, all of this crap's got to be fixed. Again, whether it's Bobby Slowick, C.J. Stroud, the pass protection, receivers not creating separation, Dalton Schultz just lacking any interest in being physical whatsoever. Like, all of that is just starting to compile, and I just the approach of DeMeco Ryans may be the biggest concern of mine.
Well, it sounds like for you is, yes, okay, that's the way he is approaching it with the media, but it feels like you're concerned, which I think is valid, is it may be, there are coaches and people and players who say stuff to the media, but that's not really what they're saying behind closed doors.
Yeah.
It feels like to you, and I think there's something to it with evidence and history that, all right, even if he's saying something different behind closed doors and he is holding people accountable, clearly it's not really seeping through, because what we've seen when they say things like this is the same issues continue to come about. And it doesn't seem like, whether they're just saying it for us to hear,
yeah,
or whatever they're handling behind closed doors, it's not working.
Well, we're beyond.
There's not any major changes.
I'll speak for myself, Ron. I'm beyond listening to what they say. I mean, it's clear. It's clear that there's one line of thinking for how we're going to treat the offense and how we're going to treat CJ, and there's another line of thinking how we're going to treat the defense and how we're going to handle guys, both the big name guys as well as the depth players. And it's just, I said it last week, I don't believe this team turns the corner until DeMeco Ryans decides he's going to treat the offense the same way he treats the defense. You can visibly see and hear DeMeco Ryans' disgust and frustration when his defense doesn't play good. He ain't got no hesitation talking about guys not being where they're supposed to be, guys not tackling well, guys not swarming. And when it comes to offense, it's just duck the question. And it's been that way for a while now. And the problem with that is, and you just hit on it, is whether the message isn't being relayed behind closed doors and it's okay to keep playing ball the way they're playing ball and handling it the way they handle it offensively, or the messaging is there and the players aren't receiving it well and adjusting. Either way it goes, as a fan, it sucks. You know what I mean? And I don't know, based on what we're hearing, which is exactly what we've seen unfold for 17 weeks, I don't know if DeMeco can – I don't know if he's got it in him to fix this thing in 2 weeks.
Yeah, I don't know if he has it or he has the ability on the team to have that happen.
Well,
right? That's the other part of it. But yeah, it doesn't seem like, obviously there are injuries. But again, yesterday, and I think I heard you say this in the post game. Yeah, yesterday, yes, the Texans have a bunch of injuries, and that could go to the point of why he can't fix it in the next couple of weeks. But I mean, the way they were yesterday, I mean, I damn near wonder how different it was if they had some of those guys playing. If there wasn't, because yesterday didn't seem to be about health. Yesterday, not just about health. Yesterday seemed to be about a lot more than just, they just didn't have guys out. Like, when you look at the Packer game, I can get to that Packer game and say, boy, if they had Nico. If they had if they had Kamari Lassiter, who missed that game. Yeah. But if they had some guys, they lost at the buzzer. They could. Now, this wasn't about no injuries to me. This was about, from word go, 7 plays down your throat. And and then nothing, and then more and more and more. And then the way the players spoke felt more than just about injuries.
Yeah, I agree. You talk about the players. That brings me to CJ, and because D'Amico can't do it alone, and it's got to be with CJ. And we talked a little bit about CJ a little earlier, Ron. I'm just talking based solely on the presser. I was bothered by the presser. Most folks probably weren't. There's a lot of folks out there that are, what do you want him to say? I was bothered by it. After that game, my man, and I just listened to a couple cuts of the whole thing last night, obviously, and I'm sitting there boiling the whole time. But it is. What
were you looking for?
Well, one, I wanted to see and hear a level of frustration that was dire. That was, hey, man, we're coming down to the wire here. We've got to get this thing right. And instead, I heard a tone of really what he said. I mean, there's several things. It is what it is. It's part of the game. What are you going to do about it?
Holy mother of God.
Everything, once again, was more in line with not a big deal, guys. Don't worry about it. We can fix this thing. Again, I said it earlier. He was more upset with Tank Dell's knee injury than he was getting skull drug yesterday.
CJ.
Like visible. Yes. Yeah. Like it just, I mean, it should have been very comparable to your best friend having a season-ending injury yesterday. Like it should have been very, and I'm all joking aside. I'm dead ass serious. For anybody out there that thinks I'm comparing a knee injury to a skull dragging of your team, yes. Yeah. When you go out there and you play that poorly and the expectations are through the roof, it should be we should hear it in your voice. There should be a damn tear in your eye. There should be a disgust in what you just took part in, and it just doesn't seem to be there. And again, so where I'm going with all that is I just don't know if CJ is the guy that can fix this thing come playoff time.
Yeah. No, I mean, the way that CJ's playing right now, Clint, and that was what we saw yesterday is like he couldn't hit anything. I mean, as he said, I just kept missing. So yes, that guy, and then the guy who is, you do wonder how much of the, hey man, there was a belief of, and I think the guys that came over in the offseason, there was a belief. Hell, Bailey believed. There was a belief like, hey,
is that Bailey?
That's Bailey. It's
good, Bailey.
CJ, we're okay. We got CJ. Like CJ, we get in a certain situation, CJ will be there. We got CJ, and we're good. We're good. We give him the ball at the end. Let's get that. We would hear the defense always say, hey, let's just get the ball to 7. Let's get the ball to 7. And I wonder has that changed? And I wonder the confidence that this team has in, hey, CJ will make it go. CJ will make a play. CJ will do this. I wonder how much people and how much the guys in the locker room feel that way about him.
Well, those are the kind of questions that I think are real questions right now, and it's hard to think that one season after those the answers being no doubters, right? I think those are real questions. I just anybody that watches this team, I think you've got to at this point have some real concerns about how good is C.J. Stroud, who is C.J. Stroud, what because again, man, dealing with adversity exposes a man's true character and truly who you are, and not that he's done anything wrong or but boy. You'd like him to be the guy that's righting the ship right now. We'll see if that can happen. My point is, and his overall point is, I don't know if D'Amico Ryans, by what he's saying, or C.J. Stroud, by what they're saying, are going to get this thing right come playoff time. But the Texans did lock up the 4 seed.
Yeah,
the Texans are
locked it up.
Locked it up, man. They are playing. Is it locked up being Pittsburgh yet or no? That has not been a final decision.
No. It could be the Chargers. Could be the Broncos with those
still wide open.
2 games left. Yeah,
still wide open there. But the Texans locking up the 4 seed. We talked about it last time on the post-game show. That means that there's a potential to have a Monday night game.
Could be
another primetime game.
Could
Last year they chose to go with the NFC 4 or 5 matchup. But my understanding is that 4 or 5 matchup is always a Monday night game in the first round. So it could be the Texans with C.J. Stroud. I think right now, I can't remember Sean's photographic memory.
It seems like the Steelers are the most.
Yeah, but I'm talking about the NFC. Who? Because it would be one or the other, the 4 or 5 in the NFC or the 4 or 5 in the AFC.
Bucks, looking at Bucks or Falcons as the.
It was Falcons somebody, but I can't remember who it was. But
Falcons. It would be like whoever doesn't win the NFC North. It'd be
Falcons, Washington,
Vikings.
I'm sorry,
Vikings or Lions.
That's who it was. Vikings. It was Vikings, Atlanta. And I believe C.J. Stroud, whoever he's playing, will take that. Will be the primetime game there.
Potentially, Clint. I don't know how great Houston has been on primetime for the NFL this year.
Yeah, but I think C.J.'s a big enough story. It's in our business, man. It's just like anything else. When somebody's they got to be really good or really struggling, and it's the A topic, right? And C.J. and the Texans right now, as it comes to playoffs, I would prefer them be the sexy team that's hot and playing well. But the fact that they're playing so poorly, there's several storylines there of how bad they've been against winning teams. What happened to C.J. Stroud? Is Bobby Slowick going to get fired? Can they protect him? That kind of thing. I think there's still some appeal there, especially if you're picking from 2 games. That's all you got. You got matchup in NFC or a matchup in the AFC. So we'll see how that all comes about. I just hope D'Amico and C.J. can fix this thing before that time comes.
Yeah, we'll see. Hopefully, I don't know. I don't know if it's happening this year. That's the deal. Is I don't know if there's enough time for it to happen this year.
Hell
but I wouldn't at no point give up on the kid or say like it's done. Like I just saw somebody texting and said some people on the internet are saying people are saying Bryce was the right choice. Like no, I'm not in those waters like that. Like that's nuts. Not in those waters. But no, I don't know about it this year. I don't know if they have it. All right, coming up, let's look at the team that has that's doing the best in the city right now. That's the Houston Rockets, and there was a thought that there was a potential addition to the Rockets. Well, now we have more clarity on that, and we'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, y'all. I know I'm not alone here. I know I'm not the only one that back in the day, Granny would get that Daisy sour cream and drop those little packets of different flavors in there. We'd have us some ranch dip.
some early fireworks at NRG Stadium. Hit up KindersTexasBowl.com now for tickets and more information. And hear the game exclusively here on Houston Sports Leader. Sports Radio 610.
Jimmy frickin' Butler!
It's a Thirsty Thursday with our friends at Bud Light on Sports Radio 610. Live from Buffalo Wild Wings off 290 and Cypress, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome in as we are live. I hope that kid right there don't have NFL aspirations as he's getting carted off as these bowl games are up and going. As we're watching it here. And listen, you can watch that and watch everything that's happening in the sport right here at Buffalo Wild Wings as we're at the Cypress location. TVs all over the place, great food, great drinks. I'm about to get me a drink here in a little bit from Bailey as she is taking care of us as we're having a good time here as well. And you can have a good time, too, coming up here soon. We will be hooking somebody up with our latest prize. So if you're on the way or you're in, you can sign your name, put it in our raffle box, and have a good time here with us here on The Drive Live. Again, Buffalo Wild Wings here in Cypress. A lot here we're reacting to yesterday's tough game as the Texans finished that 3 games in 11 days. And it finishes with an absolute dud. But
oh no,
I know, Mark. But let's swing over to the Houston Rockets, who have the best thing going right now in the city in terms of sports teams. And there is some news. There was news circulating, Clint. Jimmy Butler. Don't say from Houston because he will correct you and let you know he's from Tomball. Jimmy Butler, Miami Heat, 35 years old. There have been reports for a couple of weeks, Clint, that he was on the potential trade block. And one of the teams connected to him was the Houston Rockets. Obviously, he is from the area. This is a team that's competing, and it made sense.
Jimmy frickin' Butler!
Clint, Pat Riley, who runs the Miami Heat, says the Heat are not trading all-star Jimmy Butler. He says they're going to continue to try to compete. They are not trading Jimmy Butler. All right, Rockets fans out there, 713-572-4610, those of you on YouTube and Twitch, are you disappointed in this? Are you disappointed in the fact that the Rockets, it looks like, according to Pat Riley, won't have a chance to acquire Jimmy Butler because they're not moving him? Are you disappointed in this? Do you think this is the type of player that the Rockets need, a Jimmy Butler?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if that's – I don't know, Ron.
Because, Clint, we would have said absolutely without a shadow of a doubt last year, the year before, we would have said Jimmy made a lot of sense. Seemed like an Ime guy. We would have said yes. And I think now there's at least a fault. A hesitation on that.
Well, I think, a year or two ago, the thought would have been the alpha that holds guys accountable, that weeds out the guys that don't want to be there or aren't capable of helping a rebuild. Now it's just strictly about the player and what he brings to the table, and is he the best that you can do? And I'm talking health-wise and the whole package. Is he a guy that can go get buckets at any point in time against anybody, anywhere? Because really, to me, with this offense, with this roster right now, the only way you move any that are contributing is if the return is somebody that can move the needle in that world, which Jimmy Butler clearly can. But is he at a point in his career where there's enough in the tank for that, for the Rockets?
Yeah. See, so what is it when you think of Jimmy Butler? What do you think he brings? I think he brings toughness. I think he's a culture setter. And, yes, he's a guy, when Jimmy's at his best, is able to score the ball but also defend really, really well. Now, he is 35 years old, and he has had injuries, and he has not played as much as he had, obviously, when he was younger. Clint, I don't know that they need a culture starter. And
Yeah,
like,
I don't think they do.
You know what I mean?
I love where they're at. That perspective.
And I think the number one thing that he brings a toughness, a scrappiness, to the guy that has playoff experience that a lot of these guys don't. Now that one thing he does bring. Now Fred VanVleet does, who's won a championship, and obviously a couple of the other guys they brought in last year, that Dylan Brooks, that bring that experience. But I don't think they need toughness, scrapping. If there's one thing they are, is tough and scrappy. As you said, man, they need somebody who can put the ball in the basket.
Yeah,
they're more in need of a score.
Yeah, right.
You know, and they've got to make a decision on what they would have to give up to get the next player that they bring in. Is that worth it?
Yeah, it just seems like me the culture, core, and the identity.
That's not a question anymore.
It's all set. It's all there. It's all. They don't need help in that category. That's why I say, like, does Jimmy Butler bring the most to the table from a scoring perspective, and can he stay healthy, and how long is he going to be at that level? Because that's really the difference between the Rockets and I think when the cutting time comes and we get down to it, the difference is going to be a lot like the Texans right now. To be honest with you, they got a good core, good culture, play good defense, get you there. They can get you to the dance. Well, but when you get there, do you have the guys that can give you a chance to compete with the best of the best when they're on in the playoffs? And I think that's exactly who the Rockets are right now. And they've got to find, if they make moves and adjust and adjust the roster, it's got to be for guys that can move the needle.
Yes,
there, right?
and it's what they need, and something if they give up. Because you get somebody of note like a Jimmy Butler or anybody else that could potentially be on the block, right? You're going to have to give up a part of whatever is the core. Obviously not like the two big ones, but there may be a part of what the core is, and that's got to be worth it. And I don't know Jimmy Butler at 35, who's had injuries, who's not where he once was, is worth it. Someone texting in, Rockets dodged a bullet, 35 and injury prone. Thank God, dude just wants to get closer to home, retire, and chill out. I don't think that's Jimmy.
Jimmy freaking Butler.
Like, I think if Jimmy came to Houston, Jimmy would be all out in trying to go. But again, I don't know. I remember when he got to a young group in Minnesota and just ran through that piece in a way that I don't want to mess that up. I don't want to mess the chemistry and any of that culture stuff up. Like you said, man, they need somebody that can score. Hell, I'm not saying I would do this, but hell, Zach LaVine makes more sense. Even though he's injury prone, he's younger, but he scores the ball. When you watch some of these games, especially that in-season tournament and what have they done. By the way, again, the Rockets are 20-9. They're in second in the West, 3.5 out, right? So they are in a good spot. But what you could see clearly when those games picked up is they got to score the basket. And they're under 100 with Golden State. They just got to score the basketball. So, yes, I agree. The Jimmy Butler thing 2 years ago, hell, last year, that would have made much more sense. I don't know that the Jimmy Butler move makes sense now because what he brings to the table the most, I believe you already have. All right, let's continue here, as it was very disappointing. Maybe even another term you would use. But what were you most disappointed in yesterday? The offensive performance or the defensive performance? The defensive performance against the Ravens. We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, y'all dealing with joint pain. Look, if you're losing sleep because of it, have you decided that you're just going to roll into 2025 dealing with it? I'm here to tell you, man, you ain't got to do that. Don't do it, man. Get that joint pain addressed ASAP so you can get back to doing the things that you love with the people that you love, and do it with QC Kinetics. QC Kinetics is the nation's leader in regenerative medicine. We're talking joint preservation here, folks. No steroids, no drugs, no surgery, and you absolutely
for their ED through HIMSS.
To start your free online visit and find ED treatment at up to 95% off brand name prices, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit.
What a day.
It's a Thirsty Thursday with our friends at Bud Light on Sports Radio 610. Live from Buffalo Wild Wings off 290 and Cypress, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome in as the drive continues on a Thirsty Thursday. Shout out to John, our latest winner. Shout out to everyone who's come out. You can still make your way out. I see you out there, Angie. See Melissa. You think we only got one female listener in this
Angie's
piece
out
now.
there?
Angie didn't shout out there yet.
What up, Ange?
Came up to me and said, I saw you drag that drink and spill it all over your laptop.
Nice.
But you know what? That's why you go to Experimix West, Houston, and they'll hold you down. They will hold you down, bad boys. Working like it should be, baby, and you can get everything you need, all those Apple products right there at Experimix West Houston. So, but no, we're having a good time out here as it is a tough day. But as I saw somebody text in earlier, even with that Ron, you guys helped me get through. Which is I don't know the reason why you have to start it with that.
Ron?
Even with that Ron, you guys help us get through. Stuff like yes, it was a tough one. Ooh, it was a disgusting one. And if you missed it, obviously, if you missed it and you're a Texans fan, I'm actually glad you did. If you missed it, if you didn't and you sat through and you saw that 31-2 just dismantling of the Texans as they were bad on every single part of the game, special teams, offense, defense, coaching. Everything. They were outclassed by the Ravens. And I would pose this to you all. And then everybody on deck, all hands on deck, text line, YouTube and Twitch, you can all have a part in this. What were you more disappointed in yesterday? Special teams was bad at times too, but what were you more disappointed in? Was it the offense or the defense? The offense had 211 total yards. 58 rushing yards, 153 passing yards, 5 sacks, 1 turnover. They had 6 punts and no points. The defense gave up over 400 yards, 432 to be exact, and that was with the Ravens completely taking their foot off the gas in the fourth quarter. And when I say completely, they took out all their players, at least all the ones of note, Derrick Henry, Lamar Jackson, players like that. But they rushed for 251, threw for 181, no turnovers. They scored 31 points and gave up 1 sack in this game. So who were you more disappointed in? Was it the offense or the defense? 713-572-4610. Those of you on YouTube and Twitch, jump in on that as well. Clint, who disappointed you the most yesterday?
Oh, it's without a doubt the offense. You want an individual, or you want this?
No, the offense performance just disappointed you more than the defense. They were both bad.
They were both bad, but the thought is one, the defense has earned the right to maybe not go out and have their best game, and they deserve a little bit of help. But I think just the way that game unfolded, the offense put the defense in such a bad spot time and time again in the first half that it ended up getting completely lopsided like that. Like if your offense can, that game was within reach to at least not let get out of hand, to give yourself a chance in the second half, to give yourself a chance down the stretch. Whether you look at the Texans not being able to convert fourth downs, not putting points on the board there in the second quarter, or you just talk about missing throws and not converting fourth downs and third downs, and just leaving your defense out there constantly and never giving them a break, never cutting them any slack whatsoever, never giving them any margin of error whatsoever. For me, it's the offense.
That really got out of hand fast.
Yes, indeed.
Yeah, listen, the offense was it was bad. I am surprised that it was that bad, Clint, like that they didn't score, but clearly, they threatened to score, right? They had the ball, in the red zone at least once, I rewatched that last night. I cannot believe on 4th down and 4 yards out, CJ threw a pass to Joe Mixon 3-4 yards out of the end zone on 4th down.
Can I interest you in something else that I found very, very odd on that play?
Yes.
Did you see who was lead blocking?
Was it Dalton Schultz?
Uh-huh. Yep.
Wow.
Most important point in the game right there. That was 10-2 game, right?
Was that the play, or do you think that was the design play?
Absolutely.
4th and 4 to have CJ throw it 4 yards out of the end zone?
No, I think he's got options. I think he's got options if he wants to work the left side of the field. But it's absolutely a play where Dalton Schultz is lead blocking for the running back on the swing route, like a swing screen, like a one-man swing screen with the tight end leading the way. Yeah. Like I talked about this last night on the post-game show. That's the most concerning thing for me with Bobby Slowick. Like right now, as it pertains to me being a fan and me hoping they can win a playoff game, is like last week with the game on the line versus Kansas City. We go toss, sweep, toss, stretch zone, whatever, outside, whatever you want to call it. It's zone concept and it's wide zone. And literally point of attack, Dalton Schultz.
Dang it, Bobby.
I mean, we're still at a point where we think that when the game on the line, running the football behind Dalton Schultz is a good idea. Most critical moment of the game. And then that ended up being the most critical moment of the game because the Texans never had another shot to get it to tie it or even get it to a one-score game, right? We're running plays. And now I don't know. The TV copy didn't show what Dalton Schultz did on that play and whether it was worth the flip or not. But just the thought of calling that play with the game on the line, we are still at that point. Like Bobby Slowick's inability to adjust in those moments with that particular player is mind-boggling.
Is Slowick losing it?
Yeah, I know it's not where you were going with the conversation. I'm sorry.
This goes to your disappointment in the offense, right? And yeah, they were especially bad yesterday. They were. I don't know about you, Tyler. We'll get your thoughts on it here in a bit. For me, it's the defense. I can in my mind. Maybe I didn't think it would be that bad, Clint, that they just wouldn't score or hell go through long stretches where they didn't even threaten against that defense, which has played better of late. But overall, the Ravens weren't like they were the number one defense last year. That's not how they've played through the bulk of the season. But for me, man, I know the Ravens can be good. But damn, man, 432 yards of total offense basically in 3 quarters. And it got to a point that they were running the ball with such ease. I mean, it was, and Derek was not getting touched 3, 4, 5, 6 yards. Mm-hmm. I mean, not touched.
Couldn't stop
down the
run.
field. And 5 down linemen, still just running right through them.
Yep.
I mean, it was so quick and so damn, that's the side of the ball. And hell, I said it. I said, yes. I think right now, I said it going after the Dolphins game. I do think this is an elite level defense. Well, hell, they didn't show that.
We sucked.
Really the last 2 weeks. And but just, it was so easy. I mean, it was so damn easy. Some people are talking about Lamar won the MVP or put himself back into it. I mean, yeah, he made some plays, but I mean, he didn't have to be great.
Yeah.
I mean, they could have just. Hannah, we were sitting up in the press box at one point. You said, "Hell, if I were Todd Monken, I would just hand the ball off and run in between the tackles the entire time because they can't do nothing with it." That was. I mean, there were so many plays Clint, when I saw Christian Harris couldn't track down Mark Andrews, and Mark Andrews was pulling away from Christian Harris, what the hell was that?
Yeah.
On that long pass. And it was just, so the defense to me was the side of the ball that I thought was the group that was clearly the better group, clearly the one that was going to be able to lead the team, right? And some of these drives they had, Clint, it was just there's no answer. And then it almost looked like the guys just didn't want any more parts of Derrick Henry. So the defense to me, I just had a much higher whatever word I'm trying to use. Expectation, thank you, for the defense, that it was so, I mean, it was right off the bat. Right off the bat, I remember texting, well, it looks like, judging by that first drive, that the Texans are going to need a big boy performance from C.J. Stroud in this offense, because this defense don't seem to have it against this group. And,
I looked up, Ron, and right before the failed fourth down and goal, I'm thinking, man, if the Texans score here, even if they go for 2 and don't get the 2, or even if they kick the extra point, it's 10-9. I mean, the Ravens have been tenfold the better team, and now the Texans are within a point, or had it tied, or within 2. Right, if they didn't make the 2-point conversion, like, this is win Texans. This has come out of the locker room with your hair on fire type stuff of like, man, we got to take advantage of this, but instead it goes the other way drastically. So, look, I mean, it's 6 one way, half dozen another, man. Offensive unit or defensive unit, they were bad across the board.
Yeah,
the most surprising was definitely the defense.
They couldn't. I mean, at points they couldn't do anything unless they were just like in like I said it to you, boy. I said, well, I mean, they're just taking risks. Will Anderson is just shooting in.
Mm-hmm.
And then what did we? Lamar then took it for 48 and a touchdown down the line. Like someone just texted in, by the third quarter, the defense was worn down because the offense can't keep drives going. I'm not going to say that that's not right, but I'm telling you, the first drive, 8 plays, and they rolled through it for 5 minutes. The next drive, 7 plays. They've got 7-8 play drives in here. It wasn't just the offense not keeping the ball on the field. I mean, it was them as well. So, I'm not going to sit here and say you're wrong, but I don't know. I guess there was a place I could see, Clint, that the offense may really fight it, but I thought we were beyond a place where the Texans defense was just going to get manhandled. Mm-hmm. And just moved and manhandled. So, that was
we don't like that.
That was disappointing. Tyler, who disappointed you more, the offense or the defense?
I mean, the defensive performance was eyebrow raising because, damn. But I'm going with the offense here.
Yeah. Sit down.
No, I got to go with the offense here because at least the defense did what the offense is supposed to do and put those 2 measly points up on the board. Like. I mean, it got to a point in the second half where seeing the offense for the Texans run out on the field, I mean, I didn't even have any need to or want to watch that crap. So I'm going to go with Stroud and company on the offense.
No, like I said, it was bad offensively, and I understand that the defense scored because the offense get into the end zone at the 1, but that defense, boy, I just couldn't.
That NRG field looked damn good, though.
It did, and the lines, most of them were straight according to Tyler Milner. I just didn't. I mean, it was just so easy the way that they were able to dominate them. All right, coming up, some good news. Some good news here in the last few hours for your Houston Texans. We'll share that with you, and surprising news coming out of the NBA as well. We'll discuss all of that as we continue right here live on The Drive.
All right, y'all.
Apply. See app for details.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Hey, this is Clint Stoerner and the show, and old Tiny Heidi, and we're wishing you and your family a very happy holiday season.
We have a liftoff.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire.
It is 5 o'clock. Congratulations. Hopefully you're off work. Luckily for you, Old Dirty and the Blonde Tip Bomber and T-Mill, a.k.a. Psycho T, have the latest for you. And the latest is, this is 5 o'clock fire, which is by this is 5 o'clock fire, which is brought to you by Kirk Holmes. And we are live here at Buffalo Wild Wings on a thirsty Thursday. Really enjoying ourselves as best we can after just a really just god-awful performance yesterday from the Texans. As Clint said earlier, they with that performance yesterday secured the 4 seed in the AFC. And now they will await to see who they play in 2 weeks in NRG. Most likely right now would be the Steelers, as the Steelers lose to the Chiefs yesterday and the Ravens winning against the Texans now put the Ravens in as the division winner right now. They've got to beat the Browns at home to maintain that, and they would be the 3 seed, the Ravens. And right now the Steelers would be the 5. Now, with that, Clint, you got to look at for the Chargers. The Chargers, they have the Patriots and the Raiders left. And if the Steelers somehow fool around and lose to the Bengals, which the Bengals are going to potentially, if they beat the Broncos, playing for their playoff lives, all right, then it could be the Chargers, Clint, that could be the 5 seed that would play the Texans. So it's one to continue to watch there. They could still face either the Steelers, the Ravens, I guess, or the Chargers or Broncos. So those are the teams right there potentially left to get up to the 5. As I said, there is good news, Clint, and the good news is that Texans linebacker Azeez Al-Shaair has officially been reinstated by the NFL after serving his 3-game suspension. He missed those 3 games in 11 days, obviously against the Dolphins, Chiefs, and the Ravens. So he will be back, Clint, and now we'll get a chance to see him and Christian Harris together. We'll see how Henry To'oTo'o is played in this thing. But they'll get Azeez Al-Shaair, who they look at as their leader on the defense, the guy in the middle. Obviously, this helps them in a major way.
Yeah, it helps them in a major way after getting bullied against the Ravens, for damn sure. Yeah. You know, it's you got to get him back. You got to get him back in the groove, because whether it's any of those teams you mentioned, any of them are going to be they're going to play a physical brand of ball. They're going to run the ball downhill. Yeah. And maybe with the exception of Denver. I mean, I know Denver with Sean gets a little pass happy every now and then, but I think even they're going to run it downhill at you. So you need Azeez Al-Shaair back. You need to get the defense in order to bow their neck next time that they do come up against one of the more physical teams in the league. And so, I mean, there's not a bigger shot in the arm you can get than your middle linebacker, who is like uber physical to be back eligible.
Yeah, did you get a sense over the last 3 weeks that they really, really missed Azeez Al-Shaair out there? Did you get I mean, yesterday was obviously 251, but it didn't really stand out that they were missing him.
No, I mean, I guess it's probably easy to say that you would, if you could put him and To'oTo'o out there and even Neville Hewitt more, than the rest against the Baltimore Ravens, given what we were looking at. Maybe there would have been, maybe they could have slowed them down a little bit, maybe. But overall, no, I don't think that was I don't think that's anything.
He was that critical, like of him being there.
I don't think DeMeco Ryans has even thought about that.
The only thing for me is clearly, man, this is a guy that's been here that they have said themselves is one of the lead dogs of their team, one of the leaders, and maybe there's a thought that, hey, him out there on the field and him, that might have been the kind of voice that they maybe needed to hear, especially defensively, as they were just getting run through.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe that's the thought there. But we'll see. He'll be back, and I'm sure he will be playing in this game coming up against the Titans since he's been off for 3 straight weeks. Will help 4, really, you include the bye week because he missed in as well. So Azeez Al-Shaair reinstated by the NFL as they will continue rolling through and get us healthy and get their linebacker back moving forward before the playoffs.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, Clint. I'll be honest with you. I am downright surprised by this and what people are saying about what happened yesterday with the NBA. The NBA, Clint, delivered its most watched Christmas Day in 5 years, with viewership up 84% versus last year across ABC, ESPN, ESPN2, Disney Plus, and ESPN Plus. The NBA on Christmas Day averaged 5.25 million viewers per game in the U.S. The matchup between the Lakers and the Warriors was the most watched NBA regular season and Christmas Day game in 5 years, peaking at over 8 million viewers last night. And that is really, really interesting with the NFL kind of taking over Christmas. The NFL having 2 games, and not just 2 games, Clint, but they had some of their marquee stars out there. Patrick Mahomes, the Chiefs were out there. A marquee team, the Steelers, where there are a lot of fans, Pittsburgh Steelers fans, across the country, right? And then Lamar Jackson and the Texans facing off in the second game with Beyonce in the middle of that halftime. I thought this was just going to be a really, really, really bad day for the NBA, Clint. But maybe it was the games. It usually doesn't seem like it would be the games because neither one of the games were real competitive. I'm not sure, but I am downright shocked that the NBA could say, hey, man, we had our best Christmas Day in 5 years and our most viewed watched game in the last 5 years between the Warriors last night. Really surprising with the NFL jumping in on the Christmas Day games.
Yeah, it's interesting. Being on Netflix obviously hurts because everybody doesn't have
the ability to turn the channel.
Yeah. So, that obviously hurts a little bit. But they did a good job of promoting it because I saw the LeBron and Curry matchup they were advertising the hell out of it.
Yeah. So. I was surprised, and the NBA.
That's a big number, though, huh?
We'll see if they can build. Yeah, I mean, in 5 years, we'll see because, really, I mean, it's just been really a negative space right now with the NBA. Like, from they're shooting too many threes, or they can't build stars, or the players don't play. And I mean, if you missed it even yesterday, and by the way, the LeBron Steph Curry game, they had another classic yesterday. Steph Curry just started bombing threes from distance to get that game tied, and then the Lakers won at the buzzer from Austin Reeves. A really fun game there. And you got the full thing. Draymond was Draymond. Draymond. Yeah. If you didn't see Draymond at the free throw line, Draymond went to the free throw line. It was between 2 Lakers. Went and grabbed their arms, hooked them, pulled them down onto the ground. The referee called exactly what he did, called him for a foul, took off the free throw, and Draymond got up like he doesn't know what the hell he's thinking. What were you – I mean, it was ridiculous, but they came back. But the big thing afterwards, LeBron said, love the NFL, but Christmas Day is our day. And but I'm surprised they hadn't that many viewers. So we'll see if Adam Silver and company can build on this thing, but really, really surprising that they fared that well yesterday with the NBA trying to move in on their day.
5 o'clock fire.
All right. By the way, the Cowboys, they're 7-8, Clinton.
What's your point?
That's what I'm saying. That somehow, as bad as this thing has gotten with the injuries and everything that happened, they are 7-8, and the Texans. What are the Texans? The Texans are 9-7. Mm-hmm. Like they're 7-8, they're 9-7. Which is wild what has happened. But They were eliminated, even though they won last week ago over the Buccaneers. They were eliminated from playoff contention last week, and with that, they are shutting down CeeDee Lamb with the shoulder for the rest of the season. And this is crazy because I don't know if Jerry's serious or not, but it continues to not just be hey, I'm just saying that, I'm just saying it to be nice that Mike McCarthy is not going to return, but it continues to give off the, we're seriously considering it. We just talked about his future. Like,
I'm saying what I'm saying.
I know it, Jerry, and it sounds like there's a serious chance that you might be willing to bring this coaching staff back, which I thought clearly that he was going to make a change with this group.
Yeah, you never know with Jerry, man. The loyalty is a fault for him, especially with coaches, the way he was with Jason Garrett.
Let's say, what's the loyalty with Mike McCarthy?
Well, I mean, just once you hire him, he wants to be right. He wants it to be the right decision, and is willing to see it through. Boy, he don't believe in pulling the plug early on a coach now. So it wouldn't shock me one bit. I'll be honest with you. The decision would shock me, but the fact that Jerry made it would not one bit.
Yeah.
Like, I thought Mike should have been gone last year.
Like you would, so you wouldn't be surprised if Mike is the head coach again?
I wouldn't be surprised if he's fired or if he's the head coach again. I wouldn't believe that. There ain't no. I mean, getting in Jerry's head on these kind of situations right here, anything he knows is going to move the needle in local and national media is exactly what he's going to say.
There it was. Glory hole.
I don't know if I'm impressed or surprised. Maybe it's both. But to see that the Cowboys have a chance to finish above 500 in this bad boy.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't like. I am shocked and surprised that they have pulled it together. No Dak. Lawrence still hasn't come back. Overshown. That was a horrible injury. We saw a lot of stuff. If he gets this team to 9-8, I still think he should be fired. I think they need to go in a different direction. But I gotta say, I gotta be a little impressed that he's been able to hold it together with all the injuries, and these guys haven't just walked out and quit and just walked out. I got to give him credit for that. And a lot of the players are coming out to his, which to me is surprising. Now, I would still cut him loose. But, I mean, if they roll out here 9-8.
They got the Eagles and the Commanders.
So they won't.
On
but
the schedule.
You're right.
Well, Eagles with no Hurts.
You're right, yeah.
It's just going to come down. Probably going to come down.
And they already beat Washington in Washington with that crazy game.
Yeah.
And they probably got a couple of other ones that they're kicking themselves on that they lost. So as I said, I think he should be canned. But I give him credit for holding that thing together with all that drama surrounding him. If they finish 9-8, hell, if they finish a game under that's impressive.
I don't have time to have a bad time.
I know.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, another news around the college football world, and this is starting to become a trend, and I think a lot of this has to be the Deion Sanders effect right now, and that is former wide receiver Deshaun Jackson. Many of you know that this is Tank Dell has been compared to him. Deshaun Jackson, former receiver for the Philadelphia Eagles. He was a receiver in Washington. He and Delaware State are finalizing an agreement for him to take the head coaching job there. Per ESPN sources, he did an on-campus interview, in recent days, and the sides are expected to come together in a contract in the near future. Now, this is coming off the heels of Michael Vick getting the job at Norfolk State, and I don't believe either one of them previous, coaching experience, let alone head coaching experience. This is becoming a trend, and I think Deion Sanders obviously is the trendsetter in this. And I can understand, boy, these teams are looking at the exposure and the success that has happened through Deion. We're starting to see this become a trend now. Deshaun Jackson jumps into this thing.
Well, it is interesting, Ron, and I don't know if Delaware State is the end-all, be-all, but the way that NIL and the transfer portal is impacting high school football. The talks are of these smaller schools right now being more of almost a developmental league. So recruiting becomes a bigger deal down there for bigger fish, if that makes sense. And you wonder, and again, I don't know if Delaware State is the level that it gets to, but you wonder if that appeal of that former player and having the name and the familiarity, if you will, around the country and in a certain pocket of America, I wonder how big of a play that is.
Yeah, this one, can I say, this one feels a little different, though. And as you said, maybe that part of the area, we'll see what Deshaun Jackson brings to the table, maybe interview very, very well. Like Mike Vick, I can see, especially in Virginia, that part of the country, but even overall, like Mike Vick feels like on the level of Deion. Obviously, Deion obviously is a Hall of Famer, easy, but Vick, there are kids right now that are in high school who know who the hell Mike Vick is.
Yeah, absolutely.
And know him as a star.
And if Mike plays his cards right, he'll be able to command the same attention and respect that Deion does.
Yeah, and the people in that area know him.
Yep.
Deshaun Jackson, we'll see. I don't know that he's on that. I know he's not on the level of those guys of knowing. Like, I don't know. He's just a complete household name. Now, I know he's got a podcast. He does some stuff with Shady McCoy and does some stuff there, but if he works, that'll be one to watch because he seems to be a little level in just the star power down from a Vic and a Deion. But that's the other thing is we understood, like, Deion actually can coach and has a culture and can set things. We'll see if the other guys can do that. But, hell, we'll see. Warren Sapp about to fool around, get him a job. There's about to be a bunch of other guys. What'd you say?
Ray Lewis. Did Ray Lewis get one already? Ray Lewis. Did Eddie George? Eddie George got one.
Eddie George got one. I think he's at Tennessee State. And I think he's doing a pretty good job there. Yeah. Guys going to these schools and raising the level. Like I'm sure – potentially Norfolk State is going to be talked about and may find themselves on ESPN because Mike Vick is on the sidelines and Deshaun Jackson also as well, and it improves the enrollment. That's what he did at Jackson State before he got over to Colorado and did the same thing. So this is definitely becoming a trend. All right, I've got to admit to something that I was dead wrong on. Clint was right on. Many of you were right on. I wouldn't say again. I just would say it has happened again. But I'll have to admit that as we discuss that coming up next.
All right, y'all, I got to talk about Daisy.
game analysis, inside info, and your reaction starting at 6 a.m. on Shoppa's John Deere Reaction Monday.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
It's a Thirsty Thursday with our friends at Bud Light on Sports Radio 610. Live from Buffalo Wild Wings off 290 and Cypress, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in as we are live. Buffalo Wild Wings in Cypress will be here till 6 o'clock. And you can get on out here and start your Thursday night off. I feel like many of you are probably maybe off work. Go ahead and have you some drinks. Maybe have you a date night started here. And
when you get a chance to party.
Yeah, just like Johnny would say there. Got plenty of drinks. Great food, plenty of TVs all over the place. You want to watch some of these bowl games? There's the Seahawks and Bears. That's who plays tonight, right? I think it's the Seahawks and Bears.
That is correct, and you can hear it right here on Sports Radio 610.
So, you can watch Caleb Williams do whatever they're going to do and do their thing. So, hang out, have a good time, enjoy yourself as it'll be a fun night. So come hang out and do that here at Buffalo Wild Wings Cypress location. All right, Clint, I got to admit this, and to you and some of the people, and many of you may say "told you so," and I think some of you can't because you agreed with me, but I'm sure you were enrolled there. We talked about this a couple of weeks ago, and I posed the question of, do you feel better about this team that is going to win the division, and that this team that is going to play a home playoff game just like it did last year? Do you feel better about this team going into the playoffs than you felt about last year's team going into the playoffs?
Hell no.
And, Clint, you were, no. And a lot of it for you was pointing toward the offense. And I said, no, I feel better about this year's team. I felt better about this defense. And my big point was, I thought that this team's defense was an elite unit, and that made me feel better about this group because I thought the offense was led by the offense last year, but I didn't think they were elite. I thought this defense was elite. And, boy, now that we've got new evidence, Clinton, especially against new evidence against two of the AFC's top, you're right. Especially right now, there's just no way you can feel better about this team than last year's team. And, especially in particular what I was about this defense. I think this is a good defense and not an elite defense. And
is that my boy,
I think, it's me. The last 2 weeks, that the red zone stat, Clint, for this defense really sticks out. They had 8 opportunities in the red zone. Mm-hmm. The Chiefs and the Ravens had 8 opportunities in the red zone. They scored 6 touchdowns. And I'm not even talking about the long plays like Lamar Jackson's 50-yard run. But they scored 6 touchdowns when getting into the red zone, 1 field goal, and then the last of the 8 times was against the Chiefs when the Chiefs did a baseball slide at the 10-yard line and just took knees. So they didn't attempt. I mean, you expect a defense of the caliber that I was talking, not to just let teams just score touchdowns just about every damn time they get into the red zone. And this defense against better competition, and yes, and I do think I watched them against the Lions and the Bills, and they made those guys have the worst games of their offensive season. But now with no Petrie, obviously, and some of the things they had, clearly this defense is more of a good defense and not an elite defense.
Yeah, I think it's hard to go back to where we felt about this defense last week after as we sit right now. I still feel like this defense is a defense that can give you a chance to make a run.
Yeah, give you a chance.
I still, they're not going to be the reason you win a Super Bowl. It's going to have to be some complimentary football as we typically think need to be, at least whether it's game to game or throughout. the defense, I don't think there's many teams out there that can do them like in the AFC that can do them the way that Baltimore did them yesterday. And so I think the defense is good enough to give you a chance to make a run.
Yeah, they gave up 31 to the Ravens, and I mean, as I said, I mean they were well on their way of giving up 30+ to the Chiefs as they shut it down.
You can argue both teams would have. I mean, the Chiefs could have got to 30, and Ravens probably could have got to 50 if they wanted to. And look, the defense has given them several times this year has just been ran through. Now, whether it was on the back end in the second half of a game that you had in control in the first half, and you were still able to win that game, the explosives have been a problem. It all came to a head yesterday. That's hard to stomach that one.
But the part for me, Tyler, and I'll put you on the spot here, but I think you know the answer. What's the strongest part of this defense?
The pass rush.
Yeah, and in particular the edge. I think it's the best thing that this team does as a football team is their edge rushers. And they went up in these two games against the Ravens yesterday and then the Chiefs last week, and especially with an offensive line that had been struggling, and they're playing a left guard out at tackle, and they had exactly 2 sacks. And you know where the sacks came from? 72 yesterday. Oh, I guess they gave Will Anderson a half a sack on that sucker. They changed it and gave Will Anderson a half a sack on that, but 72 and Christian Harris against the Chiefs. And Danielle Hunter didn't make a major impact in either one of the games, and Will Anderson didn't make a major impact in one of the games, in any of those games. That has to rank up as some of the most disappointing part is that part of your team, which is, I would say, the best thing that you do. In the last 2 weeks, they were damn near non-existent. And we're talking about Danielle Hunter coming into this puppy these past 2 weeks as maybe Defensive Player of the Year. He's on the odds board. Yeah. And there was just no impact. It's not even a deal of like, hey, man, they didn't get sacks, but, boy, they was all over him. They hit him. They caused him. Yeah. They just weren't factors in these 2 games against the top of the AFC, and that was really disappointing.
Yeah, to me, what was obvious yesterday is the fear that I would think most Texans fans have is if a team is able to run the football the way Baltimore did, then you take Derek Stingley out of the game, you take 55 out of the game, you take 51 out of the game, and you really minimize their opportunities to make plays. And that's the fear. That's why this defense right now, if we're talking about being a legit reason you make a run to a Super Bowl, not just a good defense that can help you get there, they're a couple of D tackles away.
Yeah,
they're just and that is why. And everything that we as fans got to get out of this thought of like we're building a team, or you're drafting, or your needs should be based off of getting 10 or 11 wins. Ultimately, with the Houston Texans, your needs are based on what it's going to take to knock off Kansas City, Baltimore, and Buffalo. Right? And I don't know who the next Bengals are going to be, because there'll be another team in there that is going to be the same way.
Bills,
but that is the reality of the situation is what do you need, not to get to 10 wins, not to win the division. What do you need? And it's 2 years in a row. 2 years in a row, 3 ball games over, where it's blatantly obvious that you ain't got the dogs up front in the middle to stand up to Baltimore's run attack. And there's things against Kansas City, there's things against Buffalo, whatever. But I mean, what became very obvious yesterday is your starters at that interior defensive line position. They need to be at least one of them needs to be your quality depth that you're rotating in there, not 93 and 72.
Yeah, no, it makes sense. It makes sense. So no, I was wrong, man. Yeah, I don't. And as I said, you get new evidence, and that changes things. And we certainly got new evidence. They just didn't seem to really belong on the field and be in the same category the last couple of weeks. they've played at the top of the AFC. All right. I want to start at this again as we continue to roll through here live on The Drive. What were you thinking as you're watching this performance yesterday? As you're watching this performance, what were you thinking yesterday as this thing became 7-0, 10-0, 17-2? Or I'm sorry, 10-2, 17-2, all the way till 31-2, and they're pulling out their starters in the fourth quarter. What were you thinking watching that performance? We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, before we do that, though, let's talk about Our Vision Homes, y'all. We're talking about Houston area's premier turnkey.
Can be for you too. Visit AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW-1. That's 877-WEB-NOW-1.
It's to Thirsty Thursday with our friends at Bud Light on Sports Radio 610. Live from Buffalo Wild Wings off 290 and Cypress, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome in as we have had a good time here at Buffalo Wild Wings, as always. Thirsty Thursday, by the way, The Drive will be here next week for Thirsty Thursday again ahead of the Titans game. So you can come on out and have a good time again right here at this dimly lit. They setting the mood right now. It got a little dark outside. Now it's go time here at Buffalo Wild Wings. Setting the mood right in here. The dimly lit spot right here. I see some couples out here ready to make a bad decision or 8 tonight. So why not do your thing right here live? Well, don't do it live on the drive here. Maybe you do it.
Yeah, hold on now.
On the drive home.
Hold on, so.
I mean, well, you know what? You're right, Tyler. I mean, hell, if you want to do it live here, man, I don't want to take it from you. Do your thing.
The drive is live.
So come on out and have a good time. TV's everywhere. And again, like I said, next week do the same thing. We'll be at Home Run Dugout tomorrow for football. Got Clint?
Got it, man. I'll be there. I'll be there, boys.
Home Run Dugout tomorrow.
A little mix-up today. A little mix-up. Those out there wondering what the hell's going on, a little mix-up today, man. I was at the studio. Walked in, I was like, damn, I wasn't here yet. Went and did a little hit on Arkansas radio. Come back, I was like, damn, I wasn't here yet. And then it dawned on me.
Yeah.
You know what? It might be me. Yeah. And it damn sure was. Wrong place, baby. Wrong place, wrong time.
Yeah. But that's all right. We'll be there tomorrow in Katy tomorrow. Home Run Dugout. If you were there for our 1,000th show, that's where it was. You come on out and have a good time with us tomorrow. I think the whole fam going to come out tomorrow.
Oh, are they?
Yeah.
Come out and swing the
Don't
stick?
get off too deep in that liquor, boys.
In-laws and everything. Why don't you?